Chapter 15:27. The wind blew and the crowd glared at him. When it was time for him to make a move, Longchen definitely wouldn't cower. He strode towards the center of the encirclement, and at this moment, Feng Jilin, who was like a fairy of the wind, had already descended in front of him. Judging from Feng Jilin's desperate performance in the second round, she seemed to be interested in the position of Emperor Shengguo. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. Perhaps the opponent would also show her superior combat power. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He steadied himself in the wind and was ready to fight. Emperor Zhenwu had said that he only needed to put aside all restraints and defeat his two opponents. That would be enough. When he was about to fight, at this moment, Feng Jilin looked at him provocatively and said, "Leave. You are not my opponent." Her indifferent words entered everyone's ears. What did she mean? Long Chen had just reacted when Feng Jilin announced her decision on the spot. "I've lost to him more than once, so I admit defeat," she said naturally. Her voice was decisive and there was no room for negotiation. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. The first battle had just begun and she had already admitted defeat. That was too unexpected. Long Chen was surprised too. He had thought that Feng Jilin was here for Emperor Shengguo, but it seemed that she wasn't. Perhaps her purpose was. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't dare to continue thinking. Feng Jilin really wanted to return the favor. She didn't have the habit of owing others anything. She had become so arrogant after her rebirth. "Thank you. Be careful from now on. If you can't do it, then forget it." Long Chen understood what she wanted to do. She wanted to defeat Yang Chen and win for herself. "It's none of your business." Feng Jilin rolled her eyes. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It was hard to know what she was thinking. Long Chen returned to Wen Renxi's side. He had already won the first battle. Seeing this scene, the Hall Master of Cambrian laughed loudly and said, "What a tactful little girl. Then, you will definitely admit defeat in front of the little martial god, and then let Long Chen and the little martial god fight today? Or should I say Long Chen also directly admit defeat?" "You think too much. Yang Chen, come out." Feng Jilin was extremely arrogant. She floated in the air, her long dress floating in the air. Her white skin was partly visible. Her graceful body made people's imagination run wild. Her bright eyes, white teeth, and tender lips were the focus of everyone's eyes. The hall master of the Hanwu Hall was forced into silence by Feng Jilin's words. He snorted coldly and retreated. At this moment, Yang Chen, whose eyes were burning with passion, suddenly charged into the field like a beast. In an instant, he was below Feng Jilin. The confrontation between the two was like a beauty and a beast. Yang Chen had changed. He became domineering, passionate, and intimidating. It was as if a wild beast was hiding in his body, possessing an uncontrollable wildness and explosive power. Long Chen was a little touched by Feng Jilin. "This stupid woman seems to have changed a lot. This time, in order to let me become the Saint Martial Emperor, I'm afraid she will really fight with her life." Long Chen could only be a bystander for the time being. To be honest, Feng Jilin's victory was the only chance for him to become the Saint Martial Emperor. Therefore, he was looking forward to this battle. Neither of the two people in the field were wishy-washy people. Once the battle was mentioned, it began immediately. Both of them were real Nirvana Tribulation cultivators. Yang Chen directly soared to the late stage of Nirvana Tribulation, while Feng Jilin had a good understanding of the Heavenly Tao. As the number of battles she fought increased, so did her understanding of the Heavenly Tao. Feng's slave. The battle just now was extremely grand. Everyone was shocked. Feng Jilin rushed into the clouds. Under the 99 golden demon suppression columns, 3 huge green gusts of wind quickly formed under her body. They quickly turned into 3 tall and sturdy wind slaves. They had their own consciousness and descended from the sky. When they landed on the ground, there was a huge roar. Heaven splitter. Clone and rend. Feng Jilin had already perfected the usage of these 2 wind attribute skills. She had formed 3 wind slaves and 2 heaven splitters. With a casual swing of these 2 heaven splitters, they could tear through space and create a huge destructive power. Such understanding of the Heavenly Tao wasn't something an insignificant cultivator who had just entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm could achieve. Feng Jilin's understanding in this aspect could be said to be extraordinary. As soon as she attacked, She had already shocked everyone. This girl who was easily overlooked was actually not weak at all. The storm was chaotic, and sand and stones were flying. Feng Jilin used the 3 Feng slaves to open the way and held the 2 heaven splitters in front of her full chest. Like a green tornado, she swept towards Yang Chen at a terrifying speed. The Feng slaves roared and rushed towards Yang Chen from 3 directions. Feng Jilin was so strong that the ground shook when she walked. Boom! Under the violent attack of the 3 Feng slaves, Yang Chen was blasted away. The Feng slaves were very strong. As Feng Jilin's power increased, her combat power would increase infinitely. Bang bang bang. After blocking a few more attacks from the Feng slaves, Yang Chen's arm was almost shattered, but it quickly grew back. Is this all you've got? Yang Chen relied on the immortal body to laugh crazily. At this moment, Feng Jilin's speed increased at a terrifying speed. Under the cover of one of the Feng slaves, she changed her figure a few times and appeared behind Yang Chen in an instant. Die! She was extremely angry. The heaven splitter in her hand slashed down twice. Yang Chen turned his head in shock. He used the formless fist from the true martial formless war scripture to block. However, he managed to block one of the slashes, but was hit by the other. The heaven splitter had the power of tearing. In an instant, Yang Chen's body was cut into half. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The crowd clamored. Yang Chen failed just like that. Be careful. Long Chen knew that Yang Chen would definitely use the celestial and demon transformation. Hearing Long Chen's warning, Feng Jilin didn't dare to move forward. Using the Feng slaves to cover herself, she turned around and retreated. Her speed was fast and her attacks were fierce. In fact, she was a very good combat genius. In terms of speed alone, among the peers, only people like Long Chen who had a terrifying body strength could be compared to her. Swish! The crowd clamored again. Sure enough, Yang Chen used the celestial and demon transformation. His body was divided into 2 halves, forming 2 Yang Chen. One was divine, surrounded by light, and the other was demonic, surrounded by the aura of death. The divine Yang Chen had a dignified gaze, while the demonic Yang Chen cackled with a bloodthirsty gaze. The combat power of the 2 Yang Chen surpassed his original foundation. His combat power soared again. Yang Chen had the title of Unparalleled Combat, and was given the title of Little Martial God, because of this. In fact, there were even more magical things about him. The battle swept across once again. Sand flew up to the sky. Little girl, you're clearly a girl. You're always yelling about fighting and killing. How unbecoming of you. Why don't you go and have a battle with me on the bed? It's much more enjoyable than here. The devilish Yang Chen laughed. As for the divine Yang Chen, he kept attacking with a cold gaze. Feng Jilin had no choice but to use 3 Feng slaves to block one of the Yang Chen, and then deal with the other one. What she was most worried about was that this guy couldn't be killed at all. When would she be able to kill him? She promised Long Chen that she would defeat him, but how was she going to do it? If she didn't succeed, Long Chen wouldn't be able to fulfill his wish. Feng Jilin had an obsession in her heart. She wouldn't fall until she defeated Yang Chen today. Sometimes she was much stronger than a man. As for the demonic Yang Chen's filthy words, it really made her faint. Go to hell. The double sky splitter attacked crazily. Feng Jilin's strong point was her speed, which the demonic Yang Chen couldn't deal with. He turned around and escaped. At this moment, the divine Yang Chen bumped into him. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. The demonic Yang Chen turned around to deal with the 3 Feng slaves. The divine Yang Chen threw a shocking punch at Feng Jilin as soon as he arrived. Feng Jilin sensed it. She used the sky splitter to block it and retreated quickly at the same time. Divinity Yang Chen roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the entire imperial star to be affected. His punch contained the comprehension of 2 Daos, and it was a powerful attack from the Battle Dao. The Battle Dao was very complicated, but if one could successfully cultivate it and become proficient in it, it would be more powerful than other Daos. World-shaking Emperor Fist. The whole world was shaken by the punch. Golden energy exploded from Yang Chen's body. The world-shaking Emperor Fist was imprinted with the mark of an emperor, filled with the true meaning of the Tao of battle. With a single punch, he would fight to the end. The will of an emperor could crush everything, and it wouldn't rest until he was dead. The golden punch fell from the sky. Feng Jilin felt like she was a tiny ant in the golden punch. Retreat! 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 Yang Chen suddenly launched a strong attack. Fortunately, Feng Jilin dodged quickly. But even so, one of his sky splitters was shattered. He was also sent flying and almost got injured. At the same time, the demonic Yang Chen used his dark energy to entangle the 3 Feng slaves. One by one, the Feng slaves started to collapse under the demonic Yang Chen's attack. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Feng Jilin was defeated. Go to hell. At this moment, it was the divine Yang Chen's turn to speak. Feng Jilin's long hair fluttered in the air. She looked like a crazy devil in the wind. Her face was cold, frighteningly cold. But her gaze was extremely firm, filled with undefeatable tenacity. Tear, clone, and the third attribute that I just learned, wind speed. She chanted in her heart. Her feet moved according to her comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Shifting shadows. This seems to be the connate Tao of wind, green field fairy track. Long Chen, who was next to him, exclaimed. The Wizard of Oz, to be precise, was a type of Xiantian Dao art that belonged to the Xiantian Dao art. At the critical moment, Feng Jilin executed it. The entire battlefield was surrounded by green phantoms. She quickly escaped from the control of Yang Chen's divinity. Her speed of movement was unparalleled. Chapter 1528. As soon as the Wizard of Oz appeared, all of Yang Chen's attacks were in vain, including the world-shaking Emperor Fist. In front of Yang Chen, an illusory green figure appeared. It was so fast that Yang Chen couldn't catch up with Feng Jilin at his current speed. The 2 Yang Chen laughed wildly. That's right. You're indeed fast, but you'll also consume a lot of energy. You should know that I can't defeat you. When you use up all your nirvana energy, it'll be time for me to kill you. Yang Chen was telling the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jilin appeared behind the demonic Yang Chen. The heaven splitter slashed down violently, tearing the space apart. The slash landed on Yang Chen's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. This time, with the power of the heaven splitter, the slash penetrated half a meter, all the way to Yang Chen's chest. Yang Chen groaned in pain. His demonic claws reached behind him, but Feng Jilin had already escaped. The 2 Yang Chens couldn't catch her. At this time, the 3 wind slaves besieged the demonic Yang Chen again, trapping him on the ground. They punched him violently, causing the earth to shake. The demonic Yang Chen was almost smashed into meat paste. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Feng Jilin's undetectable speed was truly terrifying. It seemed that she had improved a lot in just 10 days. No wonder she could survive from the hands of the black-robed priest. However, Yang Chen wasn't weak either. They thought that the demonic Yang Chen was already dead. At this time, the black fist trembled. One of the 3 wind slaves was directly smashed into pieces, and the demonic Yang Chen rushed up to the sky. Everyone fixed their eyes on the demonic Yang Chen. He was covered in blood, and his body was almost twisted. However, he was recovering at an amazing speed. In a short time, his injuries were healed, and he almost caught up with Long Chen's time reversal. However, Long Chen could still feel that even Yang Chen couldn't be immortal forever. There would be a moment when he would lose the power to recover, and completely collapse to the ground. Would Feng Jilin last until then? The answer should be no. After the demonic Yang Chen got angry, he became even more terrifying and violent. The 2 Yang Chen gathered together and killed all of Feng Lin's wind slaves in a short period of time. They stood with their backs against each other. Their hearts were connected as they guarded against Feng Jilin's attack. In terms of attack power, Feng Jilin couldn't compare to them. Right now, they could only compete in speed. The green immortal track gave Feng Jilin terrifying speed, but it couldn't last long. Over there. When Feng Jilin had no choice but to stop, the other party smiled sinisterly. He immediately discovered her existence. The 2 Yang Chen no longer had anyone to resist. They charged towards Feng Jilin from the left and right. Their pincer attack was terrifying. World-shaking Emperor Fist. The divinity Yang Chen's punch forced Feng Jilin to use her last sky splitter to fight against him. At this moment, the demonic Yang Chen went behind Feng Jilin and opened his arms. The nirvana energy in his hands was like a long black snake. Like a whip, he lashed at Feng Jilin's back. He was attacked from the front and rear. Moreover, these two attacks were extremely difficult to defend against. Feng Jilin clenched her teeth tightly. Her body turned into a whirlwind. The green immortal track was activated again. She used the sky splitter to block most of the attacks in a short period of time. However, she was still sent flying by the divinity Yang Chen's world-shaking emperor fist. She spat out blood and fell to the ground. This time, Feng Jilin was really injured. The front of her shirt was already dyed red with blood. The crowd let out earth-shattering cries of shock. Logically speaking, the one who was injured first would be the loser in the end. Feng Jilin's performance was very stunning. However, Yang Chen still defeated her with his powerful attack power. Of course, Yang Chen's strongest point was still his immortal body. Seeing that Feng Jilin was injured, Long Chen gradually clenched his fists. She was fighting for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have clenched her teeth and persevered like this. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was stronger than her. Although they were enemies in the beginning, they were still friends now. Seeing his friend injured like this, in addition to the infuriating experience during this period of time, Long Chen's heart was filled with anger. Meanwhile, little martial god Yang Chen was still laughing. The divinity Yang Chen was extremely cold. The demonic Yang Chen dashed towards Feng Jilin at lightning speed. Little beauty, you can't take it anymore? Quickly get up and continue fighting. Aren't you very strong-willed? The demonic Yang Chen extended his Lushan claws and clawed at Feng Jilin's delicate body. Feng Jilin stabilized her injuries. When the opponent approached her, her eyes emitted an astonishing willpower. She stood up with determination and flipped her body up into the sky. Under her control, a violent gust of wind blew and blocked the demonic Yang Chen for a moment. You're really not dead yet. Your willpower isn't bad, the demonic Yang Chen said in surprise. How can I die before I kill you? Feng Jilin said coldly. Her face was already pale, but she still didn't show the slightest hint of defeat. In her heart, she thought, I definitely can't lose. Because if I lose, he'll lose too. He's sacrificed so much for today. So I must win. I must. She told herself strongly in her heart. She didn't even dare to look at Long Chen's direction. She didn't dare to face the possibility that she might lose. The only thing she wanted to do was to clench her teeth and exhaust her opponent to death. That's a good boast. I like it. Before the demonic Yang Chen could finish his sentence, his companion beside him had already charged towards Feng Jilin. His opponent was like a huge beast. His movements were extremely swift and violent. In a short period of time, he arrived before Feng Jilin. The world-shaking emperor fist that contained the comprehension of the battle Dao blasted towards her. It's time. Feng Jilin had endured until now just for this moment. She used up all the energy in her body and gathered it at her chest. At this moment, her entire body was engulfed by a green storm. She turned into a huge green tornado and swept around crazily, causing the two Yang Chens to shake unsteadily. Within the tornado, the sound of a divine dragon's roar was suddenly heard. Long Chen looked at Feng Jilin's direction with a shocked expression. A dark green divine dragon shadow rushed out of the tornado. When the green divine dragon appeared, the tornado had already disappeared. Feng Jilin held the huge divine dragon's tail. Like a goddess, she floated in the sky. Upon closer inspection, the emerald green divine dragon was actually a long green whip. Wind dragon tendon. Soon, someone who knew what was going on revealed the origin of this thing. She even took out a Dao artifact with 5 Dao patterns. This should be her trump card. It turned out to be a Dao artifact with 5 Dao patterns. Long Chen took a closer look and found that it really had 5 Dao patterns. Generally speaking, only a martial artist at the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm would possess a Dao artifact with 5 Dao patterns. She doesn't have the ability to use a Dao artifact of this level. Isn't this girl afraid of being sucked dry? I think she wants to win too much. Say. To be honest, her combat ability is not bad. She's a good seedling. But compared to the talented Yang Chen, she's still inferior. Using such a high-level Dao artifact rashly can indeed release a temporary burst of power, but in reality, it doesn't benefit her at all. If she doesn't know her limits, she'll be sucked dry by this wind dragon tendon sooner or later. Martial Lord Lin Junyao is really rich. She gave a Dao artifact with 5 Dao patterns to her own disciple just like that. Hearing these words, Long Chen, who was supposed to be happy for Feng Zhilin's strength, became worried. Looking at the pale-faced woman who was filled with stubbornness and a sharp gaze, he felt conflicted in his heart. He couldn't figure out why she was doing this. She was just a saint martial emperor. Long Chen didn't want her to gamble her life for his victory. The roaring green divine dragon almost broke free from Feng Zhilin's control. A Dao artifact with 5 Dao patterns was already considered a rare treasure. Boom, boom. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Even the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were affected by the wind dragon tendon and trembled slightly. Dang! Feng Zhilin's face turned even paler. Every time she used the wind dragon tendon, it would take away most of her power. She was weak, so she couldn't afford to use it like that. However, she knew that she had to do what she promised. This was the only chance she had to repay Yi Futian. I can't owe him. I can't let him look down on me. I can't owe him anymore. I have to repay him this time. Only then can we be equal. Otherwise, I'll never be able to raise my head in front of him. She was proud, but every time she faced Long Chen, she would feel ashamed of her inferiority. This made her feel painful and uncomfortable. Today was the only time she could be of use. She didn't want to lose this opportunity. Fight. She was clearly a woman, but she gritted her teeth and activated the wind dragon tendon. The wind dragon tendon let out an earth-shaking roar. Under Feng Zhilin's control, it instantly entangled the demonic Yang Chen at a shocking speed. The thick body of the wind dragon completely crushed Yang Chen's demonic nature. I don't believe that you can still live after I crush you into powder, Feng Zhilin said sternly. This voice sent chills down everyone's spine. They didn't dare to underestimate this woman anymore. The demonic Yang Chen let out an earth-shattering shriek. The divine Yang Chen tried his best to save him, but Feng Zhilin escaped with the Wizard of Oz. Next, it's your turn, Feng Zhilin said. At this moment, she was majestic. Her alluring face was covered in frost, cold and noble. No one dared to look at her directly. The divinity Yang Chen couldn't touch her, so he simply stopped and watched as Feng Zhilin crushed the screaming demonic Yang Chen into pieces. During this time, Feng Zhilin's face became paler and paler. She even almost fell to the ground once. However, she had an obsession in her heart. This obsession supported her to hold on. She's already exhausted. Yes, if this continues, her body will be greatly damaged. Chapter 1529. Long Chen felt uncomfortable listening to her. In fact, if it was a fight to the death, it wouldn't be necessary. Although Emperor Shengwu's position was high and important to Long Chen, it wasn't worth it for Feng Zhilin to exchange her life and foundation for it. In fact, in his heart, he and Feng Zhilin had always been equal. It wasn't as strange as Feng Zhilin thought. Long Chen didn't know that a woman's thoughts could be so strange. He only thought that Feng Zhilin was fighting for him. That was enough. Let bygones be bygones. Looking at her face getting paler and paler, Long Chen bit his lips and couldn't help but want to make a move. However, if he made a move, it would mean that Feng Zhilin admitted defeat and her efforts would go to waste. At that moment, Long Chen felt an indescribable rage, especially when he saw the smile on Yi Futa's face. He wanted nothing more than to smash that harmless face. Of course, there was also the hallmaster of the Hanwu Hall. And Yang Chen. Long Chen had even saved this guy's life twice. Who would have thought that he wouldn't show any gratitude? He even said that 10 of him wouldn't be a match for him. From today's performance, if this was Yang Chen's nature, Long Chen felt that he didn't need to be polite anymore. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zhilin was about to crush the demonic Yang Chen, Long Chen became alert. At first, he also thought that Feng Zhilin was going to win. After all, she used a Dao weapon with 5 Dao patterns. However, why didn't the divinity Yang Chen make a move? He could clearly harass Feng Zhilin. Even if he knew that Feng Zhilin knew the fairy tracks of Green Field and he couldn't catch her, he didn't need to wait for death calmly. The only possibility was that he had a backup plan. Thinking of this, Long Chen was shocked. He became alert and the ancient blood hell formation was quietly spread out, waiting for the moment the divinity Yang Chen made a move so that he could move to Feng Zhilin's side. Die! The wind dragon tendon roared madly and rolled violently, completely killing the demonic Yang Chen. Feng Zhilin was on the verge of collapse, but she revealed a smile of relief. In the next moment, the wind dragon tendon flew towards the divinity Yang Chen. As long as he could kill him, he would be victorious. For this point, she still stubbornly insisted. Are you the only one with a Dao artifact? At this moment, the divinity Yang Chen suddenly said coldly. When the demonic Yang Chen disappeared, the divinity on his body also disappeared, returning to Yang Chen's original appearance. When he said those words, the nirvana energy in his body surged, forming a battle vortex that surrounded him. The purest battle energy swept around him. Firmament Tyrant Emperor Blade. Before Yang Chen could name his Dao artifact, someone had already said its name. A golden ray of light soared into the sky, incomparably dazzling. The unblockable light made everyone close their eyes subconsciously. As for those with weaker cultivation, their eyes hurt even more. Long Chen saw a flash before his eyes. A huge golden blade that was almost 2 meters long appeared in Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen held the blade with both hands and the aura of the martial god exploded, sweeping the surrounding sand. The Firmament Tyrant Emperor blade was carved with ancient patterns. There was a total of 5 Dao patterns and it had a heavy aura. Although it was a Dao artifact from the Middle Ages, it had a long history. The heavy history brought about a shocking accumulation of power. When the Firmament Tyrant Emperor blade appeared, the Wind Dragon Tendon chess met its match and quickly drew more power from Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin cried out in pain. The appearance of the Firmament Tyrant Emperor blade made her extremely indignant. The fruit of victory that was originally in her hands was going to be lost just like that. No, definitely not. I can't lose. If I lose, he will lose too. This obsession caused Feng Jilin to overexert herself again and again. Even her face started to age. There's no place for you to interfere today. Hurry up and go down. Yang Chen roared and slashed the Firmament Tyrant Emperor blade wildly. A domineering and dazzling golden blade aura shot out and instantly sent the Wind Dragon Tendon chess flying. Feng Jilin's power was completely unable to control the Wind Dragon Tendon chess. However, Feng Jilin was still indignant. Even though she was in a daze, she still gritted her teeth and came forward. This willpower had already moved the crowd. You're courting death. Do you think I'll be polite? Yang Chen roared in anger. Without mercy, he slashed out another blade aura and was about to cut Feng Jilin into 2. At this moment, the outcome was already decided. Long Chen used the ancient blood hell formation and instantly spread it out. Rebirth from a single drop of blood, he appeared behind Feng Jilin and grabbed her soft waist, bringing her out. This sudden change interrupted the battle between the two. Yang Chen seemed to have expected this. He kept his Dao artifact and looked at Long Chen quietly. Long Chen brought Feng Jilin and quietly landed on the ground under everyone's gaze. The place was dead silent. Let me go, I haven't lost yet. She almost sacrificed her life but still failed. Tears filled Feng Jilin's eyes. She struggled and wanted to break free from Long Chen's embrace. Enough. Long Chen pressed her down and said with a cold gaze, Feng Jilin, I have never asked you to sacrifice your life. Know your limits. This isn't the time to risk your life. His words woke her up. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I know. I have to do this. Although Long Chen was touched, he was also angered by her. He pressed her down and growled in a low voice. Go back to where you came from. I can take care of my own matters. I am very grateful that you are willing to fight for me, but no matter what, if you throw your life away as well, it will be disrespectful to me. If I wanted you to die, why did I save you back then? Would it have been a waste of effort? Everyone's life is their own. You need to have the energy to think for yourself. Don't you want to go back and have a look? If you die here, what will you do in the future? Actually, Long Chen didn't want to say so much. But in his heart, he felt bad. After saying that, Feng Jilin smiled. She said, So you are a selfish person. Why are you risking your life to fight for these things? For a woman in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, I don't have the right to do so. Speaking of this, she suddenly shut her mouth because she knew that her relationship with Long Chen was obviously different from Long Chen's and Lingxi's. So she hurriedly changed her words. Forget it. I lost today. There's nothing to say. I still owe you a favor. I'll pay you back next time. Long Chen took a deep breath. He had thousands of words in his heart but he didn't know how to say them. In the end, he said helplessly, Don't worry about other things. Get well. I want to beat someone up. There was no room for negotiation. He sent Feng Jilin to Lin Juanyao's side and then walked towards Yang Chen under everyone's gaze. Feng Jilin lost. It was impossible for Long Chen to get the Saint Martial Emperor. The Saint Martial Emperor was definitely the young martial god, Yang Chen. After knowing the news, there was a commotion among the crowd. Some people celebrated, some people were unwilling. However, everyone's attention was soon attracted by the battle between Long Chen and Yang Chen. Even if the Saint Martial Emperor had been decided, they still had to fight. Whether it was Long Chen or the young martial god, everyone could see the flames of war burning in their eyes. The atmosphere became incomparably heavy, filled with the smell of gunpowder. The two top young geniuses were approaching. The crowd had to stay away from the battle. They always felt that there were real beasts living in their bodies. No one said a word. Feng Jilin stood still and stared blankly at Long Chen's back. She was a little confused. Was Long Chen angry because of her? She hadn't seen Long Chen angry for a long time. There was a saying that went, "Anger is for a beauty." Could she be considered a beauty? Of course, Feng Jilin had never thought about it. She felt that she would never have such a relationship with Long Chen in her life. Maybe there was only hatred and competition, as well as feelings, but all of these had nothing to do with true love. But perhaps, being a confidant or something was not bad. Anyway, Feng Jilin felt that she was destined to be alone. She had seen through many things, so she never cared about love. As the two geniuses were about to fight, Hall Master Han Wu interrupted them. He seemed to be worried that the crowd would forget about him, so he raised his head and announced loudly, "In the second battle, the young martial god defeated Feng Jilin. Judging from the current situation, the young martial god is already a true Saint Martial Emperor. There is no need to fight in the last battle. Let us cheer for the young martial god's victory. From today on, he is our young emperor. One day, he will lead the hundreds of millions of disciples of the palace and control the millions of fertile lands of the Zhenwu imperial domain." Under the instigation of Hall Master Han Wu, the people who belonged to Yi Futa's faction cheered. On the other hand, the people on the other side had a cold expression on their faces, not moving at all. This is a historic moment. After 5,000 years, our true martial emperor palace has once again given birth to a sacred martial emperor. He's a genius in the martial Tao and has won the hearts of the people. He's the ideal and only sacred martial emperor in our hearts. I firmly believe that he'll be a qualified leader. Let us cheer his name, Yang Chen. Yang Chen. Young Emperor. Saint Martial Emperor. With Hall Master Han Wu's greeting, it seemed to be very lively. But in fact, more than half of the people were focused on the confrontation between Long Chen and Yang Chen, and didn't pay attention to Hall Master Han Wu. I say, there's no need for this battle, right? Anyway, the sacred martial emperor has already decided. In order to prevent someone from losing face, you can apply to not fight this battle. The Hall Master of Hanwu Temple raised his voice and looked at Long Chen with a teasing smile. Chapter 1530. No matter how Hall Master Hanwu talked, everyone knew that the battle had to start. The Hall Master of the Hanwu Martial Hall thought highly of himself. He had always considered himself to be the strongest person below the three martial saints, so he was very proud of himself. Under the flattery of the crowd, he had become more and more arrogant over the past thousands of years. For countless years, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like this when he was at his peak. Not only did this cause everyone to stare at Long Chen in shock, but the Hall Master of Hanwu was also stunned. Then, an unquenchable anger rose in his heart. In an instant, he could no longer hold it in and roared while suppressing Long Chen. "You have no respect for your elders. You deserve to die for humiliating me." The Hall Master was about to slap Long Chen with his palm. The Hall Master was a level higher than a normal black-clothed priest. He was in the late phase of the Nirvana tribulation, which was only a step away from the three martial venerables. That was why he was so arrogant. Hundreds of years later, his fourth Nirvana tribulation would come. If he could successfully pass it, he would become the fourth martial venerable. Of course, it was more likely that he would be turned into ashes. The fourth Nirvana tribulation wasn't something that could be passed easily. Attacking Long Chen in front of so many people was undoubtedly a tragedy. Long Chen didn't need to do anything. He just smiled at the Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple. There was no sign of surrender in his eyes. "Go to hell," the Hall Master yelled. But at this moment, Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao hadn't moved yet. Yi Futu first pulled the Hall Master back. Yi Futu didn't need to say anything. He only needed to look at the Hall Master to suppress the Hall Master. The leader of the Hanwu Temple nodded and stood still. His eyes were as sharp as knives as they scanned Long Chen's body. It was as if he was telling Long Chen not to give him a chance. Otherwise, Long Chen would suffer a fate worse than death. Long Chen didn't care about him. The most important thing was Yang Chen in front of him. He was already in the 9th level of the divine martial state. After reaching the full cycle of martial arts, he would be able to break through to the nirvana tribulation. In fact, success might be right in front of him. The little martial god's level was not high, and he was only at the first nirvana tribulation. According to Long Chen's past habits, Wenren Jingtao, who was at the late stage of the nirvana tribulation realm, was no match for him. Both Wang Chen and Yang Chen were terrifying opponents to Long Chen. Today was the day he would fight one of them, and it was especially important. The strong wind howled and howled. Seeing the confrontation between the two of them, everyone's blood gradually heated up. Although it was no longer related to the sacred martial emperor, Long Chen was still furious. This kind of unreconciled anger kept him in an unprecedented state. When facing Long Chen, the little martial god on the opposite side took out the huge ether tyrant sword without hesitation. The golden long sword shone brightly, and the golden light alone was enough to make people unable to open their eyes. Holding the ether tyrant sword, Yang Chen was like a real martial god, high and mighty, leading people to worship him. The little martial god was provoking him. He had nothing, but the passion in his eyes and the desire for battle were no less than Long Chen's. Finally, this day has come. This is the battle I've been looking forward to the most. You can't let me down, the little martial god said quietly, guarding his ether tyrant sword. Although his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, he could still stay clear-headed. If it was before the divine ghost goo was removed, he would have gone berserk. Long Chen's eyes were cold. Without saying a word, he displayed the dual sword technique in his hands in anger. The mysterious black Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hands. The god-slaying sword already had 3 Dao patterns. It was still ordinary now, but in the future, it would definitely release the most shocking power. At that time, even Long Chen didn't know if he could suppress it. It was like a beast, and the Dao artifacts of others were fat meat. When it sensed the existence of the ether tyrant sword, not only was the god-slaying sword not afraid, but it also had a strong desire to devour this Dao artifact, and it even wanted to escape from Long Chen's control. In that case, I'll let you take the lead, Long Chen said softly to the god-slaying sword. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored array formation began to spread from his feet. The extremely strange and frightening array formation soon enveloped the entire area, covering it with drops of blood. The crowd stepped back and looked at the scene in shock. The battle was about to begin. On one side was Junior Martial God, who was recognized as the strongest, and on the other side was a rising star. Who would win in the end? The ancient hell blood formation opened. Long Chen held 2 long swords in his hands, and his body was shrouded in a blood-colored mist. A gush of murderous aura was emitted from his body. It was not until this moment that Long Chen displayed the characteristics of the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword vibrated violently. It was very hungry, and it couldn't wait to attack. Long Chen's speed was already a few times faster than Junior Martial God's. With the ancient hell blood formation's instantaneous change, it could be said that Long Chen had defeated his opponent in terms of speed. However, the others didn't think so. Junior Martial God's eyes were burning with the desire to fight. Let's fight! He roared, and heaven and earth shook. He charged at Long Chen like a wild beast, and huge pits appeared on the ground. Junior Martial God soared into the sky and suddenly descended. He slashed down with the Ether Tyrant King's saber in his hand as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. With such power, Junior Martial God will definitely win. Yeah, he has the ability to control the Ether Tyrant King's saber. Most of the martial artists at or above the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation level were shocked by Junior Martial God's strength. The power displayed by the Ether Tyrant King's saber was enough to instantly kill an early-stage 2nd-level Nirvana Tribulation martial artist, and this was only the first move. Long Chen can't do it. The crowd couldn't help but sigh when they saw that Junior Martial God was not moving. Most people were worried for Long Chen. Even though they knew he couldn't become a holy martial emperor, he should win beautifully. While the crowd was trembling with fear, Long Chen moved. He appeared behind Junior Martial God at an incredible speed. The crowd was in an uproar. His speed could be said to be on par with a third-level Nirvana Tribulation martial artist. He was even faster than Feng Jilin. How could Long Chen be so fast? When this young man displayed his prowess for the first time, everyone was shocked by him. "You're too slow." Long Chen's words rang in Junior Martial God's ears. Junior Martial God's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly swept the Ether Tyrant King's saber behind him. Without a word, Long Chen's god-slaying sword descended from the sky and slashed down violently. A gray sword and the golden Ether Tyrant King's saber clashed, producing an ear-piercing sound. The god-slaying sword only had 3 Dao patterns, while the Ether Tyrant King's saber was a domineering saber with 5 Dao patterns. The power it contained was several times that of the god-slaying sword. The number of Dao weapons that had been destroyed by the Ether Tyrant King's saber in history could only be described as countless. The crowd couldn't help but feel sorry for Long Chen. A divine weapon might be destroyed if this goes on a few more times. That's right. With this peerless Dao weapon, Junior Martial God's combat power is almost on par with a late-stage second-level Nirvana Tribulation martial artist. While everyone was still struggling with this, they saw Long Chen's god-slaying sword suppressing the Ether Tyrant King's saber. Long Chen suppressed Junior Martial God with his terrifying strength. The gray sword slashed down, and Junior Martial God was no match for it. In the first clash, he was slashed to the ground by Long Chen's sword. Even the Ether Tyrant King's saber almost flew out of his hand. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Not only did Long Chen suppress Little Martial God in terms of speed, but Little Martial God's strength was his forte. Long Chen actually suppressed Little Martial God in this aspect. To the crowd, this was like a fantasy. Even Yi Futa's eyes were cold. He couldn't believe that Long Chen was so powerful. This young man's improvement was too fast. It was so fast that Yi Futa saw it as a thorn in his side. He was terrified. Amidst the endless exclamations of shock, Long Chen began to attack. Junior Martial God leaped up from the ground unwillingly. He had gone crazy. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent who could suppress him in all aspects. He found the feeling of going crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. "Don't celebrate too early. This can only tickle me," Junior Martial God roared ferociously. Yes, his strongest ability was his immortal body. "Tickle me," Long Chen said as he arrived in front of Junior Martial God. Junior Martial God's pupils contracted. World-shaking Tyrant King's saber. In an instant, he madly brandished the long saber in his hand, and the ice-cold golden blade instantly weaved into a large golden net. Countless golden saber auras burst out from the golden net, and they surged towards Long Chen from all directions. Long Chen smiled coldly. Perhaps, based on Junior Martial God's current situation, there was still a huge gap between the two of them. Long Chen wasn't afraid of shocking the crowd. He charged toward the golden net. Lingxi's sword blocked the golden saber auras. What shocked the crowd was that he charged toward Junior Martial God's sword net at lightning speed as if he was an expert who was above everything. He pointed with his right hand. Time stopped with the extreme finger of time. At that moment, Junior Martial God wasn't strong enough to resist Long Chen's powerful suppression. "If this is all you've got." While the extreme universe finger shocked everyone and rendered Junior Martial God unable to move, Long Chen swung the god-slaying sword and performed the evolution character of the god-slaying art. 9 sharp sword auras shot out and split Junior Martial God's body into more than 10 pieces of different sizes. His body was torn into pieces. The blood that filled the sky flew out. The Ether Tyrant King's saber fell to the ground. Long Chen picked it up and swung the god-slaying sword at Junior Martial God without holding back. Let me recommend a book to everyone. Fantasy. Lu Ye's Cultivation of the Spirit. It was a work written by a master of fantasy. Only those who survived after going through many hardships and injuries could become experts and heroes, owning countless treasures and controlling the lives and deaths of millions. In this world, only a small number of people could enjoy the final glory, while most of them could only become cold gravestones. The so-called rules and laws are only used to bind the weak and be trampled by the strong. In this world, strength is eternal, not identity, but strength. When the first spring thunder exploded, Qin He opened his eyes, His eyes were full of divine light, and the 180 million stars in his body were ready to move. P.S. Today, the front page of Cultivation of the Spirit has a big push. Click on the homepage, you can see its cover. Chapter 1531. What is he doing? Everyone asked each other in surprise. Long Chen had chopped little martial god into pieces with just one slash. However, he immediately changed his target. He set his sights on the imperial heavenly saber. Everyone knew that the little martial god wouldn't die so easily. Back in the Dark Nation, he had suffered much worse injuries at the hands of the Grey Priests. However, Long Chen looked down on him, completely ignoring little martial god's current recovery. Instead, he focused on the Tyrant Heaven's blade. He used the god-slaying sword to cut the ownerless Tyrant Heaven's blade. On Yi Futu's side, even Yi Futu had no idea what Long Chen was doing. Kid, let go of the blade. The hall master of the martial cold temple was baffled and shouted angrily. In fact, Long Chen's performance had exceeded his expectations. Even Feng Zhilin could not deal with little martial god in such a crushing manner. In other words, if little martial god did not have an immortal body, he would definitely not be Long Chen's opponent. In a few moves, Long Chen would kill him. At this moment, the broken corpses on the ground were undergoing a strange change. Little martial god was invincible and immortal. Therefore, everyone still had confidence in him. As for Long Chen, it was true that he was strong and shocking enough. But what was he thinking now? He was ignoring Yang Chen. It was strange for him to be so arrogant. However, everyone did not notice that every time the god-slaying sword slashed on the Tyrant Heaven's blade, the piercing golden light of the Tyrant Heaven's blade would dim a little. Long Chen increased the speed at which he swung his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The ear-piercing sound made everyone feel very uncomfortable. You will die, and you will die miserably. The hall master of the martial cold temple threatened. He glanced in the direction of the little martial god with a slightly frightened expression. Long Chen is not bad. He forced little martial god to use his last resort. Even the hall master of the cold martial palace himself felt that this method was terrifying. When the Tyrant Heaven's saber dimmed halfway, the little martial god's bloody head rolled in front of Long Chen. More than 10 parts of his body were arranged into a strange formation according to a unique pattern. Long Chen. The little martial god stared at him coldly. Long Chen raised his head, but his hands did not stop moving. He swung the god-slaying sword again and again, as if he was slashing at little martial god's heart. What is it? The young martial god's tone was extremely cold. Yes, I should thank you for giving me my freedom. I'm looking forward to fighting you. Next, I'll use my best form, a form I've never shown to anyone before. I respect you enough, but you have to let go of my saber. Long Chen laughed. The god-slaying sword was about to level up. He would not let go of the blade in his hand. He said, "Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. But regarding the blade, I can only say that you can forget about it." The little martial god's eyes were red. Only his head was left, and his expression was extremely ferocious. He roared in pain. Long Chen, I'm warning you, let go of my blade. Long Chen had never seen him so agitated. He was curious. His hands did not stop moving, but he asked, "Give me a reason." The little martial god fell into a frenzied state, rambling. "This is a gift from him, I have to cherish it. This is a gift from him. A gift. It's the only gift in my life." He's Yi Futu, right? Long Chen said this name without hesitation. Yang Chen was a pitiful person. He thought that he was good at pretending, but Long Chen could see through his heart. Hearing this name, the little martial god looked at Long Chen in shock. That's enough. Long Chen raised his sword, and heavily chopped down on the Tyrant of the Heaven's blade. With a loud clang, a small crack appeared on the Tyrant of the Heaven's blade. Long Chen glared at the little martial god, and sneered. Yang Chen, don't think that you're so pitiful. You're all trapped in a cocoon of your own making. You're not like this, you're not pitiful at all, because you brought this upon yourself. Everyone had their own obsessions. The reason why the little martial god was so obedient to Yi Futu was probably because of his own obsessions. These words were like knives cutting into Yang Chen's heart, exposing his wound in public. Long Chen's words were very direct, but he couldn't admit it. He seemed to have gone mad, and roared with a terrifying voice. Let go of this blade, it's my only gift, I want you to let go of it. Long Chen snorted coldly, and used all the strength in his body to chop down the god-slaying sword. This time, he directly chopped at the dim crack on the tyrant of the heavens blade. With a crack, the golden blade shattered into pieces in front of Long Chen's stunned eyes. The god-slaying sword's grey murderous intent increased by a lot. The fourth Dao pattern was beginning to form. In order to hide it, Long Chen reached out and covered the fourth Dao pattern. If the god-slaying sword's magical ability was exposed, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. A dignified Dao tool with 5 Dao patterns was actually shattered. The golden fragments that filled the sky were like the little martial god's body and heart, completely collapsing. This Dao tool that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and experienced countless generations of masters, was actually destroyed today. It became the food for Long Chen's god-slaying sword. On the side of Yi Futa's faction, seeing the peerless treasure disappear like this, everyone was heartbroken. At the same time, they were filled with anger towards Long Chen. Many people almost couldn't hold themselves back, and were ready to attack. How could he destroy such a divine weapon? What a sin! The little martial god hasn't even used the full power of the tyrant of the heavens blade. While everyone was feeling sorry, Yi Futu and the others were paying attention to the little martial god's changes. Perhaps, the shattering of the tyrant of the heavens blade would be an unprecedented blow to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's eyes dimmed for a period of time, then turned into a blood-red color. His eyes were filled with rage, burning with rage. Yang Chen's undisguised beast form erupted from his body. Every part of his body was burning with golden flames. It's done. Once this move is used, victory is assured. Even Yi Futu said so confidently. He didn't care about the destruction of the tyrant of the heavens blade at all. Only Yang Chen would see this as important. His only gift was shattered, and it was as if he was dead. The only thing left was to fight, to kill. Die, I want you dead. The little martial god roared like a demon. I'll give you a fair chance. Long Chen retreated 50 steps, and didn't choose to take advantage of the situation to attack. On the little martial god's side, the flames of anger and the flames of transformation intertwined, and an unprecedented terrifying change occurred. Everything burned crazily, and those body parts piled up in the center of the formation. The ancient formation began to operate, and in the sky, golden clouds began to gather. Above the clouds, bursts of Sanskrit sounded, and the silhouettes of tall gods were faintly discernible. 18 martial gods' possession. As long as one was an old person, they would recognize this innate Dao technique. This was the essence of the Wushan Palace. Almost every generation of great Emperor Zhenwu would use this move. This was the legend of the Wushan Palace. Of course, only those who cultivated the Dao of battle could cultivate the 18 martial gods' possession. However, if one didn't have a thorough understanding of the Dao of battle, it would be impossible to use this technique. Among the people present, except for the 3 martial sovereigns, it could be said that no one had reached this level. However, the little martial god had done it. It was obvious that his understanding of the Dao of heaven wasn't low either. Although I don't know how the little martial god did it, the power of the 18 martial gods' possession is unimaginable. This is one of the highest-level secret manuals of the true martial emperor palace. Those who can cultivate it are few and far between. Every time it is used, the 3 domains and 9 worlds will be shaken. The little martial god used it today to solidify his position in the martial Dao. To be honest, if he can use the 18 martial gods' possession, he's qualified to be the Saint Martial Emperor. Sigh, these 2 kids each have their own strengths and weaknesses. It would be perfect if they merged into one and became one. These were all very pertinent comments. Hearing this, Long Chen felt a great pressure in his heart. Fortunately, he had reached the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. Judging from the current situation, he still had the strength to fight. Right at this moment, numerous golden figures descended from the golden clouds. The chanting of Sanskrit continued. The appearance of the divine spirits. These were the divine spirits of the true martial emperor palace. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning and worship. It was said that the true martial emperor palace was built by one of the 18 martial gods in the ancient era. The 18 martial gods were mysterious and lofty. Today's illusory figures couldn't be seen clearly. However, every time one of the illusory figures descended on the little martial god's body, the little martial god's strength would increase tremendously. Long Chen's gaze became heavier. On Wenren's side, everyone was in despair. Judging from the little martial god's current situation, he definitely wouldn't let Longchen go. Boom! The 18 martial gods had all descended. The might of the divine spirits had a superior life form. This made everyone have the urge to kneel down in front of the little martial god. When the golden clouds poured into the little martial god's body, his body underwent a terrifying increase. He grew to more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was filled with golden energy. It was as if his body was cast from gold, shining with golden light. He looked like a golden god of war. The imprints of the 18 martial gods all appeared on Longchen's body, forming a dense array of divine marks. Roar! The only part of his body that was different was his blood-red eyes. At this moment, he was staring at Longchen. Right now, no one could determine how strong the little martial god was. Longchen gritted his teeth. Stubborn fellow. If I don't wake you up, you won't wake up. It's time to be free. This battle wasn't just for himself, but also for Feng Jilin. It was also considered as a battle for Longchen. Under the gazes of the crowd, Longchen resolutely moved forward. With his hands, he could slay demons and gods. Authors Weibo, Tencent Weibo, Feng Qingyang, Sina Weibo, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1532. At this point, no one cared if the holy martial emperor had been separated. They were even more curious about how strong the young martial god would be after being possessed by the 18 martial gods and becoming like a god. Longchen was like a supporting character. It was because of Longchen's existence that the young martial god was able to unleash such a powerful move. Longchen, who was possessed by the 18 martial gods, charged forward like a giant beast. Golden light shone from his body. His barbaric power and undying battle will were eye-catching. Longchen, on the other hand, was pitiful, like an ant in Longchen's eyes. All you have left is hatred for me. Longchen held both swords in his hands, his gaze cold. He could feel the terrifying power of his opponent. It was at least 10 times stronger than before. In the beginning, Longchen could suppress his opponent, but he couldn't do it now. Roar! Go to hell, go to hell! Longchen let out a deafening roar. The golden mark on his body appeared and revolved around his body. Every time it revolved, a huge amount of energy was generated and gathered in Longchen's fists. Above martial arts was the heavenly Tao. In the heavenly Tao, there was still a part of martial arts. And these 18 martial gods seemed to have cultivated the original martial arts as the heavenly Tao. The peak of martial arts was extraordinary combat power and artistic conception. When it came to a real battle, the purest martial arts aura would have an unbeatable attack power. There were a total of 18 shadows when he punched. Each shadow contained a different fist intent. The attack of one punch was almost equivalent to the attack of 18 punches. Even in terms of speed, it was a few times longer. Hua! At that moment, to Longchen, the world collapsed. It was a simple punch, but it was the strongest attack Longchen had faced since he started cultivating. To put it bluntly, the current Longchen was not far from the Black Priest's level. The crowd exclaimed like a tide. Longchen narrowed his eyes. When the most violent attack was about to land, he shifted his position. Blood rebirth and the ancient hell-blood formation diagram allowed him to be in an invincible position. Whoosh! Surprisingly, Longchen retracted the huge fist aura and turned around in an instant, chasing after Longchen once again. Another great battle was about to begin. Even though Longchen had the ancient blood hell formation, Longchen was still able to turn around and chase after him. This showed how terrifying Longchen was. Don't just run away, trash. Seeing this scene, Hall Master Hanwu, who had been humiliated by Longchen before, sneered. Longchen didn't try to escape. When Longchen caught up to him again and the 18 punches landed on him, he started with the god-slaying sword that already had 4 Dao patterns. He waved the god-slaying sword in a frenzy and activated the Yen word formula. A total of 9 rays of sword chi soared into the sky. Yen was a mysterious word. The 9 rays of grey killing sword energy blocked Longchen's path of pursuit. Roaring, Longchen ignored the sword light and continued moving forward. Out of Longchen's expectation, 9 sword lights pierced through his chest, taking away a large piece of golden flesh. A golden word, Yen, appeared on Longchen's chest. Don't you understand that you'll never be able to kill me with your sword? Longchen laughed ferociously. Gathering his beast-like power, complicated fist aura, and strangely fast movements, He managed to suppress all of Long Chen's escape routes this time. Is that so? From the beginning to the end, Long Chen didn't use the Lingxi sword on him. Have you forgotten how I killed the divine ghost Gu? Such cold words entered Yang Chen's ears. Break. Yang Chen was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He firmly believed that he couldn't die. He had endless power, and he could easily use the true martial formless war technique. One punch was effective. The golden fist was like a flying mountain, violently crashing towards Long Chen. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen could only cross his swords in front of his chest to block the attack. At that moment, the power from his opponent instantly broke through Long Chen's defense. One should know that his current nirvana power was almost on par with a cultivator in the second stage of nirvana tribulation. Boom! A loud bang shook the heaven and earth, and also the hearts of the crowd. I, Yang Chen, do what I want to do. You can't talk nonsense. The angry power punched Long Chen from the sky to the ground. Long Chen fell like a comet, smashing into the ground and creating a network of cracks. Long Chen lost. Seeing this scene, the crowd was certain. He couldn't even take a punch from the little martial god. There was no doubt that he would lose. It would be futile if he continued to hold on. This confrontation allowed everyone to see the gap between the two of them. Although Long Chen crushed his opponent in the beginning, the situation was reversed now. Yang Chen stood in mid-air, his body still filled with a murderous aura. He looked down with bloodshot eyes. Among the cracks on the ground, Long Chen's face was pale. He clenched his teeth and stood up shakily. His body wasn't considered burly, but it hid an unyielding strength. You still don't want to die? Yang Chen laughed. Long Chen was in a daze. His opponent's nirvana power was so strong that it shook his foundation. However, it didn't matter. It wasn't like he hadn't experienced failure before. At this moment, almost everyone thought that he had no chance. Yang Chen defeated him in a crushing manner. In fact, to the crowd, Long Chen was already very pitiful. However, he turned a deaf ear to all of this. Seeing his indifferent gaze, Yang Chen remembered that Yi Futu's gift to him had been shattered. His anger continued to burn. At this moment, in my eyes, you're just an ant. You have no right to criticize me. Yang Chen was enraged. Like a golden sun, he descended from the sky. Everyone was curious whether Yang Chen would kill Long Chen this time. What an unrepentant wretch. Long Chen looked at him with disdain. He knew this guy very well, but this battle. A pitiful person must have something to hate. You can't blame me for seeking your own death. At this moment, everyone's attention was on them. When the little martial god descended from the sky, Long Chen resolutely rushed up to the clouds. His opponent was like a golden sun descending. One layer of attack evolved into a total of 18 layers. World-shaking Emperor Fist. There were a total of 18 layers of attacks, each stronger than the one before. Aside from the three martial venerables, everyone was shocked by this punch. This wasn't a power that belonged to the human world. Even the 99 golden demon suppression columns trembled under the vibration of this power. Long Chen raised his head. It seemed like the entire sky was swallowed by the golden sun before it pressed down on him. He was already in the 9th level of the divine martial state. He was a few times stronger than before. Although this level of attack was terrifying, it wasn't a reason for him to retreat. The power of the god-slaying sword with 4 Dao patterns was definitely similar to that of a Dao artifact with 5 Dao patterns. Long Chen injected all his strength into the god-slaying sword. In a short time, the power of the Sword of Devouring was displayed. Long Chen performed the expand character formula again. This time, he exerted his full strength. To everyone's surprise, he displayed a power that was not much weaker than Yang Chen's. 9 huge rays of sword light were enough to split mountains and rivers. At this moment, they intertwined and formed a huge gray word at least 3 miles wide, which met the opponent's world-shaking Emperor Fist. The Imperial Star trembled. This was definitely a battle between the ancient experts of the true martial Emperor Palace. Countless cultivators walked out of the 3,000 palaces. Today seemed to be the day of the election of the Saint Martial Emperor. They all prayed for Long Chen. The gray sword energy could actually resist the world-shaking Emperor Fist. This was what everyone was shocked about. Of course, it couldn't resist for long. It was pushed back by the terrifying power of the world-shaking Emperor Fist and collapsed. At this moment, the The two experts rushed to the same place. "If you can survive, I'll show mercy," Yongchen said with incomparable arrogance. He was overly confident in himself. He knew that he was immortal. Just as everyone was waiting to see how Longchen would die, Longchen displayed his dual sword technique. After the god-slaying sword successfully broke the gap in his opponent's fist force, he made a prompt decision and rushed toward the narrow gap. Extreme finger of time. Every time when time stopped, it was Yongchen's nightmare. Of course, Yongchen, who possessed terrifying power and was possessed by the 18 martial gods, only needed a breath's time to break free from the time stop. However, Longchen successfully made it through this period of time and arrived in front of Yongchen, avoiding the most powerful part of the world-shaking Emperor Fist. 9 dragons devouring the sky. Lingxi attacked with her sword. This was Longchen's trump card. An invisible formation appeared. The sword technique performed by Lingxi's sword carried the power of Lingxi's sword. 9 divine dragons of different colors roared crazily, blocking the opponent's world-shaking Emperor Fist in a shocking manner. Longchen didn't face the confrontation of power. Instead, he used the extreme finger of time to open the gap. Hiss. 9 hisses were heard. A few of the divine dragons entangled with the world-shaking Emperor Fist. The other 4 divine dragons bypassed everything and wrapped around Yongchen's body. "This stupid thing, no matter how many come, they'll all die." Yongchen laughed in relief. In the next moment, the power of Lingxi's sword exploded. The fierce attack directly hit Yongchen's primordial spirit. The guy who was initially fine, in the next moment, let out a deafening scream and fell from the sky. The golden light on his body gradually dissipated. He didn't have any injuries, but he hugged his head in pain, screaming and howling in pain, as if he was experiencing the most severe pain in the world. Longchen, on the other hand, switched positions with him and stayed safely in mid-air. In his hands, 2 slender shining blades emitted a dazzling light, cold and bloodthirsty. His temperament was so similar to Longchen's at this moment. This sudden attack made everyone's brain unable to process for a moment. They were completely dumbfounded. One by one, they looked at Longchen and Little Martial God with incomparably dazzling eyes. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Chapter 1533. Technique was the key to victory. Strength alone wasn't enough to guarantee victory. Of course, this was under the condition that the two had similar strength. If there was a huge difference in strength, the winner would win. In terms of offense, Longchen wasn't as good as Yongchen, but he had something that could kill his opponent. Yongchen had underestimated Longchen and overestimated his immortality ability. When Longchen helped him remove the divine ghost goo, he didn't use the power of Lingxi's sword. But now that he used all his power, his opponent collapsed. In fact, this was all within Longchen's expectations. When Longchen stood high up and Yongchen knelt on the ground and howled miserably, the entire martial god palace became extraordinarily bustling. This, the power of the 18 martial gods' possession. It was broken so easily. Of course, both of Longchen's swords are terrifying. Everyone was discussing. One Ren Jingtao and the others were confused too. He asked, "The young martial god has always been famous for his immortality. No one has ever been able to break his immortality. But now he's in so much pain. Could it be that Longchen's sword has the power to kill him?" The old man beside him clicked his tongue in surprise. His face was filled with excitement. Smiling, he said, "If that's the case, we wouldn't have lost so badly. Hall Master Han Wu and the others are so arrogant and despotic, and Little Martial God is also powerful. He even used the 18 martial gods' possession. However, I didn't expect that we would have an even more powerful Longchen. Don't be too happy yet. The winner hasn't been decided yet." This crucial change caused chaos on Yi Futu's side. The Hanwu Hall Master's face darkened. He stood beside Yi Futu and asked in a trembling voice, "Moss, Master, I think that sword can break the immortality." Yi Futu was equally shocked. He said in a low voice, "I can see it. It's a rare sword that can hurt the primordial spirit. It can kill beasts because of this ability. It's Yongchen's natural enemy." The Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple was shocked. He forced himself to calm down, feeling fear for the young man in the sky. However, he finally smiled when he thought of something. Fortunately, Yongchen is already a Saint Martial Emperor. Besides, Master is here. This little guy's treasure is going to be gone. Since he had discovered the Lingxi sword, Yi Futu would not let it continue to appear in Long Chen's hands. Of course, this was not the time to stop it. After struggling for a while, Yang Chen struggled to stand up. He had lost half of the power of the 18 martial gods. As the power faded and his primordial spirit was pierced, he gradually regained consciousness. No, I'm immortal. Yang Chen forced himself to tell himself. Only you will die. I won't die. It was as if he had been stabbed in his weakest spot by Long Chen. Hysterical, he used his remaining strength to launch another powerful attack. The world-shaking Emperor Fist shot up into the sky. Long Chen countered every move and used Blood Drop Rebirth to teleport. Your speed is even slower. After appearing behind Yang Chen, Long Chen said coldly. Yang Chen turned around in shock. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to suppress the young martial god. At the same time, he rushed forward with the sword in his right hand. The Lingxi sword was right in front of him and it pierced Yang Chen's abdomen. Yang Chen let out a painful howl. Long Chen raised his leg and kicked Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen's skull exploded, and he tumbled a few times in the air before landing on the ground with a loud thud. After his skull was broken, the power of the 18 martial gods dissipated even more. Everyone was silent as they watched the scene. Their hearts had long been shaken. At this moment, they couldn't help but be more shocked. After seeing Yang Chen's pitiful state, everyone took a deep breath. They were shocked by Long Chen's cold-bloodedness and decisiveness. At this time, the outcome was obvious. Long Chen defeated Yang Chen with his calmness and decisiveness, coupled with his foundation that was almost on par with Yang Chen after being possessed by the 18 martial gods, and the mysterious Lingxi sword. This directly proved how powerful Long Chen was. Not only was he skillful, but he was also calm and his foundation far surpassed his opponent. Especially in terms of his physical body, he was even more like a rare beast. Feng Zhilin sighed. Maybe the feeling of powerlessness Yang Chen feels when facing Long Chen is the same feeling I had when facing Yang Chen. She saw Yang Chen stand up again. His head recovered quickly but the damage to his primordial spirit was more severe. He looked at Long Chen blankly and murmured, I won't die. He was just a person who was immersed in his fantasy and couldn't extricate himself. Long Chen walked towards him step by step and Lingxi's sword pointed at his forehead. She said coldly, Yang Chen, can you not use such a ridiculous posture? I have nothing to do with you. Even if I kill you now, it seems to be more beneficial to me. Maybe I will even become the Saint Martial Emperor but I don't want to kill you. Some things have to be fought for openly. Since you're my enemy, don't act like a coward. Besides, you're not immortal. No one is truly immortal. You're just a small exception. I don't believe it, Yang Chen yelled in pain. Long Chen didn't say anything and Lingxi's sword stabbed him. Yang Chen knelt on the ground and his limbs were powerless. At this moment, the power of the 18 martial gods was exhausted. He wasn't Long Chen's opponent at all. Maybe Long Chen hadn't reached the 9th level of the divine martial state, so it would be more difficult to deal with him. With his current understanding of the heavenly Tao, it was quite difficult for him to perform the 18 martial gods' possession. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dissipated so quickly. It could be said that without the immortal body, Yang Chen was nothing. It was this immortal body that was restraining him from becoming stronger. When the immortal body was destroyed, Yang Chen couldn't live anymore. Tell me if you want to live and I'll let go. The sword pierced through his head. Looking at this bloody scene, everyone trembled with fear. Master! The Hall Master of Hanwu Hall was shocked. If this continued, the young martial god would definitely die. Yi Futu clenched his teeth and didn't make a move. He wouldn't let the young martial god die anyway. Long Chen was the only one who could force Yi Futu to this extent. It's up to you whether you want to live for yourself, or die for others, or die for lies. To be honest, I'm not related to you in any way. I even look down on you, but I sympathize with what you've been through. Maybe your experience is different from mine, but let me tell you this. People should live for the people who truly love them. At this point, Long Chen's tone changed. But do you think that in the eyes of the person who truly loves you, you are nothing more than a worthless tool? The reason why your life is so sorrowful is all because of you. These words entered Yang Chen's mind when he was in extreme pain under Lingxi's sword. Yang Chen's eyes widened and his body twitched. Tears streamed down his face. His face was pale and he was almost suffocating. He looked at the world blankly. The pain in his primordial spirit and the pain from Long Chen's merciless words made him break down again and again. He wanted to die just like that. However, he thought of the people who truly loved him. His parents might have passed away many years ago, but their dying wish was for him to live on. So what was he doing? People should live for the people who truly love them. Living was more important than anything else. These words were like bombs, exploding in Yang Chen's head over and over again. Before death came, he suddenly realized how much he didn't want to die. At that moment, he resolutely grabbed the blade of the Spirit Dawn sword and pulled with all his might, pulling out his head from within. He ignored the blood on his body, ignored the intense pain in his head, and struggled to stand up. He even wailed loudly. At this moment, only Long Chen stood in front of him. I want freedom, I want freedom. For everyone else, the simplest thing was so difficult for him. He vented his emotions hysterically, smashing everything around him. When he turned around, he saw Long Chen's smiling face. Long Chen didn't know what he was thinking. To be honest, it was best for him to kill Yang Chen. That was his original plan. He wanted to kill Yang Chen quickly so that he could become the Saint Martial Emperor. But he didn't choose to do that. Deep down, Yang Chen wasn't a bad person, so Long Chen gave him a way out. Of course, he had to fight for it himself in the end. If he didn't choose to live, Long Chen could only send him to his death. Long Chen didn't regret this choice. He had killed too many people. Saving someone by chance actually made him feel more open-minded, as if there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Their eyes met. Long Chen saw the gratitude in Yang Chen's trembling eyes. I've lost, Yang Chen said loudly. He didn't look in Yi Futu's direction. Instead, he turned around. He was extremely embarrassed, but he said with passion in his heart, from the beginning to the end, I've never won. I've only lived in my own fantasy. His emotions stabilized, and he became very calm. This was his original appearance. In the first round, because of bribery and inciting people, I had all the advantages. In the second round, my performance was the worst, but I got a good score. In the third round, I lost miserably without cheating. How am I qualified to be the Saint Martial Emperor? As soon as he said this, the crowd started to make noise. Yi Futa's eyes narrowed, and his body emitted cold air. The Hall Master Hanwu beside him also trembled. This guy's brain is broken. I'll go get him. The Hall Master Hanwu hesitated, then announced, the Saint Martial Emperor selection has ended. Although Long Chen won the last battle, his total score was lower than Yang Chen's. So, the Saint Martial Emperor is the little martial god Yang Chen. Let's cheer. Yang Chen, come over. The Hall Master Hanwu threatened. No. Yang Chen rejected decisively. This was the first time in his life that he spoke to Yi Futu in such a firm tone. Chapter 1534. Yang Chen's transformation was definitely the biggest turning point in the battle between the Saint Martial Emperors. In the selection battle for the Saint Martial Emperor, there were endless twists and turns in the three battles, but Yang Chen always had the upper hand. Even if he lost badly in the second round, he had Yi Futu's support and secured the title of Saint Martial Emperor. In the third round, he defeated Feng Jilin at the beginning, ending Long Chen's delusions. However, just when everyone was certain that Yang Chen was the Saint Martial Emperor, he still lost to Long Chen even after using the 18 martial gods' possession. What was even more surprising was that he personally said that he didn't want to be the Saint Martial Emperor and gave the position to Long Chen. This method could be said to be unprecedented. Even Long Chen himself didn't think of this. He was very magnanimous. He only wanted Yang Chen to wake up. He didn't force him, nor did he ask him to do anything. As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. To be honest, when the three of them were decided, no matter what happened, Yang Chen would be the Saint Martial Emperor unless he didn't want to be. If he didn't want to be and wanted to give the position to Long Chen, no one could stop him. Even if it was the ancestral teachings, he had to give way to his own wishes. The premise and foundation of competing for the Saint Martial Emperor position was that the candidate must have a strong desire for the position and the determination to be competent. The Saint Martial Emperor had to bear the responsibility. A person who was not responsible for the position naturally couldn't bear it. Yang Chen was unusually determined. His gaze was firm as he said loudly, I have confirmed that this is the true intention of my heart. In terms of intelligence, combat power, and courage, I am not as good as Long Chen. As for my victory in the first round, if we were to vote again, I believe the result would be different. I can't be the Saint Martial Emperor, so please grant me this wish." When Yang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and knelt down resolutely. He was kneeling in the direction of Yi Futu. The last sentence was also said to Yi Futu. The crowd was noisy at first, but in the end, it was dead silent. They looked at Yang Chen blankly, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. On Wenrenxi's side, everyone felt a glimmer of hope. Lin Junyao and Wenrenxi looked at each other and smiled. Long Chen had surprised them time and time again. This time, if Long Chen hadn't used his magnanimity to influence the other party and used his wisdom to wake the other party up, they wouldn't have been able to achieve such a reversal. Originally, everyone had placed their hopes on Feng Zhilin. Next, everyone looked at Yi Futu. Yang Chen was personally trained by Yi Futu. Everyone knew that in order to make Yang Chen the champion, Yi Futu had spent a lot of resources and manpower, even sacrificing the Ether Emperor blade. Yang Chen eventually became Emperor Shenggu, but he chose to quit. The one who found it hardest to bear was undoubtedly Yi Futu. There were even many higher-ups who knew the inside story. They felt that Yi Futu would not let this go so easily. "Please grant me my wish. I want my own life and freedom. I can only apologize for what I owe you in this life. I've thought it through. You're not the one who truly loves me." Yang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. In Yi Futu's heart, he was just a tool for success. Yi Futu had indeed spent a lot of effort on him, but it was all for himself. Long Chen was very curious about Yi Futu's reaction. The chubby yellow-clothed young man who usually maintained a smile was now extremely gloomy. His cold gaze landed on Yang Chen. At this moment, Yi Futu reached out and grabbed Yang Chen, who was still far away. He actually swallowed Yang Chen until his neck was in Yi Futu's hands. When the truly enraged massacre venerable showed his true nature, it was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. The murderous aura was much heavier than Long Chen's. The tens of thousands of people from the martial god palace were all trembling in fear. Grabbing Yang Chen's neck, Yi Futu said fearlessly in public, "Yang Chen, tell me. You were joking with me just now, weren't you?" Yang Chen's face was swollen. He was almost suffocating, but his gaze was extremely firm. "No, I wasn't joking. I want to live freely. Of course, if you must kill me, I won't have to continue suffering even if I die. That's also a good thing." Yi Futu was undoubtedly enraged, but it was hard for others to feel his towering anger. "I don't want them. If I want to kill you, I only need one hand. Do you believe me?" Yi Futu had said something like this to his own disciple in front of everyone. This proved that he had gone mad. However, Yang Chen wasn't even afraid of death now, much less any threats from him. He endured the intense pain but still smiled. The more Yi Futu behaved like this, the more he believed in Long Chen's words. This fellow only treated him as a tool. "Yi Futu, enough is enough. The martial god palace doesn't belong to you alone. You've already lost today. Don't be so stubborn." At this moment, Wenrenxi reminded him. He and Lin Junyao were both rather law-abiding people. They guarded the imperial palace and didn't want any internal conflicts to occur. This was also the reason why they never cared about Yi Futu's matters. This caused Yi Futu to become more and more arrogant. He even targeted the sacred martial emperor. He couldn't become the true martial emperor, so he let his disciple become the sacred martial emperor. Under the control of the divine ghost Gu, he could also become the highest authority in the imperial palace in the future. As for the true martial emperor, Yi Futu knew that this person hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. It would be very difficult for him to come out again. Although the Sword Soul Great Emperor had disappeared, the true martial emperor was practically the same. Ridiculous. Yi Futu threw Yang Chen heavily to the ground and said with a cold smile, "When did I say that the martial god palace is my world? I'm just fighting for my disciple. He was just tricked by the other party, so his words don't count. The Saint Martial Monarch has already been decided, so we should follow the teachings of our ancestors and prepare for the monarch succession ceremony. We can decide on other things later." The Hanwu Hall master hurriedly added, "That's right. Hurry up and prepare for the imperial succession ceremony. then announced to the world that the young martial god is going to become the sacred martial emperor. We have about 10 days to prepare. I'll be in charge of this matter. Today's matter is over. Everyone can leave now. However, no one left. Yang Chen stood up and was about to speak, but Yi Futu restrained him again, making him unable to move. Yi Futu's reputation was great, and he was much more effective than the hall master of the Hanwu Hall. Under his call, everyone began to think of retreating and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lin Junyao said, I think Wenren she is right. Now that things have come to this, you shouldn't cross the sacred martial emperor's bottom line anymore. The sacred martial emperor allowed you to do whatever you want in the martial god palace because you've worked hard for the palace for many years, contributed a lot, and had outstanding talent. But if you continue to be stubborn, I think you'll most likely suffer. Lin Junyao was the person closest to the true martial emperor. Her words caused Yi Futu's expression to change. He had been able to control his emotions before, but now he was incomparably furious. He stomped on the ground, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Everyone present was jolted back by him, except for Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao. Yi Futu said coldly, Sacred Martial Emperor, stop using the Sacred Martial Emperor's name and spouting nonsense. Have I ever done anything overboard? Furthermore, the Sacred Martial Emperor has long stopped managing the Martial God Palace. For thousands of years, I, Yi Futu, have made the decisions for the palace alone. The Sacred Martial Emperor hasn't shown himself for 10,000 years, and you're using the Sacred Martial Emperor's name to bully me? The three martial venerables started arguing about the Sacred Martial Emperor. Everyone was afraid that they would be implicated, so they hurriedly retreated and watched the commotion. In reality, most people still didn't know what was going on. A small number of people in the know knew that Lin Junyao and Wenren she finally couldn't stand Yi Futu's unreasonable behavior and were preparing to make things difficult for him. To be honest, no one wanted a battle between the three martial venerables to happen. Because the three martial venerables were the foundation of the martial god palace. The loss of any one of them would cause the entire true martial emperor palace's strength to fall, causing irreparable damage. But to Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao, it was precisely because they had such a mentality that the situation occurred today. Yi Futu said loudly, Anyway, according to the ancestral teachings, the sacred martial emperor has already decided, and it can't be changed. If the two of you challenge the ancestral teachings for your own people, I won't be polite anymore. Indeed, the two of you can defeat me together, but I, Yi Futu, am not someone to be trifled with. If the palace suffers heavy losses, it will be your own responsibility. He grasped Lin Juanyao's and the others' weakness. Holding Yang Chen hostage, he announced, Everyone, hurry back and prepare for the sacred martial emperor succession ceremony in 10 days. After thousands of years, the sacred martial emperor has been born again in the true martial emperor palace. This is an event worthy of celebration. Under Yi Futu's threat, everyone trembled in fear and only dared to leave. Long Chen had been watching all of this with cold eyes. He felt sorry for Yang Chen. This fellow had been struggling in Yi Futu's hands, but there was nothing he could do. This time when he returned, he would definitely be implanted with the divine ghost goo again and be controlled by Yi Futu for the rest of his life. Unreasonable people were the most troublesome. Among the three martial venerables, only Yi Futu was the most unreasonable. The other two had to give in to him for the sake of the bigger picture. It wasn't that Wenren she was afraid of him, they just felt that the bigger picture was more important. After successfully suppressing Lin Junyao and the others, Yi Futu sneered. He was about to leave when he suddenly saw Long Chen and came up with a plan. In his hand, a small black piece of flesh appeared. This was the larva of the divine ghost goo. As long as he injected this larva into Long Chen's body, just as Yi Futu was preparing, a colorful figure suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao hurriedly knelt on the ground. Tomorrow the 22nd volume, Sword Shattering the Milky Way. Chapter 1535. The crowd had never seen anyone who could make Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao kneel on the ground. There was only one person in this world. That was the true martial emperor who had been in charge of the true martial emperor palace for tens of thousands of years. The three martial honorables were all highly respected figures who had been in charge of the true martial emperor palace for thousands of years. They were all extremely talented and powerful individuals. Only the true martial emperor could make them feel such reverence. Although Long Chen had seen the true martial emperor 3 times, He had never seen the true martial emperor's face. Of course, at this moment, no one could clearly see the figure in the sky. It was as if he had suddenly appeared there without a sound. The first people to sense his presence were the three martial saints. The power of the 5 elements circulated around his body. The radiance was like a ripple that covered his appearance, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. He was tall, short, fat, and skinny. This ancient figure that had existed for tens of thousands of years hadn't shown himself for a long time. When he showed himself, no one knew who he was at first. After all, he wasn't like an ordinary expert who couldn't suppress others with his aura the moment he appeared. It was as if this ancient and dignified man didn't exist. Disciple Wanren Shi greets the Emperor. Disciple Lin Junyao greets the Emperor. Emperor. These 2 words were like a bomb exploding in everyone's ears. If it had been said by someone else, they might have thought it was a joke. However, it was said by 2 martial honorables. In fact, almost everyone in the true martial emperor palace had never seen the person in charge of the martial god palace. Many people even thought that they would never see the person in charge of the martial god palace in their lifetime. The person in charge was like a towering ancient tree. Although he was aging, he still existed. At this moment, Di Jun was like a meteorite in the sky, charging into their world forcefully, causing everyone's mind to go blank for a moment. Disciple Long Chen greets the Emperor. Long Chen reacted very quickly. In fact, he was also very excited. He could finally see this old man that he respected a lot. Long Chen's speed was not considered fast. Before he knelt down, many people had already knelt down along with the 2 martial venerables. Yi Futu's people were the slowest to kneel, because they clearly saw that Yi Futu had not said anything yet. However, no matter what, when they saw the 2 martial saints kneel, most of the people were moved to see the most majestic existence in their hearts. They knelt down one after another. Soon, only Yi Futu, the hall master of Hanwu, and a few others were left. Temple Master Hanwu's face was pale. After staring at Yi Futu for a while, he finally knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Even Yang Chen knelt down in a daze. The only one left was Yi Futu. The short and fat young man narrowed his eyes and looked at the colorful figure in the sky in a trance. In the sky, the flowing light rotated, and the familiar voice of Zhenwu the Great Emperor came. Futu, after seeing me today, can you give up? In the Imperial Palace, only the real Zhenwu the Great Emperor dared to call the killing martial venerable. Yi Futu knew better than anyone that this was definitely Zhenwu the Great Emperor. All his efforts over the years were nothing more than a gamble. He gambled that Zhenwu the Great Emperor had disappeared. Even if he had disappeared, he would not be able to return. However, the figure in front of him really broke his heart. Yi Futu's face was blank as he looked at Zhenwu the Great Emperor. This was a legendary savior. His glory had spread throughout the Zhenwu imperial domain. Even Yi Futu himself had grown up listening to the legends of Zhenwu the Great Emperor. He respected this legendary figure greatly, and hoped that he would be able to see him once in his life. However, he had never had the chance to. In fact, even Lin Junyao and Wanren Shi had never seen Zhenwu the Great Emperor's current appearance. At most, they had entered the world of the 99th floor and listened to the Emperor speak. Up in the sky, Zhenwu the Great Emperor sighed and pressed his hand down. Yi Futu's face turned pale, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he could not move. As Yi Futu struggled, the entire imperial star trembled. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Long Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He had not expected Yi Futu to be so strong. He could definitely take his life easily. However, Zhenwu the Great Emperor had easily suppressed him. This was even more ridiculous. Was this the top warrior of the 3 regions and 9 realms? Don't waste your efforts. Zhenwu the Great Emperor's hoarse voice extinguished all of Yi Futu's hopes. He was dispirited and stopped struggling. He said in pain, "Emperor, I know I was wrong. I should not have doubted your existence. I should not have allowed the 2 of them to join forces to exclude me. But because of the bigger picture, they did not punish me." Long Chen did not know if Yi Futu was sincere when he said these words, but perhaps Zhenwu the Great Emperor would understand. Yi Futu changed very quickly. When he realized that his efforts were all a joke, he quickly chose to surrender. "It's good that you admit your mistakes, but you will have to follow me for a while." Hearing this, everyone became nervous and fell silent. The hall master of the Hanwu temple and the others were warriors who had survived 3 nirvana tribulations. Even they trembled in fear and knelt on the ground like little partridges. Zhenwu the great emperor waved his hand, and Yi Futu flew into the sky. In an instant, he was engulfed in a sea of flames and disappeared. One of the 3 great martial venerables, a martial venerable who stood at the peak of all living beings, had been casually taken away by Zhenwu the great emperor and disappeared without a trace. The hall master of the Hanwu temple and the others were even more afraid of Yi Futu. Yi Futu had been taken away, and they did not know where he was going or what would happen to him. If something really happened, they would probably be finished. Moreover, they also remembered another terrifying thing. Long Chen had once said that the person who made him the holy martial emperor was not Wanren Shi, but Zhenwu the great emperor. Because Yi Futu had questioned Zhenwu the great emperor's ability, they did not take it seriously. But now, Zhenwu the great emperor had displayed terrifying strength. In other words, their actions were simply going against Zhenwu the great emperor. They were going against this legendary hero. The hall master of the Hanwu temple and the others broke out in a cold sweat, drenching their backs. "Get up, all of you," Zhenwu the great emperor ordered. After subduing the rebellious Yi Futu, he must have other orders. Everyone stood up, not daring to look up. The hall master of the Hanwu temple and the others were trembling. Because Yi Futu was a martial venerable, the pillar of the imperial palace, the emperor might not take his life. But to the imperial palace, they were dispensable. If the emperor wanted to kill them. Thinking of this, all the participants were scared half to death. But they had thought too highly of themselves. Zhenwu the great emperor did not care about them at all. His gentle gaze finally landed on Long Chen, and he announced in front of everyone, "This time, I have been watching the entire selection of the holy martial emperor. I already have a candidate in mind. This person, with his potential, talent, personality, responsibility, and perseverance, is already qualified to be the holy martial emperor. In the future, he can also succeed me and become the new Zhenwu emperor." Thinking about how Long Chen had been summoned by Zhenwu the great emperor several times, everyone had a rough idea of the result. Therefore, everyone looked at Long Chen with envy. As for Yang Chen, he had already given up. Zhenwu great emperor continued, "I've dedicated my entire life to the imperial palace. If I ask myself honestly, I've done a good job. My successor must have a righteous cause that I can trust. I think Long Chen will be a suitable choice. Does anyone have any other opinions?" It was indeed Long Chen. In fact, the tens of thousands of people present were sincerely convinced by this rising young man, Long Chen. In the beginning, everyone thought that he wasn't a match for the young martial god. But now, Long Chen had surpassed the young martial god both in terms of battle prowess and wisdom. Furthermore, he was highly regarded by the imperial emperor, and the imperial emperor personally appeared to speak for him. Hall Master Hanwu and the others were almost scared to death. How could they have any objections? For a moment, there was complete silence. Zhenwu the great emperor was very satisfied, and finally said, "I am full of confidence and hope for my decision, and you will see it in the future. In 10 days, Mount Monarch will hold the Holy Martial Emperor's coronation ceremony. At that time, all the disciples of the true Martial Emperor Palace will gather at Mount Monarch, and I will personally crown you." Having said that, Zhenwu the great emperor turned into a 5-colored light, scattered, and disappeared from the sky. The 99 golden demon suppression columns shone as brightly as ever. This huge change left many people in a state of shock, and they were far from being able to react until the Holy Martial Emperor disappeared. Personally, crown. This meant that Zhenwu the great emperor would appear again, and in front of hundreds of millions of disciples. It had been tens of thousands of years since the true Martial Emperor Palace had seen such a grand occasion. It was like a blazing fire, igniting everyone's heart. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Zhenwu the great emperor finally appeared, and this matter was finally settled. For tens of thousands of years, the other holy martial emperors had basically crowned themselves, and not at Mount Monarch. But Long Chen was highly regarded by Zhenwu the great emperor, and he even personally crowned him in front of hundreds of millions of disciples. Long Chen remembered when he had just entered the true Martial Emperor Palace. It had only been a few years. Back then, he was just a martial artist who had just reached the divine martial realm, and he couldn't even deal with Jiang Qing. In the blink of an eye, he climbed to the peak of the true Martial Emperor Palace, and became the #1 person below Xuanwu the Great Emperor. From now on, he would be another legend of the true martial emperor palace. Chapter 1536. The true martial emperor had left. Everyone's hearts were burning, and they couldn't calm down for even a moment. They looked at Long Chen with respect, envy, and some hatred. Of course, there were also complicated emotions like the hallmaster of Hanwu Hall. Yi Futu had been taken away. What else could he do? They had been completely defeated this time, and they had lost miserably. They probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads for a long time, especially in front of Long Chen. The sacred martial emperor was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. According to the laws of the true martial emperor palace, all martialists except martial venerables had to kneel before the sacred martial emperor, including the hallmaster of Hanwu Hall. Long Chen was the sacred martial emperor now. Lin Junyao and Wenren Shi heaved a sigh of relief after finishing their business. They smiled and said to Long Chen, "Subordinate Wenren Shi greets the sacred martial emperor. Subordinate Lin Junyao greets the sacred martial emperor." The two martial venerables first expressed their obedience and respect to Long Chen. From this day on, only one person among the hundreds of millions of disciples in the true martial emperor palace could order Long Chen around. Everyone else had to obey Long Chen's orders. This was power, monstrous power. This lofty status affected the true martial emperor palace's lifeline. No matter where they went or who they interacted with, they had to think twice about whether they could provoke the true martial emperor palace. With this status, I believe I will be treated fairly in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen would make them understand that he wasn't a toad. He was absolutely worthy of Lingxi. Even if Lingxi became the new Sword Spirit Emperor, he would become the true martial emperor and marry her. Of course, Long Chen didn't become the sacred martial emperor just for his own personal affairs. He had promised the true martial emperor that he would fight to protect the true martial emperor palace. He would take away the Lord of the Wrong's heart and suppress him. In the end, he would fight to the death with the Lord of the Wronged. The survival of the imperial palace was closely related to each individual. These were all responsibilities. Long Chen had so many people he cared about in the true martial emperor palace. This place had become Long Chen's second home. Hence he had to protect this place. "What are you still standing there for?" Wenren Shi let out a rare laugh. At his signal, almost everyone from Wenren Shi's faction and Lin Juanyao's faction knelt on the ground. All the martial artists were completely convinced and obeyed this new sacred martial imperial emperor. Even those on Yi Futu's side, those who had once served Long Chen. Embarrassed, those who had been pointing fingers at Long Chen had no choice but to lower their heads and bow to Long Chen. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. At this moment, Long Chen was already an existence that they could only look up to from afar. More likely he was still that young. His future was limitless. After a few scattered shouts, everyone finally shouted in unison, "Greetings, Holy Martial Emperor. Holy Martial Imperial Emperor. Unite the world for thousands of years." Long Chen smiled. To be honest, he was a little uncomfortable with this scene. After all, power was a symbol of sacrifice for him. In order to bear this worship, he might even pay with his life in the future. But he didn't think he didn't know. Dao. Everyone had their own pursuits. Perhaps this was the value he was pursuing. Yang Chen was the opposite. He had been enslaved for half his life. Now he just wanted a free life. Get up. Long Chen wasn't a person who put on airs. After summoning everyone, he turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a sincere tone, "Everyone, the Emperor trusted me and let me take on this heavy responsibility. I won't say anything else, but please pay attention to my future performance. Please pay attention to my future performance and give me an explanation." Long Chen wouldn't say anything he couldn't do. His sincere tone made those who had a grudge against him suddenly have a good impression of him. Even the great Emperor Xuanwu valued him so much. He couldn't be bad. Long Chen was going to take the heart of the Lord of the Tragic City for them in the future. He was risking his life alone. In fact, Long Chen had done a lot of good deeds. Everyone stood up. Long Chen thought of Yang Chen immediately. Yang Chen was beside him, watching Long Chen's success with a smile on his face. After today's battle, the two became friends. Long Chen cherished each of his friends, so he said, "Everything is gone. It's not a bad idea to stay in the palace." Yang Chen shook his head with a smile. No, it wasn't easy for me to decide. I want to go out and explore the world with my own identity. I want to explore those unknown areas and experience the life that belongs to me. Maybe I'll encounter many unexpected situations. That's the life I want. Since that was the case, Long Chen didn't force him anymore. He was happy for Yang Chen. It was very difficult for a person to find his own pursuit. I look forward to our next meeting, Long Chen said with a smile. Everyone looked at them in confusion. They didn't know how this friendship came about. Yang Chen said with a smile, "Thank you so much. Your future will be very heavy, and it won't be easy. You might even lose your life. You won't regret it. Because this is what I'm pursuing." Long Chen quickly answered his question. Yang Chen understood. He looked at Long Chen with admiration. Then, in a carefree manner, he quickly left the world that had imprisoned him before Yi Futu returned. He went to pursue his own life. After Yang Chen left, Long Chen started to look at himself. Next, it should be time to refine the golden demon suppression column and transfer the heart of the Lord of the Tragic City to his own kingdom of God. These things would be arranged by the great Emperor Zhenwu. Long Chen only needed to welcome the Emperor 10 days later. The Emperor's coronation ceremony would be enough. This was a very grand ceremony. The coronation venue was Mount Monarch on the Imperial Star. It was the highest mountain in the Imperial Star. Like the Martial God Palace, it was also a forbidden area. On Mount Monarch, there were statues of the great Emperor Zhenwu from ancient times. There were hundreds of statues of Zhenwu great emperors in the Imperial Palace. Of course, some of them were left out. Mount Monarch was a much more sacred place than the Martial God Palace. Ordinary Saint Martial emperors weren't qualified to be crowned on Mount Monarch. Only the great Emperor Zhenwu was qualified. However, Long Chen got the permission of the great Emperor Zhenwu to break this precedent. 10 days later, hundreds of millions of disciples on the Imperial Star would all be arranged to the foot of Mount Monarch to witness this grand coronation ceremony. The coronation ceremony was officially announced to the world. Then, he officially announced it to the world, letting all the factions in the 3 regions and 9 realms know that Long Chen had become the sacred martial emperor. This was an official event. The great Emperor Zhenwu was personally participating, so it was destined to be grand. Long Chen didn't mind. He was just following the ancestral teachings and performing some ceremonies. However, this was the great Emperor Zhenwu's order, so he probably had to participate. The next time the great emperor appeared, he would probably take him to the Yellow Territory. The Metal Demon Suppressing Column. That was the Saint Martial Emperor's exclusive Dao artifact. It had 8 Dao patterns and was ranked second among all the Dao artifacts of the true Martial Emperor Palace. The first was the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda with 9 Dao patterns. Long Chen looked around and saw the Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall. He naturally held a grudge. This guy had embarrassed him a lot. Now that his backer had fallen, Long Chen's status was even higher than his backer. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen walked in front of the Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall. The Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall lowered his head. His expression conflicted. He thought to himself that this kid had indeed come for revenge. The dignified Saint Martial Emperor actually had such a vengeful personality. Of course, if it were him, this would obviously be very normal. Given Long Chen's ruthless personality, the Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall was a little nervous. He was really afraid that Long Chen would go too far to deal with him. "Raise your head," Long Chen said casually. Everyone looked over, their eyes full of anticipation. The Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall gritted his teeth and raised his head. His originally arrogant face was now a little trembling. He stammered, "Saint Martial Emperor, you have to uphold the righteous commandments and put the overall situation first. Could it be that you have just become the Saint Martial Emperor? Are you going to make an example out of me?" He had thrown caution to the wind. He actually dared to say this. Long Chen laughed when he heard this. Just as the Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Long Chen didn't dare to deal with him, Long Chen's expression suddenly became stern. He shouted coldly, "Kneel!" The Hallmaster of Cambrian Hall was startled, but he didn't move. He suddenly saw that Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao were behind Long Chen, and the people behind him hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Long Chen was now a very famous person. If he went against him. Thinking of this, the hall master of Cambrian Hall felt extremely humiliated. He told himself that he had to swallow the humiliation, so he gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground again and said loudly, "May I ask what orders Saint Martial Emperor has for me?" This guy really had no backbone. Long Chen didn't want to deal with him, lest people accuse him of abusing his power. A little shock was enough, lest they looked down on him. He leaned close to the hall master of Cambrian Hall's ear and suddenly said loudly, "In 10 days, you will be fully responsible for the coronation ceremony of Mount Monarch. Within 10 days, complete the organization's publicity, let the hundreds of millions of disciples enter the ceremony in an orderly manner, and publicize it to the outside world. If there are any mistakes, bring your head to me." He spoke so loudly that the hall master of Cambrian Hall was scared out of his wits and almost fell to the ground. When he realized that Long Chen was just giving out orders, his face turned red. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. The hall master of Cambrian Hall clenched his teeth and said sullenly, "Yes, I will definitely complete the task." "That's enough. Everyone, disperse. See you in 10 days. In 10 days, his reputation would truly shake the world, and he would become an important figure. Feng Jilin stood silently behind Lin Junyao, looking at this young man. She was someone who had watched Long Chen grow up. At this moment, Long Chen was already a figure whose status in the Zhenwu imperial domain was second only to the Zhenwu Great Emperor. She was sincerely happy for Long Chen, but she always felt that something was missing. Chapter 1537. Mount Monarch was the tallest mountain on the Emperor Star. Mount Monarch stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the main peak was the tallest. This main peak was a forbidden land among forbidden lands. There were hundreds of ancestor statues at the highest point of the main peak. Usually, more than 10 Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators guarded this place to prevent outsiders from trespassing. In reality, the Emperor Star belonged to the true Martial Emperor Palace. Hence, these Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators were not there to guard against outsiders. They were only there to prevent people from trespassing. Mount Emperor was the ancestral mausoleum. Beneath every Imperial Lord statue was the mausoleum of every ancestor. But in reality, there were hundreds of mausoleums, but almost none of them had a corpse. After all, most of the Imperial Lords had actually died under the Nirvana Tribulation and turned to dust. Even if they didn't die under the Nirvana Tribulation, it would be difficult to find their corpses. Since ancient times, Mount Monarch had been a holy land. Even most of the Martial God Palace's people were not qualified to enter Mount Monarch, not to mention the ordinary people of the 3,000 palaces. However, 10 days ago, an explosive piece of news broke into the 3,000 Palace Hall. Everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank, and they were unable to react for a long time. This was especially so for those who had once opposed Long Chen. At this moment, they felt their blood run cold. The Evil Dragon Palace's palace master, Long Chen, has become the Holy Martial Emperor, the strongest person under the Emperor. 10 days later, the Emperor will personally crown Long Chen on Mount Monarch. At that time, all the disciples on the Emperor Star, hundreds of millions of cultivators, will have to attend and worship him. This news spread like wildfire, quickly sweeping through the 3,000 palaces. The hundreds of millions of disciples of the 3,000 palaces were extremely excited. To them, a true legend was born. The Holy Martial Emperor. No one from the 3,000 palaces had ever become the Holy Martial Emperor. In reality, in the eyes of outsiders, the true Martial Emperor Palace was only a part of the Martial God Palace. The 3,000 palaces were just running errands. However, when a shocking character appeared among these minor characters, everyone was proud of it. Of course, the Evil Dragon Palace's position had risen to an unprecedented level. Long Chen had yet to pass the position of Evil Dragon Palace Master to anyone else. For Long Chen to obtain such a terrifying position, the Evil Dragon Palace's position had also risen, becoming the object of respect for the 3,000 palaces. As for the Heavenly God Hall, the Mad Demon Hall, the Underworld Profound Hall, and the other halls, they no longer dared to mention their grievances with Long Chen. The current hall master even warned them not to clash with the people of the Evil Dragon Palace. The people of the 3,000 palaces did not even know of the existence of the Hanwu Hall. When they found out that the Hanwu Hall was similar to the Punishment Hall in the Martial God Palace and that the Punishment Hall was directly under the Hanwu Hall, They heard that the rumored Hanwu Hall master personally came to the 3,000 palaces and organized all the disciples on the Emperor's star to enter Mount Monarch. As the news spread, everyone came to know that the first Supreme Elder was actually a Cambrian king of the Cambrian Hall. Above the Cambrian king, there were still the Vice Hall Masters. One could see how high the status of the Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall was. He was the person in charge of the entire true Martial Emperor Palace. During these 10 days, everyone entered Mount Monarch in an orderly manner with extremely excited hearts. Of course, they couldn't go up, so they could only stay at the halfway point of the mountain. To the north of Mount Monarch was a gentle slope that was tens of thousands of meters long. Below the slope was a vast empty space that stretched as far as the eye could see. The people of the 3,000 palaces were arranged here according to the order of their respective palaces. As long as they raised their heads, they would be able to see the grand occasion of Mount Monarch. 100 million disciples gathered at the foot of Mount Monarch. This was a grand occasion. Such a thing would only happen when the true martial emperor of each generation succeeded the throne. The true martial emperor palace had not replaced the true martial emperor for tens of thousands of years. 10 days later, under the arrangements of the cold martial hall master, more than 100 million disciples gathered at Mount Monarch. Everything was in order. At such a critical juncture, no one dared to break the rules. Originally, with the evil dragon palace's position, they would be at the back. However, this time, they were surprisingly at the front. They were even in front of the super palaces. The evil dragon palace's disciples could almost see the people of the martial god palace just by raising their heads. Even the tens of thousands of people of the martial god palace who were out on missions had to risk their lives to rush back to witness this grand occasion. More than 100 million disciples gathered together. It was a sea of people. Looking from a high vantage point, one would see dense human heads everywhere one looked. It was as if there were only human heads in the world. This kind of dense feeling would undoubtedly make one's hair stand on end. It had been a long time since so many people came to Mount Monarch. More than 100 million people gathered together. A casual discussion could create a thunderous effect. The entire Mount Monarch shook. Although it was not time yet, everyone looked at the group of martial god palace cultivators at the very top with awe in their eyes. At the very top were the 3 martial saints. Above the 3 martial saints, there was still one position. That position would definitely belong to Long Chen. This was the first time everyone had seen such a scene. Even the legendary martial saints had appeared. Was there anything more exciting than this? Indeed there was. That would be the true martial emperor's appearance. Everyone was filled with incomparable anticipation. All the discussions were about Long Chen. These discussions were nothing more than shock, worship, and recitation of Long Chen's deeds in the 3,000 palaces. The disciples of the evil dragon palace all regarded Long Chen as their benefactor. They were able to obtain their current positions because of Long Chen. Among the crowd, Qin Feng, Qin Kong, Jiang Cha, Wu Yu, Yi Zhang, the Yi siblings, and Shintahong arrived. Their eyes were filled with vigor as they looked up into the distance. They were all people who had witnessed Long Chen's growth. Now that Long Chen had achieved such an achievement, they were sincerely happy for him. The Lord of Emperor Dong's palace had personally brought Yi Xian and her brother here. At this moment, the handsome Yi Xian bitterly smiled as he shook his head and said, "The reason why geniuses are geniuses is probably because of this. He was once on the same starting line as me, but now he has left me behind by 108,000 miles." Yi Xian was wearing a purple dress. She smiled faintly and said, "You can't be jealous of cultivation. He is destined to be a dragon among men. We should start slowly. As long as we grow, there might be hope in the future. Anyway, you are still young, right?" However, Yi Xian smiled bitterly and said, "There are some people who are destined to be unsurpassed. Long Chen is one of them. However, I am still happy for him. Strength is the foundation of a man. He will do what he wants to do." Not only the 2 of them, but the others were also filled with emotion. For example, Yan Qingchen, who had entered the martial god palace in the same batch as Long Chen. He had worked hard for a long time, but he had yet to reach the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. However, Long Chen had already become one of the 3 candidates and eventually became a holy martial emperor. Since Long Chen returned from the 9-star Chaos City, Yan Qingchen had been paying attention to him. It was because he had been too embarrassed to get close to Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had obtained such a high position, It was even more stressful for him to communicate with Long Chen. However, he knew that Long Chen was not the kind of person who would forget his friends after obtaining fame and wealth. Time passed quietly in the midst of the discussions. It was noon. Everyone raised their heads. Only 2 of the 3 martial venerables had arrived. They were too far away and too vague to see what the 3 martial venerables looked like. However, the crowd was already very satisfied. In their hearts they were like gods. After the 3 martial saints, there were hundreds of statues of the ancestors of Mount Monarch. These statues were vivid and lifelike. The hundreds of statues were located at the highest point of Mount Monarch, overlooking the masses below. Every statue seemed to be alive. Their eyes were deep and filled with compassion for the state of the universe. They were filled with deep feelings for this land. These people had once been Zhenwu great emperors. They were all powerful figures. But no matter what, they had to die. In the end, they would all turn into dust or even ashes. Only those who could survive the 18 life and death tribulations and become gods could survive. But in reality, who could do that? Even the people of the eternal divine realm had to die under the torture of the 18 life and death tribulations. There had never been an exception. The hundreds of ancestor statues were shocking and awe-inspiring. This was an incomparably solemn ceremony. Today, the Hall Master of Hanwu Hall was dressed splendidly. He wore a golden robe with black trimmings. A pure black martial character was embroidered on his back. He looked very righteous. He stood at the place where the light was the brightest. His long white hair fluttered in the wind. Of course, he wasn't the one who ruled the world today. When the time came, the Hall Master of Hanwu Hall looked at the hundreds of millions of people below and began to read. The Emperor's fate is vast. The true Martial Supreme. I am the Hall Master of Hanwu Hall. Today is the day when Imperial Emperor Shangwu is crowned. My true martial palace has been established for 3,780,000 years. There have been 485 true martial emperors. Every imperial emperor had a grand plan and was full of vigor. As the Hall Master of Hanwu Hall read out loud, everyone was excited and their eyes were filled with reverence. The reading of the laws lasted for half an hour. Most of the laws stipulated the historical missions that Imperial Emperor Shangwu and True Martial Emperor had to complete. It made everyone's blood boil. Following that, the Hall Master of Hanwu Hall began to introduce the magnificent deeds of the previous Imperial Emperors. The first True Martial Emperor inherited the 18 martial god orthodoxies. He defeated the Demon Clan and protected billions of people. He established the True Martial Imperial Palace on the Imperial Star and dominated the world. Of course, it was impossible to know all the deeds. What was recorded was basically from myths and legends. Only the deeds of the dozens of true martial emperors in the recent hundreds of thousands of years were relatively true. Chapter 1538. The Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall outlined the magnificent life of the current great Emperor Zhenwu with a few words. Hundreds of millions of disciples listened and were impressed by the great talent of the current great Emperor Zhenwu. In fact, the true martial emperor palace was able to stand strong until now because of the great talent of the previous great emperors. While everyone's blood was boiling, the Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple finished reading the law and history. After putting away the golden historical record, the Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple's hands trembled. Although he was extremely unwilling, Yi Futa's power had been lost, and he had no choice but to submit to Long Chen. At this moment, he personally presided over the coronation ceremony for Long Chen. This was Long Chen's punishment for him. If Yang Chen was the Saint Martial Emperor, the Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall would definitely be overjoyed, but unfortunately it wasn't. He remained silent for a while. Then, under Wan Rinshi's cold gaze, he announced in a clear voice, "Now our new Holy Martial Emperor, Long Chen, please kowtow to the ancestors and make a great oath." Kowtowing to the ancestors and making a great oath was something that every successor of the great Emperor Zhenwu or Saint Martial Emperor had to do. It was the rule of the true martial emperor palace. Hundreds of millions of disciples were excited, which meant that Long Chen was about to appear. Today, only he was the main character. For a moment, countless people shouted. Long Chen was extremely popular and mighty among the 3,000 palaces. Even in the martial god palace, almost everyone was impressed by his talent. On Mount Monarch, brilliance flashed. Under everyone's expectation, Long Chen rose into the air. Today, he was wearing the same golden robe, but it was even more magnificent than the leader of the Hanwu Martial Hall. It was as if he was the descendant of the emperor of the Hanwu martial hall. Compared to the hallmaster of the Cambrian hall, he had a young face, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a straight nose bridge. Compared to the hallmaster of the Cambrian hall, he was many times more powerful, especially his deep eyes, which emitted a fiery light. After seeing him, the hundreds of millions of martial artists suddenly became silent, because this supreme young man really had the power of a god. He just stood there quietly, but everyone could cast their eyes on him, unable to look away. Boom! Mount Monarch trembled. The young man in the highest position turned around and kowtowed to the statues of his ancestors under the guidance of Hall Master Hanwu. Long Chen had an incomparably sacred feeling in his heart. In the beginning, he really had no interest in this, but after experiencing the Hanwu Hallmaster's announcement and the atmosphere of hundreds of millions of disciples worshipping him, he suddenly felt that this was a very sacred mission. The trusting gazes of the disciples suddenly filled his heart with a strange power. This power could strengthen his soul, gradually covering over 100 million souls. Perhaps this kind of power should be faith. The ancestors in front of him were all people that Long Chen respected. Filled with awe, Long Chen treated them with the utmost respect as a junior. Etiquette was a symbol of human civilization. After the ceremony of kneeling, Long Chen was once again pushed to the forefront of the ceremony. There were hundreds of millions of people below. At this moment, Long Chen had become their ruler, so he had to make an oath. The sacred martial emperor is an important position in the imperial palace. He is the future Zhenwu Great Emperor. As the sacred martial emperor, you must be benevolent, compassionate, and responsible to the end to defend the imperial palace. The hall master of the Cambrian hall reminded him loudly. It was time to show his attitude. At this time, Long Chen would not be timid. Being able to face the terrifying aura formed by hundreds of millions of warriors and speak calmly was enough to prove his growth. If it were someone else, not many would dare to stand in his position. Long Chen took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I understand that rights and obligations are equal. I have enjoyed the status of being second only to one and above tens of thousands, so I will do my part well. When I really need to do something, I, Long Chen, will never frown. In my opinion, oaths and whatnot are all empty words. I hope that my efforts in the future will satisfy all of you." His so-called oath was concise and to the point. He basically didn't say anything, but he expressed his determination in a responsible manner. Those who were familiar with Long Chen knew that this was enough. "That's it," Hall Master Hanwu said disdainfully and curled his lips. This was a good time to stir up people's hearts, but Long Chen did not do so. Long Chen did not want to stir up people's hearts at all. To him, the sacred martial emperor was a heavy responsibility, and it was not even a good thing. He respected the Zhenwu Great Emperor, so he wanted to complete the task given to him. That was all. Otherwise, Long Chen would not have the slightest bit of interest in power. After making the oath, Long Chen's position as the sacred martial emperor was even more stable. "Kneel!" Hall Master Hanwu roared. His voice almost spread throughout the entire imperial star. Hundreds of millions of disciples and tens of thousands of people from the martial god palace knelt on the ground after hearing this, acknowledging Long Chen's identity as the sacred martial emperor. "Greetings, sacred martial emperor." Voices came like a tidal wave. Although it was just voices, it made the entire Mount Monarch tremble. When this wave of rumbling passed, Mount Monarch regained its peace. Everyone knelt on the ground. Apart from the two martial saints, even the Hall Master Hanwu had to listen to Long Chen's orders from now on. Long Chen told him to go east. If he went west, he would be disobeying orders. The sacred martial emperor's authority was above the three martial saints. Normally, if the Zhenwu Great Emperor did not appear, the sacred martial emperor would take over the Zhenwu Great Emperor's authority, and the Zhenwu Great Emperor would not appear. In other words, Long Chen now controlled the entire true martial emperor palace. He controlled the true martial imperial domain, which had billions of people. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, he had almost climbed to the peak. Hundreds of millions of people all bowed down to him. Back in the evil dragon palace, only 30,000 people had submitted to him. Long Chen could not help but sigh. He waved his arm and said in a clear voice, "Everyone please rise." Hundreds of millions of disciples stood up one after another and looked at the dignified youth in the sky. At this moment, the Zhenwu Great Emperor arrived. The clouds above Mount Monarch changed. 5-colored auspicious clouds came from the west, and an old man shrouded in 5-colored light flew over. The thing that everyone was looking forward to the most today was the arrival of the Zhenwu Great Emperor. After Long Chen made the oath, the Zhenwu Great Emperor really came. It turned out to be true. Everyone's hearts were even more excited. They stared at the 5-colored auspicious clouds, not even willing to blink. They were still in a daze until the 5-colored auspicious clouds arrived beside Long Chen. Disciple Long Chen pays his respects to the emperor. Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He knelt on the ground at the highest position. Following him were the 2 martial saints, the shocked hall master Hanwu, and the others. More and more people worshipped the true hero, the living legend, with their hearts full of sincerity. The emperor had lived for tens of thousands of years. In the eyes of all the disciples of the true martial emperor palace, he was a godlike existence. His appearance caused everyone's hearts to be in turmoil, and their minds to go blank. The Zhenwu Great Emperor waved his hand and a golden crown representing the sacred martial emperor landed on Long Chen's head. This crown was also a Dao artifact. It had a total of 5 Dao patterns. The sacred martial emperor's crown wasn't used for attack, but it was made of precious material and was even more valuable than a Dao weapon with 6 Dao patterns. This crown had always been a symbol of power and status. Basically, no one would use it to attack. The real Dao weapon that belonged to the sacred martial emperor was the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns. Long Chen, today I bestow upon you the title of the sacred martial emperor. I hope that you will do your best to strengthen the imperial palace. The Zhenwu Great Emperor's hoarse voice echoed throughout the world. Everyone found that they couldn't lift their heads after they knelt. They were too excited. Disciple understands. Long Chen nodded excitedly. I have a great task for you. Come with me. The ceremony was over. The main purpose of this ceremony was to announce to the world that the Long Chen sacred martial emperor's position was confirmed. He wanted everyone to know that the true martial emperor palace had him. The ceremony was just a formality. A great task. When everyone looked up, they found that Long Chen and the Zhenwu Great Emperor had already disappeared from Mount Emperor. They couldn't help but be shocked. The Zhenwu Great Emperor was indeed elusive. He had only appeared for a while and then disappeared. In fact, the coronation was designed by the Zhenwu Great Emperor for Long Chen. In this way, it would help the world see that the Zhenwu Great Emperor valued Long Chen. It would have a great impact on Long Chen's status. He was no longer an ordinary sacred martial emperor. He might even succeed the Zhenwu Great Emperor. After all, the current Zhenwu Great Emperor had been in this position for a long time. The 2 most important people had already left. The crowd looked around in confusion. Wanren walked down from his seat and said to the Hanwu Temple Master, "It's over. Evacuate the crowd." In addition, according to the emperor's instructions, spread the news of today to the whole world. I understand, the Hanwu Temple Master said embarrassedly. At first, he was extremely against Long Chen, but now he had to work for Long Chen. It was really painful. However, what exactly was the great responsibility that the emperor had mentioned? Not only the Hanwu Temple Master, but everyone was also very curious. Wanren and Lin Junyao walked together. Does the emperor mean to transfer the heart of the Lord of the Wrong to Long Chen? Wanren suddenly asked. Lin Junyao nodded and said, The emperor has already discussed this with Long Chen. I've only just guessed it. Oh! The thin Wanren nodded. He looked back in the direction that Long Chen had left and sighed. I didn't expect that little guy to agree. Lin Junyao smiled. You don't know him yet. Long Chen is a good kid. I will use the rest of my life to protect him. The Sacred Martial Emperor. Chapter 1539. After the incident at Mount Emperor was over, Long Chen was led back to the Martial God Palace by Emperor Zhenwu. At this time, there were not many people in the Martial God Palace. Emperor Zhenwu was shrouded in colorful clouds, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. This is my doppelganger. It takes a lot of energy to move outside, Emperor Zhenwu explained. They had already returned to the Martial God Palace and were standing under the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns. There was no one in the Martial God Palace. Long Chen suddenly realized that it was difficult for Emperor Zhenwu to leave that space. No wonder he had told Long Chen that he could only use his doppelganger to bring the 3 martial venerables and bring Long Chen to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to propose marriage. Long Chen guessed that it might have something to do with the Nirvana tribulation. Emperor Zhenwu had to pay a price to be able to live for tens of thousands of years. He had not even revealed his real body in that space. Standing there, Emperor Zhenwu turned back to look at Long Chen. Although his face and expression could not be seen clearly, Long Chen could feel his solemnity and seriousness. "Child, have you really thought it through?" Emperor Zhenwu asked. "What?" Long Chen vaguely knew what he was referring to. Zhenwu Great Emperor said directly, "If his heart is transferred to you, the imperial palace will not be in such a passive position. You are the only suitable candidate. Perhaps you can take the golden demon subduing column and the city lord of the wrong's heart and run far away, making it impossible for him to find them. However, it may also mean greater danger. Although the city lord of the wronged wants to kill you, if you take his heart with you, he will have more reason to kill you." Long Chen had already thought about this problem. He had seen the city lord of the wrongful death and knew what a terrifying existence he was. If this person was able to control the power of resurrection, then if he wanted to take revenge on the human race, it would be a calamity. And the true martial emperor palace would be the first to bear the brunt of this calamity. The Zhenwu Great Emperor sighed and said, "You may think that I am powerful when you see that I can easily suppress Yifutu, but in reality, I am already at the end of my rope. If he comes, I will only have one chance to fight. If I don't succeed in that battle, then the entire Zhenwu Imperial Palace will be destroyed. You are the only suitable candidate, the only person who can prolong the Zhenwu Imperial Palace's existence. However, I also know that you don't have much of a relationship with the Zhenwu Imperial Palace, so I will give you one last chance to choose. You can choose not to shoulder this responsibility. After all, if you do, there is a high chance that you will die." This might really be a very difficult choice. From Emperor Zhenwu's words, Long Chen could hear the helplessness in his voice. He roughly guessed that perhaps Zhenwu the Great had temporarily suppressed the descent of the Nirvana tribulation and could only hide in that space. If he appeared, he would die under the Nirvana tribulation in a short time and turn into ashes. But before that, he still had the strength to fight. Of course, the possibility of him defeating the city lord of the wronged was a little small. The city lord of the wronged would certainly destroy the entire imperial star for his heart. This was not impossible. Long Chen had spent a lot of effort to become the sacred martial emperor because he had a sense of existence in this place. He could not bear to see so many of his friends die just like that, so he chose this path. He could completely ignore it and be an ordinary sacred martial emperor. He could even give up his position as the sacred martial emperor. In that case, the city lord of the wronged might not be able to find him. Even if there was a grudge between the true martial emperor soul and the god-slaying sword, perhaps Long Chen would not have to bear the brunt of such a great danger. If Long Chen transferred the city lord of the wrong's heart to his own body, then he would bear the brunt of the city lord of the wrong's attack and become the city lord of the wrong's target. The golden demon suppressing column suppressed the city lord of the wrong's heart, and only the sacred martial emperor could use it. In fact, Long Chen had already made up his mind. On one hand, it was a matter of life and death. On the other hand, it was personal selfishness. Everyone was afraid of death, and it was normal for them to be selfish. That was why Emperor Zhenwu had given Long Chen a chance to make a new choice. He was willing to protect the true martial emperor palace with his life, but he was also not willing to force a young man with a bright future to embark on a path of sacrifice like himself. Long Chen was indeed conflicted. After all, he was also a normal person. He was more willing to spend time pursuing his own things and treating his own people well, such as Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang. However, to him, compared to these things, the survival of the human race was far more important. He believed that everyone close to him would support him if he chose this path, including Lingxi. She had always been silently supporting him. Long Chen was not a wishy-washy person. He was more decisive than anyone else. When Emperor Zhenwu gave him one last chance to make a choice, he fulfilled his promise in front of hundreds of millions of disciples. He fulfilled the promise he made in front of the 100 million disciples. He decisively and straightforwardly said, "How can I bear to give up something as good as the golden demon suppressing pillar?" For the first time ever, Great Emperor Zhenwu laughed at his tactful words. "Although you are young, I admire your courage. In that case, I will lead the way." They were at the center of the 99 golden demon suppressing columns. Looking up, one could see the mighty and domineering 99 golden demon suppressing columns. They were like pillars supporting the sky, piercing into the sky. Each golden demon suppressing column was engraved with complex patterns. Because it was the spine of a 5-clawed golden dragon, there was a large number of golden dragon scales. Great Emperor Xueqi immediately activated the golden demon subduing columns. Golden light scattered from the 99 golden demon subduing columns, densely covering the ground, forming a golden array formation under their feet. We are about to reach the core of the Imperial Star. That is where the heart of the city lord of the wronged is sealed. As soon as Xueqi the Great finished speaking, Long Chen realized that the entire golden formation was sinking. He was also sinking into the ground at an extremely fast speed. All around him was soil. As he sank deeper, the color of his surroundings gradually turned fiery red. The temperature also increased. Everything seemed to have turned into a state of lava. Xueqi the Great Emperor's voice trailed off. This was the first time he had gone so deep underground. The Imperial Star was not large. It could only be considered a small planet. With the speed of the golden array's descent, they finally reached their destination after about a quarter of an hour. During this process, the two did not communicate with each other. Long Chen's heart began to beat faster. He was about to come face to face with the heart of the city lord of the wronged. What kind of hideous appearance did this thing that had been sealed for so many years look like? Would it be a black, hideous heart that kept beating and letting out the screams of evil ghosts? Just the thought of such a thing existing in his god nation made him feel disgusted. The only consolation was that he could probably control an 8-pattern Dao item, the 99 golden demon suppressing columns. Surpassing your limits to use a Dao item will cause you great harm. Your current strength is not enough to completely control the 99 golden demon suppressing columns. 10 or less should not be a problem, so after refining it, you must be careful. Don't mess around. Emperor Xueqi reminded him. Long Chen understood this. Feng Jilin had overused the wind dragon tendon, which had caused damage to her body. Although the 99 golden demon suppressing columns were 8-pattern Dao items, they had an advantage. They were spread out and there were many of them. Long Chen could not control them all. He could let the golden demon suppressing columns suppress the city lord of the wrong's heart, and he could use some at will. In any case, Emperor Xueqi had said that the heart was almost completely exhausted. After arriving at his destination, Long Chen found that the surrounding temperature had risen to a terrifying level. His field of vision was filled with fiery red lava. This was near the center of the Imperial Star. Suddenly, a fiery red space appeared in the midst of countless densely packed strange rocks. The barrier of this space was a layer of fiery red light film. The flowing light was beautiful, but in reality, if one's body was not strong enough, they would probably be melted here. At the very least, one would need to pass 2 nirvana tribulations to be able to endure here for a short period of time. Long Chen's body was comparable to a martial venerable's, so this was naturally not a problem. However, if he stayed here for too long, he would probably collapse. This is the city lord of the wrong's heart. Emperor Xueqi pointed to the center of this space. Long Chen followed the direction he was pointing at and was instantly stunned. Above the fiery red lava floated a transparent crystal ice coffin. The crystal ice coffin was not big, and one could see everything inside. In this crystal ice coffin lay an extremely beautiful woman. This woman was shrouded in frost, and her long aqua-blue hair cascaded down her back. Her beauty was breathtaking. Long Chen had seen beautiful women before, such as Lingxi and Li Xuanji. However, none of them had as strong a visual impact as the woman in the crystal ice coffin. Her delicate snow-white skin was shrouded in frost, and her exquisite figure was absolutely perfect. She had a snake-like waist, perfectly round and white buttocks, slender thighs, full breasts, and a bit of fragrant blue grass between her legs. All of this stirred one's imagination. Her cold face, slender eyelashes, exquisite nose, and jade lips were all mesmerizing. This woman lying in the crystal ice coffin like a rare treasure was actually the heart of the city lord of the wronged. This was a far cry from the black, ferocious heart that Long Chen had imagined. The only proof was that a golden bead floated above the crystal ice coffin. There were a total of 8 Dao markings on the bead, and the bead kept spinning, forming 99 shadows that suppressed the crystal ice coffin, immobilizing it. Surprised, right? The first time I saw her, I had the same expression. Emperor Xueqi said solemnly. He still remembered that last December, when the Dragon Blood God of War had been put on sale, it had achieved outstanding results. A year later, it had reached the top. Chapter 1540. It was clearly the heart, but why was it a young girl? Moreover, it was such a young girl. This made the city lord of the wronged even more mysterious. From his voice and personality, there was no doubt that the city lord of the wronged was a man. I don't know where he came from. All I know is that he used to be a city magistrate in the eternal god domain. I don't know how high his status was, or how strong he was. All I know is that he hates us, and the seniors sealed his heart in this place. We have to protect it. Great Emperor Zhenwu said. Long Chen observed the beautiful girl for a while. Because she was suppressed by the golden demon suppression column, Long Chen could not sense her aura. He knew nothing about her. His gaze shifted to the golden ball with 8 Dao patterns. This is the foundation of the golden demon imprisonment column. Your strength has not reached the requirements to refine it, but I can help you and let you temporarily control the golden demon imprisonment column. Only then can I transfer this heart to your god kingdom. From today onwards, you must be careful. Long Chen nodded. It was indeed an 8-pattern Dao treasure. Back then, the Lingwu Swordmaster had used 2 divine swords, the Milky Way Soul Refining Sword, to suppress Long Chen. The Golden Demon Suppression Column was a Dao treasure of the same level as the Milky Way Soul Refining Sword. Its true power was even stronger than the Milky Way Soul Refining Sword. After all, the true Emperor Palace had many other 8-pattern Dao treasures, but the Golden Demon Suppression Column was the most precious. On the Golden Ball, the shadows of the 99 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns surrounded the crystal ice coffin, suppressing it so that the crystal ice coffin could not move. Child, have you made your decision? Great Emperor Zhenwu gave Long Chen a chance to choose. If Long Chen chose to give up, he would not force it. Long Chen had already made his decision. Regret was not his style. Without hesitation he said, "This is a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. How can I refine it?" Zhenwu Great Emperor said, "There are a total of 99 5-clawed golden dragon souls in this golden ball. You are a dragon warrior, and the red-horned demonic dragon is 1 level higher than the 5-clawed golden dragon. With your dragon power and my assistance, it will take you 49 days to completely cover the devil-suppressing formation in the golden ball. Once you are familiar with controlling the devil-suppressing formation, you will be able to do so. In the meantime, you can completely ignore the movements of the crystal ice coffin." With the protection of Zhenwu Great Emperor, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. To be honest, he was quite excited to be able to possess this top-notch Dao artifact in the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. After reaching the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm, his strength had greatly improved. Next would be the Martial Dao Great Perfection. But the Martial Dao Great Perfection was not easy. If Long Chen could familiarize and master the Golden Demon Suppressing Column, it would become a sure-kill combat power that would surpass the Lingxi Sword and the God-Slaying Sword in a short period of time. Of course, these 2 divine swords were even more precious. The 99 Golden Demon Suppressing Columns could shock the world. Following Zhenwu Great Emperor, Long Chen gradually descended to the crystal ice coffin. Looking at it up close, the girl in the crystal ice coffin was even more beautiful. Her chest rose and fell unabashedly, her waist was slender and long, and her legs were straight and slender. Her mysteriousness was faintly discernible. Ordinary men would not be able to resist such extreme temptation. But when he thought that she was the heart of the city lord of the wronged, Long Chen could not help but feel nauseous. Looks were all illusory, but the soul was fundamental. At this point, Long Chen no longer cared about these things. All his attention was on the golden ball. Zhenwu Great Emperor floated behind him. Focus and use your soul to communicate with them. You are a dragon martial artist, so you should understand the pride of a divine dragon. I can only provide you with strength. Thank you, Emperor. Long Chen was completely focused. In his world, all temptations had disappeared. He was completely quiet and his heart was at peace. Then, he reached out his left hand and gradually grabbed the golden ball. Buzz, buzz. The golden ball vibrated, and a blade-like light pierced towards Long Chen, as if it was showing off to Long Chen. Long Chen's body was strong, and the other party's show of strength was not a problem for him. Blood-red dragon scales began to appear on his hand, covering his entire body. A pure divine dragon aura was released from his body. Zhenwu Great Emperor did not know about the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Although the inheritance of the ancestral dragon had not been completed and was only 1 step away, it was still a huge deterrent to ordinary divine dragon souls. Hence, when Long Chen transformed into his current form, he reached out his left hand. The golden ball let out a whine and trembled, not daring to move. It allowed Long Chen's hand to grasp the golden ball. When he grasped the golden ball, Long Chen felt a pure, violent and proud power flowing into his body. This was the core of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns. As the power flowed, his consciousness gradually entered the world inside the golden demon imprisonment columns. Within it was a vast golden world. Pure gold. Golden mist filled the sky. In a faraway place, a golden array formation was suspended in the air. In this entire world, there were a total of 99 array formations of different sizes and shapes. These ancient arrays were the source of the golden demon imprisonment column's power. They rotated at different speeds, sometimes slow, and sometimes fast, quietly. When Long Chen descended into this world, the entire world suddenly shook. Then, Long Chen saw a golden brilliance flickering in the middle of the 99 array formations. A total of 99 golden divine dragons crawled out of the array formations amidst the golden radiance. Each divine dragon's body was incomparably huge, covering the sky. Surrounded by them, Long Chen was like a tiny bug. Any one of the golden divine dragons had huge dragon whiskers that were more than 10 times the thickness of Long Chen's waist. Countless huge golden eyes suddenly opened, as if they had been asleep for many years. The huge eyeballs stared at Long Chen in the blink of an eye. The 99 five-clawed golden dragons rose into the air and surrounded Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. The purest divine dragon aura on his body prevented the five-clawed golden dragons from attacking him immediately. However, they still looked at Long Chen suspiciously, as if they were unfamiliar with the existence of a dragon warrior. Long Chen did not dare to act rashly. To be honest, when 99 ancient behemoths that covered the sky scrutinized him, he still panicked. These dragon souls were not badly damaged. Some of them were even complete. When they were at their peak, their combat power was at least close to that of a god. They were not the strongest dragons. The ancestral dragon was the strongest dragon. That was a level that even a god could not touch. It should be said that the average divine dragon was equivalent to a god of the human clan or the demon clan. "Child, how do you feel?" Great Emperor Zhenwu's voice came from outside. "They did not attack me," Long Chen said truthfully. Great Emperor Zhenwu was a little surprised. Then he said, "Remember, gain their trust." Long Chen understood. He completely released the aura of the primordial blood spiritual dragon from his body, and even part of the aura of the void cosmic dragon was in his soul. The ancestral dragon was the source of countless divine dragons. In the eyes of divine dragons, the ancestral dragon was the god. When Long Chen completely revealed this aura, the 99 five-clawed golden dragons wailed at the same time. They lowered their heads and prostrated themselves in front of Long Chen. This was a sign of submission to Long Chen. It was not only submission, but also awe. Deep awe. Of course, they only felt the aura of the ancestral dragon. After hundreds of millions of years, their dragon souls had long lost their consciousness. All that was left was instinct. They could not understand a creature like the ancestral dragon, but they instinctively respected it. This kind of awe made it so that Long Chen could almost effortlessly study the demon-suppressing formation. "They still did not attack you," Great Emperor Zhenwu continued. Long Chen was already relieved. "Well, I don't think they will attack. They are very obedient. I think I can take your power and begin to integrate the demon-suppressing formation." Great Emperor Zhenwu was a little shocked when he heard Long Chen's words. He did not know much about the dragon warriors. He could only say, "It seems that the golden demon subduing column was designed for the dragon warriors." The ancestor who obtained the golden demon subduing column was a dragon warrior, a five-clawed golden dragon. Great Emperor Zhenwu was right. All the Tao treasures related to the divine dragons were exceptionally convenient for the dragon warriors to use, and the restrictions were especially low. The golden demon subduing column originally belonged to Long Chen. Suddenly, a broad palm covered Long Chen's back. A vast and majestic power passed from Great Emperor Zhenwu's palm to Long Chen's body. "Concentrate. This way you can save at least 10 days. Long Chen nodded. He felt that Great Emperor Zhenwu's power had given him enough support, allowing him to devote himself to the study of the demon-suppressing formation. As he delved deeper and refined it, He added his own imprint to the demon-suppressing formation. One day, he would be able to completely integrate the 99 demon-suppressing formations with his soul. When that time came, he would be the complete master of the golden demon-subduing column. This was bound to take a lot of time. The demon-suppressing formation came from the Middle Ages. It was complex and varied. It mainly had the dual powers of critical strike and sealing. Most of the formations had the ability to transform other powers into these two attributes. At the same time, it also had the ability to transform. The 99 golden demon-subduing columns could transform at will. They could even be integrated into a sky-propping demon-subduing column. A month later, Long Chen had mastered all the demon-suppressing formations. He was ready to integrate the golden ball into his body. Important notice. Starting from December, 5 million VIP chapters of the Dragon Blood God of War will be available for free reading. They will be released for free and will be unprecedentedly popular. All readers are welcome to read the original version for free. Dragon Blood God of War Genuine Reading. Chapter 1541. According to Xuanwu Great Emperor's estimation, Long Chen would need 49 days to complete the task. However, he had completed it in a month. His soul power, which could be considered the power of a pseudo-primordial spirit, had already been integrated into the 99 demon suppression formations. Each demon suppression formation had its own unique characteristics, such as critical hits, seals, transformations, and so on. The power and transformations of the golden demon suppression columns were realized by these internal demon suppression formations. Other Dao treasures also had such formations, but they were not as complicated as the golden demon suppression columns. Of course, this was except for the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. The Lingxi sword was as mysterious as ever, and Long Chen could not come into contact with it. As for the god-slaying sword, it was like a dead sword. When it had devoured enough power and was reborn, perhaps that world would be revealed. Long Chen's mind was now completely immersed in these demon suppression formations. These demon suppression formations contained a large amount of information and secret techniques that Long Chen needed to digest. High-grade Dao treasures contained a large amount of information, including information about their previous owners, the past holy martial emperors. Long Chen slowly sorted out this information and gradually transferred it to his mind. After he had digested all this information, a lot of time passed. After completely mastering the demon suppression formation, Long Chen obtained the recognition of the 99 five-clawed golden dragons and successfully controlled this ancient Dao treasure that had existed for countless years. Of course, with his strength, he could only control all the golden demon suppression columns with the help of Xuanwu Great Emperor. Under normal circumstances, it would be good if he could control 10 of them. The final content was to refine the core of the golden demon suppression columns, which was the golden ball, into his body. This was equivalent to covering the surface of his body with the golden demon suppression columns. The golden demon subduing column has another important function, and that is defense. Among them, there are more than 20 demon subduing arrays that are completely focused on defense. When you fuse with this golden ball, it is equivalent to 99 golden demon subduing columns fusing with your body. Your body is already strong, and after fusing with the golden demon subduing column, this aspect will be even more terrifying. In terms of defense, I reckon that even a martial artist who has passed through 3 stages of nirvana tribulations would not be able to do anything to you. This was a bonus. Long Chen had already controlled the golden demon suppression columns. With Xuanwu Great Emperor's help, refining this golden ball was not a problem. Soon, the golden ball turned into a golden liquid and entered Long Chen's body. Even the golden illusion surrounded Long Chen. When the golden ball fused with his body, Long Chen could already feel that his physical strength had increased tremendously once again. On his skin, the golden runes of the golden demon imprisonment columns appeared. His body gradually turned golden. The runes were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. It was as though all the runes of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns had entered his body. Long Chen felt as though he was wearing an armor that was impervious to swords and spears. Dao artifacts that did not have 4 Dao patterns were not even qualified to hurt him. The golden demon suppression columns did not affect his agility and speed at all. Instead, they formed a strong protective shield around his body. Open your God's nation. I will suppress this ghostly thing into your God's nation. At the same time, use my power to control the 99 golden demon suppression columns to suppress her. Take note. Ignore her changes. Zhenwu Great Emperor's aged voice rang in his ears. Long Chen already knew what to do. Following Zhenwu Great Emperor's instructions, he proceeded step by step, receiving the power bestowed by Zhenwu Great Emperor. Now, he could use all the golden demon suppression columns. Even though his physical body had reached an extremely terrifying level where he could cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack with a wave of his hand, he still felt like he was about to explode. Boom! The martial god palace warriors rushed out of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda in shock. They saw that the golden demon suppression columns, which had not moved for tens of thousands of years, were now shaking violently. It even looked like it was going to soar into the sky. Everyone could not help but panic. Was something big about to happen? At this moment, Wan Rinxi appeared among the crowd and said coldly, "The sacred martial emperor is subduing the golden demon suppression columns. There is no need to panic. When the sacred martial emperor subdues the golden demon suppression columns, the imperial palace will definitely have another unparalleled powerhouse." Hearing Wan Rinxi's words, everyone felt much more at ease. However, it seemed that many years had passed, and they had never heard of the sacred martial emperor subduing the golden demon suppression columns. It seemed that many generations of sacred martial emperor had not obtained the golden demon suppression columns. Under Wan Rinxi's arrangements, they returned one after another. However, Wan Rinxi stayed here and looked at the trembling golden demon suppression columns. As the golden demon suppression columns trembled, the entire imperial star began to tremble slightly. This trembling grew stronger and stronger, and the disciples of the 3,000 Great Halls could feel it as well. In particular, one could see how powerful the golden demon suppression columns were. Open the divine nation. Following Great Emperor Zhenwu's instructions, Long Chen resolutely opened the divine nation. At this moment, Great Emperor Zhenwu pressed down on the crystal coffin and rushed into Long Chen's divine nation with it. When the crystal coffin left the suppression of the golden demon suppression columns, the entire crystal coffin began to tremble. To Long Chen's horror, the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin opened her pure blue eyes. Her eyes were as deep as the ocean and were filled with temptation. That extremely bewitching gaze had an endless charm that actually made Long Chen lose his mind for a moment. What shocked Long Chen the most was that she suddenly opened her eyes. Move the golden demon suppression columns. Quickly. Great Emperor Zhenwu's voice was like divine thunder, exploding in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen was instantly startled awake. With Great Emperor Zhenwu's help, he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. He threw all that charm to the back of his mind and wholeheartedly focused on controlling the golden demon suppression columns. He could already see that the beautiful woman was about to break out of the crystal coffin. If not for Great Emperor Zhenwu's suppression, she would have escaped by now. The heart of the city lord of the wronged was of great importance. Long Chen did not dare to make the slightest mistake. He had long been prepared for this moment. Under his exertion, all the golden demon suppression columns around the martial god palace stopped trembling and sank with a loud bang. They rushed towards the center of the earth at a terrifying speed. For a moment, the mountains on the imperial star collapsed and the earth cracked. Suppress for me. A large amount of energy rushed out, drawing all the energy to the 99 golden demon suppression columns. They reached the center of the earth at an extremely fast speed. Long Chen's body was about to explode, but he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and completed everything with great difficulty. When his energy was exhausted, the 99 golden demon suppression columns rushed into his divine kingdom. They coiled up and planted themselves on the ground of the divine kingdom, surrounding the crystal coffin in the middle. Gather. After the last bit of energy was used up, the 99 golden demon suppression columns formed a perfect suppression matrix, once again suppressing the crystal coffin. Great Emperor Zhenwu retreated from Long Chen's divine kingdom. Only Long Chen himself knew the mysteriousness of his divine kingdom. After this experience, he was even more shocked. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu did not seem to have any doubts about his divine kingdom. Upon closer inspection, the beautiful girl in the crystal coffin was once again sleeping peacefully. She had regained her mesmerizing appearance. After Great Emperor Zhenwu finished everything, he returned to Long Chen's side. Long Chen was exhausted, and the colorful light on Great Emperor Zhenwu's body seemed to have dimmed significantly. It's done. With her current strength, she needs more than 30 golden demon suppression columns to suppress her. Remember, don't use more than 60 golden demon suppression columns. With your current strength you can control at most 10 columns. Disciple will remember. The heart of the city lord of the wronged was of great importance. Long Chen knew that this was not a child's play. After confirming that the girl in the crystal coffin could no longer overturn the heavens and that the 99 golden demon suppression columns had returned to his divine kingdom, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. This time, not only had he obtained a precious treasure, but he had also completed a mission. He counted the time and realized that there were less than 4 or 5 months left until the 1-year agreement with Lingxi and the others. Xiao Chen wondered if Wang Chen and the others had made any other improvements in this year. Back then, Wang Chen had not transformed into a dragon. Xiao Chen wondered how much combat prowess he would have after transforming. The two headed for the martial god palace from the core of the earth. Great Emperor Zhenwu asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Long Chen had thought about it long ago. He said, "I will enter closed-door cultivation first. When the time is up, I will go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and settle my grudges once and for all. This matter of yours must be settled as soon as possible. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is an ally of my true Martial Emperor Palace. If the city lord of the wronged appears, they will be my greatest helpers. It is best if there is no ill will between us. You are the sacred martial emperor of my Emperor Palace. Your status is not lower than theirs. At that time, I will bring the 3 martial saints and the experts of the Emperor Palace to personally accompany you to propose marriage." Long Chen was overjoyed. He said, "Many thanks, Emperor." Zhenwu the Great chuckled and said, "What I miss the most is the love between a man and a woman. Now that my family has passed away, I am very happy to see you reap the rewards of happiness. A beauty is like a poem. A good man should be like you, daring to love and hate. Although I am an elder, I still admire your spirit." These words made Long Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. "Regarding closed-door cultivation, come to the 99th floor of my 5-element clear sky pagoda. Perhaps I can help you." It was Long Chen's dream to be able to cultivate in that place. Chapter 1542. The Martial God Palace was in chaos. The hundreds of millions of disciples from the 3,000 halls were also in chaos. In the past, the 99 golden demon suppressing columns were the wall that separated the Martial God Palace from the 3,000 halls. In the eyes of the 3,000 halls martial artists, the golden demon suppressing columns were a symbol of authority and status. Every disciple of the 3,000 halls was in awe of the golden demon suppressing columns. But now, the golden demon suppressing columns had disappeared. The martial artists of the 3,000 halls could clearly see the 5 elements clear sky pagoda inside. This was the first time the legendary divine pagoda had appeared in front of them. The disappearance of the golden demon suppressing columns had indeed caused some panic at first. But soon, the news spread that the sacred martial emperor had subdued the golden demon suppressing columns and turned them into his Tao artifact. Long Chen kept creating miracles. When they heard that it was Long Chen's doing, the crowd was relieved. Then, they became even more excited. In their eyes, Long Chen was gradually growing. In their eyes, with the golden demon suppressing columns, his strength was probably about the same as the 3 martial venerables. Of course, Long Chen was not someone who would bite off more than he could chew. He knew that with his combat strength, he could at most defeat people like Wen Jingtao. With the golden demon suppressing columns, he might be able to defeat a 3rd-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. But against the 3 martial venerables or the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 4 great sword masters, Long Chen could only look up to them for now. That was the peak level of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Even many of the 9 realms' realm lords were at this level. After more than a month, Long Chen's reputation had spread throughout the 3 regions and 9 realms. Now, most of the upper echelons of the 3 realms and 9 realms knew of Long Chen's existence. The sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace was second only to one. While everyone was still in shock over the disappearance of the golden demon subduing column, Long Chen followed the doppelganger of Emperor Zhenwu back to the 99th floor of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. According to Emperor Zhenwu's arrangements, Long Chen sat on a large piece of thick yellow soil. Behind him was a towering ancient tree, on his left was lava flames, on his right was the raging waves of the sea, and in front of him was a thick golden mountain peak. It was filled with a kind of heaven and earth spiritual qi that was so rich that it was almost liquid. It was even a level higher than Emperor spiritual qi. A day of cultivation in it was almost equivalent to a month of cultivation in the outside world. In terms of paradise, this place was probably the best in the entire true martial imperial domain. The others didn't even have the qualifications to come here. It was evident how much Zhenwu Great Emperor valued Long Chen. After leaving Long Chen here, he disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he had used up quite a bit of his strength over the past month, so he could only spend some time to recover. The golden mountain in front of him shook again and again. A faint voice could be heard. It was Yi Futu's voice. Long Chen was still wondering where Yi Futu had gone. It turned out that he had been suppressed under this golden mountain. It seemed like the emperor still appreciated his talent and didn't want to kill him. It wasn't easy to make someone as wild as Yi Futu truly submit. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any accidents in the end. The biggest challenge was right in front of him. This was a battle that belonged to a man, a battle that belonged to his dignity. Long Chen not only represented his own dignity, but also the dignity of true martial imperial palace. With such a large team supporting him, he definitely couldn't lose this time. No matter what, he could only rely on himself in the end. In about 4 months, there are a total of 4 directions. The first is to break through to the martial path great completion. If I can complete it, my combat power will be comparable to a 3rd stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator. Wang Chen will definitely not be a match for me. The second is to familiarize yourself with the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, as well as familiarize yourself with and use the secret techniques and magic arts within. If you are skilled in using them, you can unleash unimaginable power. The third is the God-slaying art's 3rd word. The God-slaying art had a total of 33,000 words. The first 2 words were Heaven's Evolution. The 3rd word actually had a total of 81 strokes. This was a complicated ancient word. Long Chen flipped through a large amount of information before he found out that this ancient word with a total of 81 strokes was actually Wu. As the saying goes, joy comes from the depths of misfortune. The 9981 characters were actually wordless. The Wu word art had a total of 81 strokes, representing the sword prison formed by 81 death sword chi. Its power could be 9 times or even more than 10 times that of the Yen word art. However, the Wu word art was also incomparably complicated. Long Chen didn't have a single clue about it. He wasn't sure if he could complete the cultivation of the Wu word art in 4 months. The god-slaying sword was rumored to have slain gods and had countless Dao patterns. As the only connate Dao technique, the god-slaying sword was born to slay gods. Although Long Chen had only touched the edge of it, its power was immeasurable. To be honest, the god-slaying sword was countless times more precious than the golden demon imprisonment column. The 4th is the 3rd rank of the extreme universe finger. Back when Kitten took away the void dragon talisman, Long Chen lost the time reversal. The 1st rank of the extreme universe finger. Time disorder. The 2nd rank. Time stop. In every battle, the extreme universe finger was the key to Long Chen's victory. The name of the 3rd rank of the extreme universe finger was time reversal. The time reversal was broad and profound. The Tao of time was a path that no one had cultivated before. Long Chen was just a beginner, so he wasn't in a hurry. If he could make a breakthrough in this aspect, his strength would improve tremendously. These 4 aspects were Long Chen's goals. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Wait for my arrival. After chanting in his heart, Long Chen entered a state of seclusion. He worked harder than anyone else because he had stronger willpower and perseverance than anyone else. He longed for and missed Lingxi. Every time he thought about it, he felt terrible. As a man, he couldn't give his woman the happiness she wanted. This was the most useless display of a man. Lingxi had suffered many hardships that she didn't tell him. This was unbearable. One day, he had to kill his way into the Sword God Palace. Time passed very quickly. In reality, Long Chen only worked hard for 10 days before he received a notice from Wenren Shi. Wenren Shi told him that someone very important to Long Chen had come to visit the true martial emperor palace and wanted to see Long Chen. Could it be Xiao Lang? Seeing that Wenren Shi wanted to keep him in suspense, Long Chen guessed. Because Long Chen had taken away the golden demon suppressing pillar, he had inadvertently increased the interaction between the 3,000 palaces and the martial god palace. The elites of the martial god palace had gradually joined the ordinary people. After both sides had some interaction, it actually created a harmonious scene. Under Long Chen's lead, the younger generation of the true martial emperor palace was full of vitality. The person who came to visit Long Chen was actually waiting for Long Chen in the evil dragon palace. For one Ren she to personally come to find him, that person was clearly not simple. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that that little fellow strongly requested to give you a surprise. One Ren she said with a bored expression. Long Chen headed to the Evil Dragon Palace alone. Speaking of which, he hadn't returned to the Evil Dragon Palace for a long time. Before the martial monarch's sacred marshal was crowned, he had gone back once. It was to meet the Yi siblings. After arranging for them to come to the Evil Dragon Palace, he had to meet them. But who was it this time? With Long Chen's spiritual sense, he quickly found the answer. He was extremely fast and arrived above the Evil Dragon Palace in a short time. Below him, a Saiyan figure soared into the clouds and arrived in front of Long Chen. The young and inexperienced girl of the past was now slender and elegant, and her beauty was equally astonishing. Compared to other girls, there was a heroic spirit between her brows, and her figure was also well developed. She was curvaceous in all the right places, and she looked like a little woman. Brother! The young girl called out in a coquettish and reproachful tone. However, she couldn't help it in the end. She threw herself into Long Chen's arms and hugged Long Chen's waist tightly. Ling Qing. Long Chen really received a huge surprise. He had been busy with all sorts of things and had forgotten about this little sister. After seeing young Ling Qing for the first time, Long Chen felt extremely guilty. He had saved young Ling Qing in the supreme Yin Devil world. After she became the world monarch, he had temporarily forgotten about her. The world monarch's inheritance took about a year. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like it had already passed. He actually didn't think about it. Feeling the young girl's warm embrace, Long Chen was about to say something when young Ling Qing broke free from his arms. She pouted and said, "Humph, no need to explain. You heartless fellow. I know you are very busy. As the Holy Martial Emperor, you even forgot your own little sister. No matter how you explain it, you are wrong. I want a gift." This girl. 10 years had passed, but she didn't seem to have changed at all. However, Long Chen knew that she had matured a lot. Her rebuke was merely a mocking scolding. Long Chen reverted to his previous rascally self and said, "I don't have a gift. Why should I explain? I've waited for you for so long, and you only came to see me today. That's why I'm asking you for a gift. I owe you a great kindness." These heartless words made young Ling Qing cry. It was a familiar feeling. However, 10 years had passed. If so many things hadn't happened, they might still be in Baiyang town. Then, in this time and place they would have met in this way. Let's have a good chat. Let's talk alone. If you have any grievances, tell me immediately. No matter who the other party is, I will settle it for you. If one comes, I will beat one. If two come, I will kill three. There were probably a few warriors in the second Nirvana Tribulation realm following behind young Ling Qing. These were all people from the Supreme Shadow Demon realm. They should be the realm emperors of the Supreme Shadow Demon realm. They seemed to be escorting young Ling Qing here. Yes. Young Ling Qing nodded heavily. Long Chen knew that she must have come for something. If it was nothing, there was no need for a few realm emperors to escort her. However, at this moment, he just wanted to stay quietly with his little sister. Everything else could be discussed later. This moment of peace was the most precious. Holding her hand, Long Chen passed through the mountains and trees of the Imperial Star and arrived at the peak of the snowy mountain. He recommended a new book about the League. Wuxia Xian Huan style, Star Trace Record. It was a more mature style and was more enjoyable to read. Chapter 1543. Yang Lingqing's experiences over the years had been relatively simple. She had not experienced as many ups and downs as Long Chen. When her life had taken the biggest turn, Long Chen had already been by her side. After receiving the World Emperor's inheritance, she had spent about a year absorbing the inheritance. After that, she had spent the rest of her time digesting the inheritance and consolidating her position as World Emperor. Then, when she heard that Long Chen had disappeared as an Upper Sage Martial Emperor, she had come over. In fact, before hearing this news, she had been trying to find out more about Long Chen. With the intelligence of the Shadow Demon realm, she basically knew everything that Long Chen had done, including what had happened after Long Chen had gone to the 9-star Chaos City, and what had happened after he had returned to the Imperial Palace and become one of the 3 top candidates. But she still wanted to hear the details from Long Chen. Then Master, where did Sister Xuanji go after that? Yang Lingqing was most concerned and grateful to this woman who had brought her to the shadow demon realm and had even blinded herself for a period of time because of her. Long Chen shook his head and said, I don't know where she went either. Oh, I hope nothing happened. Yang Lingqing heaved a sigh of relief and asked again. Lingxi went back to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. She must have had a hard time being locked up there. Brother, you can't let her down. Long Chen smiled and said, Of course. I came to the 3 great imperial regions for her. What? Didn't you come for me? Yang Lingqing said unhappily. Yes, of course I did. Long Chen smiled sheepishly. This younger sister who had been born in the same year, month, and day. Oh no. Long Qinglan had once said that everything in Baiyang town was an illusion. In reality, Long Chen had nothing to do with the Yang family. It was all an illusion created by Long Qinglan. In other words, Yang Lingqing was not related to him by blood. Long Chen didn't care about this. His younger sister was his younger sister. In fact, he had always treated Yang Lingqing the way he treated his own younger sister. The two of them talked about some trivial things and reminisced about their childhood. Yang Lingqing's emotions fluctuated greatly. She was happy, but also disappointed. It was obvious that she missed home very much. 10 years had passed. Long Chen had returned to Baiyang town several times in his dreams and environments, but he had never really gone back. Brother, do we have a chance to go back? Yang Lingqing looked at Long Chen eagerly. Yes, but I still have something important to do, so I might need to rest for a while. Yang Lingqing understood very well and said, Indeed, we can't let Lingxi suffer anymore. That's not the only thing. In reality, the more important thing was about the city lord of the wronged. That beautiful blue-haired girl was suppressed in the Holy Kingdom by the 99 golden demons subduing columns. The golden demon subduing columns were very good at suppressing demons, and could also cover the aura of the city lord of the wronged's heart. It's okay. I will take you back when the time comes. Long Chen promised. Not only Yang Lingqing, but Feng Jilin also had the desire to go back. However, she was more anxious. Perhaps the two of them would not be together. After losing to Long Chen, she trained even harder. In reality, she did not slack off at all. After catching up with Yang Lingqing for half a day, Long Chen looked at the beautiful snow below, and the dazzling white light. He put away his playful heart and said, Qing the people of the demon world of shadow asked you to find me. What do you need help with? Don't be afraid of troubling me. If it's within my power, I can do it. Yang Lingqing knew that Long Chen was such a reliable brother. She didn't have to worry about anything. Even he could see it. Although she didn't want to trouble Long Chen, the sense of responsibility in her heart made her feel like she was being decocted all the time. Brother, something big happened in the demon world of shadow. Thinking of this, Yang Lingqing was sad, and her voice choked. Long Chen hurriedly asked, Tell me in detail. Yang Lingqing said, It started half a month ago. At that time, everything was normal. However, half a month ago, on a mountain in the Snow Wind Demon area, one of the 8 demon areas of the demon world of shadow, a strange towering tree suddenly grew out. It looked like a black demon, and there were 2 fruits on the tree. At first, no one noticed it, but as time went by, the fruits actually emitted a strange black miasma. The miasma spread very fast, and after a few days, it spread to the inhabited area. Now, half of the Snow Wind Demon area is completely covered in the black miasma. It is dark and lifeless, and you can't even see your fingers in front of you. The most terrible thing is that the miasma causes changes to our human bodies and the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Long Chen also realized the horror of this matter. The demonic tree, the 2 black fruits, and the miasma that filled half of the Snow Wind Demon area. Long Chen was very clear about the size of the 9 underworlds and the Shenin Demon area. It was definitely not simple for a demonic tree to affect such a large area. Otherwise, Yang Lingqing wouldn't have used his connections to find the true Martial Emperor Palace. Tell me about this change. How can I help you? Long Chen saw that Yang Lingqing was depressed, so he comforted her. Tears welled up in Yang Lingqing's eyes as she stammered. In the Snow Wind demonic territory, 80 million people. 80 million civilians suffered from the disaster because of it. Their bodies underwent a strange transformation. They became like the walking dead, lost their minds, devoured corpses, and killed each other. The most terrifying thing was that there were actually black iron chains growing out of their bones. What? Long Chen was absolutely shocked. To him, this was absolutely terrifying news. Yes, a total of 80 million people seem to have died. Their current state seems to be similar to that of a dead person. The true martial emperor palace had a total of 100 million disciples. Under the influence of the two fruits, 80 million people in the snow wind demon area had turned into ghosts in the eternal hell. The realm lord seemed to say that they had all become ghosts in the eternal hell and that there was no chance of survival. However, as the miasma spread rapidly, the realm lord said that if we don't stop it in time, the entire snow wind demon area will probably be in danger. It might even affect an even larger area. Long Chen looked at Yang Lingqing in shock. 80 million people. Ghosts. Has the city lord of the wrongful death extended his hand to the supreme Een Devil realm? He was extremely shocked. Brother. Yang Lingqing called out to him to calm him down. Long Chen took a deep breath to clear his head. He said, then no matter what, we have to get rid of the demonic tree and the strange fruit. The realm lord of the supreme Een Devil realm is at least as strong as us three martial honorables. Doesn't he have a way to deal with it? If he doesn't, I'm afraid we won't be able to help. Yang Lingqing said, the people of the supreme Een Devil realm are doing their best to seal off the snow wind demon area and evacuate the people. At the same time, they are blocking the people who have turned into ghosts. We can't let them kill and eat. The realm lord heard about my relationship with you, so he asked me to visit you. He said he can destroy the two fruits, but the demonic tree is surrounded by an evil demonic barrier that even he can't break. The true martial emperor palace is just and honorable, so they must have treasures that can dispel evil. They can break the demonic barrier and help him. At this point, Yang Lingqing's eyes were bloodshot. She already had feelings for the supreme Een Devil realm. Even if she didn't have feelings for the demonic tree, she would still feel sad and blamed herself for the deaths of so many people. After all, she was one of the realm lords of the supreme Een Devil realm and controlled the entire Shenin demon area. Long Chen could understand her sadness and vulnerability. If he was in her shoes, he would also be worried. After all, these 80 million people were living lives. It seems that the emperor didn't overestimate the city lord of the wrong's murderous heart and the disaster he can bring. He hasn't fully resurrected yet, but he has already caused so many deaths. If he were to come back to life, the entire 3 regions and 9 realms would become hell on earth. Long Chen didn't dare to imagine that kind of situation. In his heart, not only did he feel sad for the scene of people being plunged into misery and suffering, but he also felt angry. Maybe the world lord of the supreme Een Devil realm has already predicted that I would obtain the golden devil suppressing pillar. Maybe, only the golden devil suppressing pillar can break that so-called devil barrier and save Wan Ming. Seems like I have to go out for a while. However, I still have to discuss this with the monarch first. Long Chen thought to himself. Brother, is there any way? Yang Lingqing bit her lip and asked softly. If you need to take the risk, I think. Sigh. But, on one hand, she couldn't bear such a huge disaster. On the other hand, she didn't want Long Chen to be in danger again because of her selfishness. After all, she knew that Long Chen had many things to do. Long Chen instructed, I'll send you back to the evil dragon palace first. Wait for a while. I'll report this matter to the emperor and see what the emperor decides. Wait for my news. Don't worry if I can help, I definitely won't back down. Yang Lingqing nodded heavily. No matter when or how much she grew, Long Chen would always be her most reliable elder brother. This feeling was extremely strong for Yang Lingqing today. After bringing Yang Lingqing to the evil dragon palace, Long Chen set off. First, he went to see Wenren Shi and told him everything that happened today. Also, only Wenren Shi could bring him back to the 99th floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Wenren Shi placed great importance on this matter, but this matter was so important that he could only let the emperor decide. Therefore, the two of them went to the 98th floor. Wenren Shi sent Long Chen to the highest floor. Important notice. From December onwards, the 5 million VIP chapters of the Dragon Blood God of War will be free to read. Free access, explosive chapters, unprecedented popularity, read together. All readers are welcome to read the original for free. Dragon Blood God of War Genuine Reading. Chapter 1544. In the 99th level of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, Long Chen told Great Emperor Zhenwu everything that had happened. Great Emperor Zhenwu had rested for several days after his last appearance. Because of this, he had to answer Long Chen's question. "Emperor, do you know what the city lord of the wronged is up to?" asked Long Chen. Great Emperor Zhenwu said helplessly, "I don't know either, but the lord of the supreme shadow demon realm is not someone who doesn't know what to do. The golden demon imprisonment column does indeed have the attribute power to break demonic barriers. It is unique, so only you can help them this time. She was right to ask your sister to come. If he went to the supreme shadow demon realm, it would probably delay his cultivation. He didn't know if this matter could be easily resolved. If there were other troubles, it would definitely affect his trip to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. For Long Chen, it was better to cultivate in peace. What do you think?" asked Great Emperor Zhenwu. In the end, it still depended on Long Chen's own choice. On one hand, it was the battle at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace that he had been pursuing for a long time. On the other hand, it was the lives of 80 million people. Between his own life and the world's survival, Long Chen had no other choice. Fortunately, there were still more than 4 months before the battle at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen was confident that he could rush back early and prepare well. "I want to go and help as much as I can," said Long Chen decisively. "Forget it. Once the city lord of the wronged appears, no matter how deep the grudges between the 3 regions and 9 realms are, it is time to help each other. You will go once, but remember after you arrive, it is best not to open the divine kingdom, lest the city lord of the wronged feels the aura of his heart." This was the most dangerous place. To be honest, it was best for Long Chen to stay away from the city lord of the wronged. Most importantly, they didn't know what the city lord of the wronged was doing. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu didn't know. "Emperor, I know what to do." Long Chen nodded. If it was just to summon the golden demon imprisonment column, there was no need to open the God Nation. "That's good. Think of the big picture and protect your own life. Besides that, I'll let Wanren follow you. With him there, I'll feel much more at ease." Long Chen was very happy to have the support of Zhenwu Great Emperor. He already had the realm lord of the supreme shadow demon realm, and with Wanren's protection, there shouldn't be any problems. He thanked Great Emperor Zhenwu. At that moment, Wanren came in. After Great Emperor Zhenwu gave him some instructions, the two of them left and headed in the direction of the evil dragon palace. "The emperor told me that no matter what happens, your safety is the most important," Wanren, who looked like a child, said. Zhenwu Great Emperor thought too highly of him. It was no longer as simple as reverence for his father. On the evil dragon palace's cloud ascension platform, Yang Lingqing and a few realm monarchs of the lunar demonic world were anxiously waiting for news from Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen and Wanren walking over together, they knew that they weren't as strong as they were. They hurriedly bowed to the 2 people of the highest rank in the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen's title as the sacred martial emperor was above that of a martial venerable. "Brother, how is it?" Yang Lingqing asked expectantly. "Let's go. Senior Wanren and I will follow you back." To the people of the supreme shadow demon realm, this was a pleasant surprise. Long Chen could break the demonic barrier, and Wanren was one of the strongest forces in the true martial emperor palace. It was said that he was as strong as their realm lord. A few realm monarchs hurriedly knelt down in excitement. Long Chen supported them. From their haggard faces, this disaster was too much for them to bear. One of them was the realm monarch of the Snow Wind Demon region. His hair was white, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Please follow me. The Supreme Shadow Demon Realm is truly grateful that the true Martial Emperor Palace is willing to help. If you need anything in the future, the martial artists of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Our Realm Lord is waiting for you at the entrance of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm." The others in the true Martial Emperor Palace didn't know that this had happened. Long Chen followed these realm monarchs and left the true Martial Emperor Palace quietly. The day of returning to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to fulfill his promise and regain his dignity was getting closer. While Long Chen worked hard for the world, he also hoped that he could rush back in time. Long Chen didn't have a choice between love and the survival of the world. However, he hoped that fate would be fair to him and let him rush back in time. Those fellows from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace should be making their move soon. Back then, the Lingwu Swordmaster said that he would marry Lingxi to Wang Chen and send the invitation to the true Martial Emperor Palace. Although he missed Lingxi, He could only put it behind him and step onto the battlefield. City Lord of the Wronged. This foreign creature brought more and more panic. He was like a terrifying behemoth in the deep sea that was gradually emerging from the water's surface. He stared at the dragon sacrificial continent that was like a livestock farm to him. The 3 regions and 9 worlds. Within a few days, Long Chen and the others arrived at the northern part of the true Martial Emperor domain through the cosmic teleportation array. The sky was covered in ice and snow, and it was peaceful. They advanced at high speed in the snow, heading towards the entrance of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. Long Chen recognized this place. When he first entered the Evil Dragon Palace, he had come here to carry out a mission in the Moon Demon Cave. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Yang Lingqing was only at the first level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Her speed wasn't fast, so Long Chen carried her. Because she was worried about the matter of the Great Een Devil Realm, her face was filled with sorrow. Long Chen knew that she was a tough girl, but in the face of a great disaster, the death of 80 million lives, the impact on her was too great. One day, I will avenge them. I won't let them die in vain. Believe me, my good sister. Long Chen used a firm tone to try to make her feel better. Brother. Yang Lingqing took a deep breath. Her gaze was also firm as she said, no matter who it is, I will contribute my strength to the battle. Even if I'm not strong, I'm not afraid. If I know who is the mastermind behind the scenes, I won't be polite. 80 million people are all living beings. They have family and friends, but the miasma has completely changed them. They lost their human forms and devoured their own kind. That scene of suffering. She wasn't worrying for nothing. It was just that the scene was too unbearable for anyone. Even Long Chen couldn't comfort her. In fact, whenever he thought of that seemingly amiable white jade skeleton, the hatred and anger in his heart would burn fiercely. If it wasn't for Long Qinglan, he would have definitely died in the skeleton's hands in the future, and he had even helped the skeleton out. This was a chilling fellow. Compared to Yi Futu, the slaughter marshal venerable, he was thousands of times more terrifying. I won't let the mastermind go. I swear, I'm sure that someone is behind this, Yang Lingqing said, gritting her teeth. Long Chen felt sorry for her. She walked alone, but shouldered responsibility. She was almost like him. When an entire species was on the brink of extinction, anyone would be angry and filled with hatred. City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen couldn't wait to kill this guy. Endure. They walked all the way and finally reached the entrance of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. After passing through the entrance, they landed in the sky above the profound Een Demon Realm. When they arrived, the experts of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm had already received the news and were waiting for them. Besides the many world kings that were still resisting the 80 million ghosts at the edge of the Snow Wind Demon region, there were dozens of Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists and above. Besides the world kings, there were also many second-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists and 3 or 4 third-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. This was nearly the entire strength of the Supreme Een Demon world. Of course, there was also a realm king whose strength was comparable to a martial venerable. The overall strength of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm was relatively weak in the 9 realms. Nearly 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists greeted Long Chen and Wanren Shi with the most solemn ceremony. We, the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm martial artists, welcome Saint Martial Emperor of True Martial Palace and Martial Venerable Wanren Shi. They weren't from True Martial Emperor Palace, so they didn't need to kneel. However, even the Realm King bowed deeply to Long Chen and the others. While Long Chen was busy responding to them, he was also observing the people of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. There were a total of 4 third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists. They were all relatively old, and one of them was around the same age as the Hall Master of Cold Martial Hall, a late third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artist. As for second-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists and the 8 World Emperors, there were less than 20 of them. As for World Kings, there were probably over 100 of them. The most eye-catching one was the Realm King of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. The so-called World Overlord was actually a woman with outstanding charm. Women would always care more about their external appearances. The World Overlord of the Supreme Een Devil Realm maintained the appearance of a 30-year-old woman. She had a voluptuous figure and an enchanting smile, exuding an enchanting charm. However, maybe it was because she cultivated in the heavenly Tao, she radiated a gloomy coldness that caused others to be unable to get close to her. No one dared to get within 10 meters of her or the cold chi would enter their bodies. My name is Yi Guyu. Welcome Saint Martial Emperor and Martial Venerable One Ren Shi. The Realm King of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm probably hadn't smiled for many years. At this time, she squeezed out a rare smile and looked gratefully at Long Chen and One Ren Shi. However, there was still a deep sorrow between her brows. One Ren Shi didn't like to speak, especially to people he wasn't familiar with. The other party welcomed him warmly, and Long Chen was also in a hurry. He then spoke, "Many thanks for everyone's kind invitation. The situation is very serious and we don't know much about it. How about we head to the Snow Wind Devil region while the Realm Lord tells us the exact situation?" Yi Guyu really liked Long Chen's straightforward personality. She quickly said, "I'll lead the way for the two of you, please follow me." The Sacred Martial Imperial Emperor was indeed different. Chapter 1545. I didn't expect the two of you to be here at the same time. What a surprise. The Snow Wind Devilish region is an internal affair of the Supreme Shadow Realm, but the two of you from the true Martial Emperor Palace are willing to help. I'm very grateful. I'll pay you a visit another day and personally thank you. Today's situation is urgent, so I won't say more. Yi Guyu was very polite. She led the way and said to Long Chen. Dozens of Nirvana Tribulation experts were flying in the sky, heading towards the Snow Wind Devilish region. The situation is serious. This is no longer just a matter of the Supreme Shadow Realm. We already have some information about these ghosts. Maybe I can have a good chat with the Realm Lord after this. Let's see what happens first. Long Chen had already thought about it. He needed to inform the 3 regions and 9 realms about the City Lord of the Wronged, so that everyone could be prepared. Otherwise, even Yi Guyu wouldn't know what was going on. She didn't know about the City Lord of the Wronged. He talked to Yi Guyu about the current situation. The situation wasn't optimistic, and it was quite urgent. The miasma had already spread throughout the entire Snow Wind Devilish region, and over 1 million people had become ghosts. 1 million vengeful spirits wasn't a small number. Yi Guyu's heart was bleeding when she talked about this. The sorrowful appearance of the infinitely charming young married woman was especially heart-wrenching. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He turned to Yang Lingqing and said, "You've just passed the Nirvana Tribulation. The situation is going to be very dangerous. How about entering my god nation first?" He loved Yang Lingqing dearly and didn't want her to be hurt. That was why he was considering this when they were still far away from the Snow Wind Devilish region. Yang Lingqing hesitated for a while and said, "Brother, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this is my responsibility. I want to contribute my strength. At least, I want to see them. If I enter the god nation, I'll feel very uncomfortable." Yang Lingqing had always been tenacious. Long Chen couldn't win her over, so there was nothing he could do. This small detail showed everyone how much Long Chen valued Yang Lingqing. In fact, among this large group, there were 2 old acquaintances of Long Chen. They were Yang family's ancestor Mo and ancestor Luan. They followed behind the group, not daring to approach Long Chen. Back then, I guessed that he was a dragon martial artist, an important character of the Emperor Palace. As expected, my guess has finally come true today. Ancestor Mo said with some trepidation. Fortunately, he doesn't care about us anymore. I think he already knows of our existence. He just can't be bothered to deal with us, said Ancestor Luan. Should we be glad or should we cry? The two of them looked at each other helplessly. Long Chen's rate of improvement was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had become the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, the next true martial great emperor. The two of them shuddered at the thought of it. Long Chen did notice them, but he didn't take them seriously. The peerless expert of the past had become a nobody in his eyes. They had come to the supreme shadow demon realm twice, but there was such a huge difference. Under Yi Guyu's lead, after 7 or 8 days, they finally reached the edge of the snow wind demonic zone. Although they were still far away, Long Chen saw that the mountains and rivers in front of them were all shrouded in an infinite, strange black aura. This was the miasma. It was like an ancient giant beast crawling between heaven and earth, devouring the essence chi on the ground. The ghostly fog rose up, changing into strange shapes in the air above the miasma. It was hair-raising. A gale swept over, bringing with it a trace of miserable screams. The land in front of them was completely dark, It was a scene of misery. The great Devil world was no different from an eternal hell. The situation was indeed not optimistic. The more powerful the martial artist, the stronger their resistance to the miasma. Seeing a large number of ghosts escaping to the outside, flowing into the ordinary people and devouring their flesh and blood, Xueqi could only mobilize all the martial artists in the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm to build a solid line of defense at the edge of the Snow Wind Demonic Zone. All the martial artists above the 5th tier of the Divine Martial Realm with strong resistance stood at the front line, facing their compatriots who had become ghosts. The whole world was in a miserable environment. The beautiful mountains and rivers had become like this. It was as if a group of strangers had rushed in and smashed everything. Long Chen clenched his fists. The city lord of the wronged was much worse than he had imagined. Maybe he had been deceived by his kind image and underestimated him. He could turn 80 million people into ghosts. Why couldn't he turn the 3 regions and the 9 realms into a hell on earth? Zhenwu the Great's worries were not unreasonable. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm had bloodshot eyes. Even Xueqi didn't say anything. He moved forward with a sullen face, ready to rush into the miasma. Everyone, once you enter the Snow Wind Demonic Zone, you will enter the danger zone. Be careful. Yes. Then Xueqi told Long Chen what to do. Holy Martial Emperor, when we arrive at the destination, please break the most critical demonic barrier. I can't do anything about that evil power, so I can only rely on you. Don't worry, I will keep you safe. Long Chen understood him and said, Realm Lord, don't worry. You can go and do your own thing. I don't need your protection. Besides, I have Senior Wenren by my side. Wenren, she spoke for the first time and said, Go and destroy the key thing. I will take good care of Holy Martial Emperor. Xueqi was much more relieved. Tears glistened in her eyes as she thanked Long Chen and Wenren she with sincerity. Long Chen knew that Yang Lingqing would be proud of him. Long Chen was also very happy to be able to do something for this little girl. In the blink of an eye, they entered the Snow Wind Demonic Zone. They floated at a low altitude, so they weren't affected by the miasma. After flying for about 100 miles, ghosts began to appear. These ghosts were much smaller and thinner than the ghosts in the eternal hell. They weren't as strong as them, and even had some human characteristics. However, they outnumbered the eternal hell. Ghosts were everywhere. As they crawled, they ate and fought each other. The whole world was tragic. There was blood everywhere, and the stench was so strong that it made people want to vomit. They used to be humans. As a human, as a descendant of the divine dragon of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, everyone had the strength to defend their race. Seeing his own kind turn into such a creature that was neither human nor ghost, Long Chen felt very pained. He suddenly understood why even a person like Xueqi would have tears in the corner of his eyes. Because this was no longer hatred, this was war. As a superior, no one could watch so many people die. Long Chen climbed to the position of the sacred martial emperor, and he also had a heavy responsibility in his heart. He firmly believed that the tragedy that happened here would very likely befall the true martial emperor palace one day. When that time came, his friends, Yi Xian and her brother, the brothers in the Jiangxian pavilion, Shin Tahong, and even Yan Qingchen and the others would all become ghosts. A strong sense of duty welled up in his heart. He had to take responsibility for all of this. He was the person with the greatest relationship with the city lord of the wronged. He had an incomparably strong desire to slaughter this fellow. No matter where you come from, no matter who you are, you slaughtered 80 million of my people. You caused great suffering and countless deaths. I can't tolerate it. I can't tolerate it. Anger burned Long Chen's chest. It was as if there were countless ants crawling in his chest. It was extremely itchy, but he couldn't release it. From then on, many ghosts that could fly soared into the sky and attacked Long Chen and the others. These were all former compatriots. The higher-ups of the Supreme Demon Realm's eyes were bloodshot, but they didn't dare to kill them. As they moved forward, there were more and more ghosts in front of them. Kill them. They are already dead. Only by completely killing them can they be freed. You spared their lives, but you made them feel worse than death. Long Chen couldn't help but say. Everyone felt pity for them, but they had to admit that what Long Chen said was the truth. Then they attacked with all their might. The deeper they went, the stronger the ghosts became, and the more irresistible the miasma became. Long Chen also noticed this. He was very worried about Yang Lingqing. He looked back and saw that Yang Lingqing's face was pale, and her lips were chapped. She must be in great pain. When Long Chen stopped, the whole team stopped as well. Realm Lord, how much longer until we reach the demonic tree? Long Chen asked. Yi Guyu pondered for a moment and answered, about a day. From now on, the miasma will become heavier and heavier. All the Nirvana tribulation cultivators present wanted to help. For example, Yang Lingqing desperately wanted to contribute some strength. That was why so many people followed them. Brother. Yang Lingqing watched in pain as everyone killed the ghosts. She realized that she couldn't do anything. Long Chen made a firm decision. He said to Yi Guyu, Realm Lord, it's not suitable for them to continue forward. Let the first-tier Nirvana tribulation cultivators guard the border. Lingqing will be fine with me. Several people objected to Long Chen's words. They all wanted to try their best. Yi Guyu looked at the big picture and ordered. Just as Sacred Martial Emperor said, you won't be of much help. You can play a greater role if you help guard the border of the Snow Wind Demon Realm. Go. Leave everything to us. Under Yi Guyu's order, everyone returned the way they came. As for Yang Lingqing, she was stubborn. Long Chen could only negotiate with her. Brother, you don't have to say anything. I'll enter your god nation, but I want to see everything. I'm worried about you. Yang Lingqing was the first to yield in front of Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't let her go back with the others. After all, he would only be at ease if she was by his side. After letting Yang Lingqing enter the god nation, the team of only 20-odd people continued forward. The miasma in front of them grew heavier and heavier. After about a day, they finally reached their destination. There was a mountain range in front of them that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. This was where the demonic tree was born. On the main peak of this mountain range, an astonishing black and red demonic barrier surrounded the entire main peak. In December, 5 million words of dragon-blooded god of war are all free. All friends, please come. Every click you make is the greatest support for me. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Chapter 1546. It was a huge black and red ball that enveloped the entire main peak. This was the Devil's Repellent. The demonic barrier contained an astonishingly dense miasma. The strange miasma was emitted from the demonic barrier and surged towards the entire world at an astonishing speed. At this speed, it was possible that the miasma would eventually cover the entire Snow Wind demonic zone. This was the core of all the miasma. A large number of specters were gathered here. Those that were turned into specters were generally relatively powerful existences. After becoming specters, their strength would explosively increase, and their battle prowess would greatly increase. This caused quite a bit of trouble for Long Chen and the others. The recovery rate of ghosts was quite shocking, even comparable to Yang Chen's. If they weren't killed, they would continue to attack. Standing in front of the Devil's Repellent, Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. The Devil's Repellent revealed the appearance of the strange tree. It didn't look like a tree at all, but more like a female devil. At this moment, it was stretching its waist and dancing crazily. In its eyes, there were 2 dark red dots that possessed the power to steal people's souls. Long Chen guessed that these 2 red dots were the purpose of their trip. All the miasma erupted from these 2 red dots. When he arrived, Long Chen realized that the heart of the city lord of the tragic city, who was being suppressed by the 99 gold demon suppressing columns, was moving a little. Her blue eyelashes were trembling, as though she was about to wake up. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Brother, what on earth is this? Yang Lingqing looked at the thing suppressed by the 99 golden demon suppression pillars in shock. It's not anything good, and it's even related to the disaster here. She's not alone. You can't tell others what you see here. Oh! Yang Lingqing nodded vigorously. In fact, anyone who saw a beautiful girl imprisoned in Long Chen's divine kingdom would feel strange. Sacred Martial Celestial Emperor, the Devil's Repellent is right in front of us. We have to be careful. If we get closer, you can use the golden demon suppression pillars to destroy the Devil's Repellent. Then, I'll go in and destroy the 2 demonic fruits. How about that? Yi Guyu said politely. Realm Lord, please. Long Chen focused all his attention on this terrifying Devil's Repellent. Inside the Devil's Repellent, demons danced, red and black aura swirled, and eerie voices came from inside. Even the top experts of the Supreme Shadow Realm couldn't help but hold their breath and stare at this place. Soon, Long Chen was only 100 meters away from the devil repellent. The miasma seemed to have gone berserk as it surged towards everyone's bodies. It was like a living creature, condensing into a ball and whizzing towards them. Use Nirvana Force to protect yourself, Yi Guyu reminded. Celestial Yi. With the protection of the power of Nirvana, the situation was much better. After Long Chen fused with the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, his physical body had become stronger than Wen Shi's. In his current situation, even if he didn't use the power of Nirvana, this miasma couldn't do anything to him. Body, Dragon's Body Power, and Dragon Body, 1, Long, 1 Vana Body. Body, Heaven Dao, and Nirvana Force were the 3 combat powers of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. Long Chen's body was at the peak of perfection. Young Emperor, thank you for your trouble. Yi Guyu nodded. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. The true martial Emperor Palace had lent a helping hand when the Supreme Shadow Devil world was in danger. She would remember this kindness in her heart. All right. Long Chen was ready. At his signal, everyone retreated. Only Wen Shi stood by his side. This was the first time Long Chen had refined the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column in front of others. With his current Nirvana Force, 10 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns was his limit. But to break this devil's repellent, 5 was enough. As the Nirvana Force circulated, Long Chen's entire body was surrounded by a golden radiance. On his body, large and small golden runes emerged from his skin and revolved around his body. Activate! As Long Chen let out a soft shout, the 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns at the outermost edge of the Divine Kingdom trembled. As they shook violently, they suddenly disappeared from the Divine Kingdom. Around Long Chen, 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns with a diameter of half a meter and a length of more than 20 meters suddenly appeared and vibrated around Long Chen. Buzz! Once the Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns appeared, a suppressive sealing power was released. Golden light shone brightly. Those who didn't know Long Chen's strength watched nervously. They could feel the pressure from the 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns. Boom, boom, boom. Golden dragon scales appeared on the Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns. Each Golden Demon Imprisonment Column had a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around it, causing the coiling dragon columns to explode with frightening power. Ha! Long Chen activated the Demon Subduing Array, and the Golden Demon Subduing Columns began to transform. Under Long Chen's control, the 5 Golden Demon Subduing Columns gathered together. Golden lightning exploded, forming a lightning dragon that coiled around the 5 Golden Demon Subduing Columns. This Golden Thunder Divine Dragon formed the 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns into one. Shrink! Under Long Chen's control, the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column that had merged into one began to shrink. When Long Chen held it in his hand, it had already turned into a Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff. The Golden Thunder Divine Dragon coiled around the Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff, and golden flames even burned. At this moment, Long Chen held the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column tightly. As power gathered, blood-red dragon scales appeared on his skin, and a savage feeling of power burst forth. Everyone was shocked to find that this holy martial emperor was like a real ancient super beast, possessing a godly might that inspired awe. Even Yi Guyu was extremely shocked. Boom! Long Chen held the Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff that weighed millions of kilograms in his hand. His muscles bulged, and power flowed in the dragon scales. With a casual wave, the Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff let out a loud roar. This was the pillar of justice. Wherever it went, evil retreated. All the miasma seemed to be burned, and it retreated with shrill screams. He had only refined the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column a few times, and Long Chen was not particularly familiar with it. Hence, he was slightly slower. Looking at this young man who looked like a golden god of war, everyone was full of anticipation. Get ready! Long Chen shouted softly. His eyes were cold as he stared at the demonic barrier that was 100 meters away. An intense destructive light burst from his eyes. With his reminder, Yi Guyu was also ready, and Wen Shi would also help. Boom! In the next instant, Long Chen exploded and rushed into the sky. His muscular arms suddenly waved the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. Lightning and flames exploded violently, and half the sky was dyed gold by Long Chen. The miasma retreated when it encountered the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. Break! It rushed into the sky and swung down. At the instant it was swung down, the golden demon imprisonment column underwent a huge change. Other than the end that Long Chen was holding, which still maintained its original size, the other parts were expanding at a steady rate, especially the other end. The instant it fell, its diameter expanded to more than 5 meters. The entire golden demon imprisonment staff instantly became more than 100 meters long. With terrifying weight and speed, it fell down crazily. At that instant, space shattered, lightning and flames surged. The golden demon imprisonment column was like a knife that was about to slash on the demonic barrier. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Long Chen exceed his limits and display the golden demon imprisonment column with such divine might. No martial artist below the 3rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm can withstand this strike of his. They will be smashed into pieces with one strike. Yi Guyu inhaled a breath of cold air and said. He was about to succeed, and everyone was looking forward to it. The golden demon imprisonment column could suppress evil, and obviously, it could also break this demonic barrier. That astonishing power made the onlookers suffocate. Just as the golden demon imprisonment column was about to land on the demonic barrier, Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Indeed, in the next moment, 6 figures suddenly rushed out of the demonic barrier and blocked the place where Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment column was about to land. Be careful. Long Chen struck with all his might. He didn't care so much, and at the same time, he was reminding others. The violent golden demon imprisonment column crashed into the bodies of the 6 figures. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Long Chen's arms trembled, and the golden demon imprisonment column almost fell out of his hands. Large amounts of bloody holes appeared on his arms, all because he couldn't withstand the huge power. The combined power of the 6 figures was terrifying. Although it was a hasty response, it was definitely equivalent to the attack of an expert at One Rinshi's level. Long Chen, together with the golden demon imprisonment column, was forced back a few steps. The golden demon imprisonment column turned back to its original size, and Long Chen held it horizontally in his hand. Blood dripped down the golden demon imprisonment column. This turn of events left everyone horrified. Who's causing trouble? The mastermind has appeared. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. Long Chen would never forget them even in his dreams. These are the 10 great ghost kings of eternal hell. 6 of them. Long Chen loudly reminded everyone. That's right, the 6 figures that cooperated to block Long Chen's attack were the 10 great ghost kings of eternal hell. Among them, there was even the figure of King Xueqi, who had been following Long Chen for a long time. The ghost king's strength was immeasurable. Their hasty response was able to cause Long Chen's effort to fail. From this one could see how strong they were. The appearance of the 6 eerie ghost kings immediately broke the preparations of Long Chen and the rest. 10 great ghost kings. Yi Guyu had heard of their names, but clearly, they couldn't give up halfway today. Hold them back, let Long Chen attack again. Yi Guyu ordered. One Rinshi frowned deeply, his gray robe billowed in the wind. He said to Long Chen, "You find a chance to break the demonic barrier, I'll help them." In reality, he was still very confident in Long Chen. Do your best. Long Chen's expression was extremely cold, and he said decisively. Chapter 1547. Yi Guyu was duty-bound to fight the 10 great ghost kings first. Seeing how powerful Yi Guyu was, 2 extremely majestic ghost kings immediately separated from the 6 ghost kings. The 2 ghost kings launched violent attacks and actually entangled Yi Guyu for a moment. Long Chen estimated that the Ghost King's true battle prowess was actually about the same as a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm, or even stronger. Or perhaps, their battle prowess was unstable. They were whatever power the City Lord of the Wronged wanted them to release. Yi Guyu was entangled for a short period of time. As for the other 4 Ghost Kings, 2 of them realized that One Rinshi was also an expert at Yi Guyu's level. Unexpectedly, another 2 of them charged towards One Rinshi. They had a purpose, and it was obvious that their purpose was to deal with Long Chen and entangle One Rinshi and Yi Guyu. Of the remaining 2 Ghost Kings, one stayed where he was and restrained the other experts. The other one, King Xueqi, actually shook off the others with a terrifying speed and single-mindedly rushed towards Long Chen. King Xueqi, one of the 10 great Ghost Kings who had once followed Long Chen for a long time. His figure was the weakest, but he was the fastest. He wore tattered armor and instant metal chains. In an instant, He arrived in front of Long Chen. Whether it was speed or attack, this King Chujiang was definitely at the third stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Compared to the black-robed priest back then, he gave Long Chen a greater sense of danger. Extreme danger. Child, long time no see. King Chujiang's wide, fanged mouth actually opened and spoke. Long Chen instantly set up the primordial blood hell formation and controlled the area within a 5-kilometer radius. He didn't panic because he knew that Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu could deal with their opponents. They needed some time, and the current him was no longer so easy to kill. Even if the black-robed priest came before Long Chen, it would be difficult for him to kill Long Chen. However, what shocked Long Chen was that this King Chujiang actually let out the voice of the city lord of the wronged. He was definitely using King Chujiang's body to speak. The battle instantly became incomparably tragic. The second stage of Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors could not help at all. Even if they went up, they would be killed. 4 third stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors surrounded a ghost king, making the battle more difficult. Yes, senior, how have you been? Long Chen stood there calmly and coldly looked at King Chujiang, who was 10 meters away. Yeah, you've been taking good care of the god-slaying sword, haven't you? It looks like an expert has appeared by your side and messed up my plans. It's that great Emperor Jinwu, isn't it? The little guy from back then has grown to such an extent now. King Chujiang laughed sinisterly. The city lord of the wronged had long known that the thing he was protecting from the god-slaying sword had been destroyed. However, he was wrong. It was Long Qinglan, not Jinwu the great emperor. Therefore, the city lord of the wronged knew that Long Chen already knew of his ambitions, so there was no need for him to fool this little fellow. Long Chen looked at him coldly and did not speak. After King Chujiang finished laughing, his voice gradually turned cold. He said, "Child, unless you're willing to throw away the god-slaying sword one day, I'll still come looking for you." Are you done? Long Chen's hatred for this guy could no longer be described with words. He gripped the golden demon imprisonment column in his hand tightly. The power of anger allowed him to ignore the blood on his arm. Of course, his injuries had almost recovered by now. King Chujiang looked around and said with a smile, "It's really lively. So it turns out that after absorbing the life force of 100 million living beings, my 2 eyes can regain their sight, but I ran into you guys who came to cause trouble. If you listen to me, then hurry up and leave. I'll let you live since we're fated to meet. Otherwise, I won't let you leave here alive today. 100 million living beings. In other words, if he was not stopped today, he would still kill 20 million people." Bastard. Long Chen suddenly realized that the so-called god of slaughter or massacre Martial Venerables paled in comparison to the city lord of the wronged. The city lord of the wronged was the true evil, the one who was truly devoid of conscience. Long Chen clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. In his chest, the flames of anger burned fiercely. With the golden demon imprisonment column in his hand, a huge force swept out. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Scram. King Chujiang was no longer kind and said with a cold smile. He still needed to rely on Long Chen to nurture the god-slaying sword. He did not want Long Chen to die so quickly. However, he underestimated Long Chen's courage. "Old fart, you'll die a horrible death." Long Chen roared and raised the golden demon imprisonment column again. With a terrifying force, it descended from the sky and violently smashed towards King Chujiang. Child's play. King Chujiang smiled faintly. Just as Long Chen was about to hit him, his eyes regained clarity. Turn. The move just now was just to confuse him. While attacking, Long Chen immediately revolved the ancient hell of blood formation and distanced himself from King Chujiang. He appeared on the other side, extremely close to the evil repellent. Although they were fighting, both Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu were paying attention to Long Chen's movements. Long Chen's teleportation had been seen by them. Good chance. Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu attacked violently. Long Chen roared. Before King Chujiang arrived, he gathered all the power in his body on the golden demon imprisonment column and raised it high. The golden demon imprisonment column, which was heavier than the entire mountain, grew bigger under Long Chen's wave. It extended to 100 meters and descended from the sky. 9 dragons devouring the heavens. Long Chen used the golden demon imprisonment column to unleash the 9 dragons devouring the heavens. The weapon of the dragon warrior, coupled with the battle technique of the dragon warrior, was a perfect combination, erupting with a shocking power. The 9 divine dragons coiled around the golden demon imprisonment pillar, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. They descended violently, carrying with them the power of 9 colors. With a destructive stance, they smashed into the red and black demon obstruction. The evil repellent was like a balloon. It was condensed by a large amount of miasma. When Long Chen's golden demon subduing pillars dispelling evil energy collided with the incoming devil repellent, the devil repellent caved in at an astonishing degree. Then, in the next instant, the energy system collapsed, forming a chain reaction. The entire devil repellent exploded, and a terrifying shockwave surged out, shaking everyone away. Under Long Chen's full strength, the evil repellent was finally shattered. The demonia-like tree demon clearly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked to discover that although this tree was undoubtedly a tree, it had the appearance of a black girl. The 2 dark red fruits were like the girl's eyes, hanging at the top of the demon tree. All the miasma was emitted from these dark red eyes, and there was also a pure white aura that flowed into the dark red fruits. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew that the pure white aura was the life force of countless living beings, and it was being absorbed into the eyes of the City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen now understood what was going on. The City Lord of the Wronged was reviving, and he was searching every part of himself. His eyes were dead, and he needed to absorb the life force of hundreds of millions of living beings to recover. That was why he chose the snowstorm demonic domain of the Shadow Demon domain. Only the City Lord of the Wronged could be so cruel and inhumane, just for his own revival. Damn it. The evil repellent was broken. Long Chen saw that one of the 2 dark red fruits had completely turned into an eye. One of the girl's eyes had already formed, and it was staring straight at Long Chen. There was infinite temptation and a smile in her eyes. It was a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Young Emperor, be careful. At this moment, Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu's voices sounded at the same time. Long Chen hurriedly used the ancient blood prison formation to shift his position again. He felt the presence of danger. At this time, Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu had temporarily forced back their opponents. Wenren Shi rushed to protect Long Chen, while Yi Guyu took advantage of this critical moment to form a long snake with the cold aura on his body, and it headed for the 2 eyeballs. Even though he used the ancient blood prison formation to shift his position, Long Chen still felt the danger. After breaking the evil repellent, King Chujiang was already beside him. What a naughty child. I hate your mischief, the City Lord of the Wronged said coldly, using King Chujiang's body behind him. He stretched out a claw and clawed at the back of Long Chen's heart. At that moment, Long Chen felt his entire body go limp, as if his heart was about to be dug out by the other party. Extreme Finger of Time. At this critical moment, he turned around and used the Extreme Finger of Time, and then used the ancient blood prison formation to shift his position. The Extreme Finger of Time could only trap King Chujiang for a breath of time. During the process of shifting, Long Chen activated 5 golden demon imprisonment columns again. A total of 10 golden demon imprisonment columns were combined together, forming a heaven-raising rod. Its weight and attack power had at least doubled. Of course it had also doubled. The Tao artifact that was filled with explosive power was wielded in Long Chen's hands. His physical body was powerful, and his strength was astonishing. That was why he could use this Tao artifact so well. King Chujiang's figure was almost everywhere. Since that's the case, I'll let you stop messing around first. His cold voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. In the darkness, the cold claw, surrounded by gray aura, attacked Long Chen again. This claw was unavoidable. Long Chen felt as if he had lost all his defenses, and had become his opponent's food. Break! In his shock, he swung the 10 golden demon imprisonment columns with all his might. Heaven-devouring 9 dragons. When he used it again, the huge and violent golden demon suppressing pillar clashed with King Chujiang's claw once more. A loud rumble rang out. Under Long Chen's berserk power, the golden demon suppressing pillar suppressed evil and actually shattered King Chujiang's claw. At the same time, Long Chen also retreated. Every Ghost King was so powerful. Your strength is not bad. When you are able to use 99 golden demon imprisonment columns in the future, wouldn't you reach the heavens in a single step? King Chujiang chuckled, and his claw grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Chen was even more shocked in his heart. You're finished. King Chujiang laughed. Long Chen was shocked. Just when he was shocked, 4 figures appeared behind him at the same time, surrounding him and trapping him tightly. There was no way to escape. Chapter 1548. Originally, Long Chen only needed to face King Xueqi. But at this moment, there were actually 5 ghost kings surrounding Long Chen at the same time. King Yanluo, King Qingguang, King Luanhui, etc. Each of these ghost kings was at least at the 3rd level of Nirvana Tribulation, and any one of them could easily defeat Long Chen. 2 of them could even stop an expert of Wen Shi's level. At this moment, Long Chen could be said to have instantly faced a terrifying crisis. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, ignorant fool. King Xueqi spoke in the voice of the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen could even feel that the disgusting aura from their bodies had already wrapped around his body. It was a feeling that made him want to vomit. Long Chen. Wen Shi had already broken free from the encirclement of 2 ghost kings, and even repelled one of them. He was about to protect Long Chen, but he was still a step too late. Go to hell. The city lord of the wronged didn't have the slightest intention of being polite. The 4 ghost kings seemed to have seen the most delicious food. They opened their bloody mouths and bit towards Long Chen. Their power was strange, but it was completely able to resist the power of Nirvana. Swoosh swoosh. A pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. In this extremely dangerous situation, Long Chen forced himself to calm down. He held the golden demon subduing staff that was formed by the combination of 10 golden demon subduing columns. The violent suppression power made Long Chen feel like he had caught countless giant beasts. Roar! With the golden demon subduing staff in hand, when the 4 ghost kings approached, Long Chen's muscles tightened, and a huge power was released. He swung the shockingly heavy golden demon subduing column and danced wildly. The golden demon subduing column broke through space and swept towards the head of the ghost king closest to Long Chen. Boom boom boom. The golden demon subduing column was so powerful that it broke through space and let out a roar. Break! The ghost king's attacks were hateful, but Long Chen was even more hateful than them. When the golden demon subduing column was sent flying, the ghost king didn't even know how to dodge. He just kept attacking Long Chen, causing Long Chen to send him flying with a strike from his pole. A piece of flesh on his shoulder exploded. However, this opportunity from the other 3 ghost kings had brought Long Chen a fatal crisis. Long Chen gritted his teeth and instantly shrunk the ancient hell of blood formation to his chest. The moment the claws of the 3 ghost kings touched his body and sank into his flesh, the ancient hell of blood formation finally exploded, forming a huge blood-red shockwave that sent the 3 ghost kings surrounding him flying. Their chests were a bloody mess. Long Chen's calmness and decisiveness allowed him to survive despite being surrounded by 4 ghost kings. Because of the tearing of the ghost king's claws, Long Chen looked down and saw that there were a few more deep claw marks on his body. He was sure that if he was a little slower, he would have been caught by these ghost kings and then eaten alive. At this moment, Wen Shi had already rushed in front of him and protected Long Chen. Are you all right? Wen Shi asked anxiously. I'm all right. Long Chen's recovery speed was amazing. The injuries on his body recovered very quickly. Of the few ghost kings that appeared, 3 went to stop Yi Guyu, 2 dealt with the others, and 5 ghost kings, including King Xueqi, charged towards Long Chen and Wen Shi again. Their goal should be to stop Long Chen and the others from touching the 2 dark red eyeballs. No matter what, let's destroy those 2 things first. Otherwise, if they absorb the life force of hundreds of millions of living beings, the city lord of the wrong's plan will succeed. Long Chen looked up and said in shock. Wen Shi's expression was solemn. He did not expect that there would be such a strong counterattack in this operation. In fact, Long Chen almost died just now. Looking up, Yi Guyu shook off the 3 ghost kings and rushed towards a dark red eyeball on the left. There were a total of 5 ghost kings charging over. Wen Shi shook off Long Chen and said, I'll deal with them. When the Realm Lord destroys those 2 things, I'll take you away. Great Emperor Jinwu had told Wen Shi that no matter what happened, he had to prioritize Long Chen's life. The strength of a martial venerable was at the 4th Nirvana realm. He was a super expert that Long Chen had never seen before. When his cultivation was truly displayed, it surpassed ordinary ghost kings. Just now, there were 2 ghost kings that could hold Wen Shi back, but when Wen Shi really went crazy, he could hold off 5 of them alone. For a moment, Long Chen actually had nothing to do. He stood outside the battlefield and could better control the overall situation. Although the other warriors could hold up against the 2 ghost kings for now, as time went on, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Fighting 5 Ghost Kings was already Wen Renxi's limit. Next, it all depended on whether Yi Guyu could complete the mission. Long Chen was very nervous, but he could not help. He had used the Golden Demon subduing column several times in a row, almost exhausting his strength. For the current him, the consumption of the Golden Demon subduing column was too great.
Child. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the city lord of the wronged.
Long Chen shuddered and hurriedly looked around. With Wen Renxi protecting him, there seemed to be no enemies around.
Where did the voice of the city lord of the wronged come from?
Lifting his head, he saw the demon tree swaying in the wind. That black girl-like tree trunk was filled with a strange charm. The 2 eyes at the top were dark red, releasing a large amount of miasma and swallowing life force. One of the eyes had already formed, and at this moment, it was staring straight at him. The dark red eyeball rolled around, causing Long Chen's heart to freeze. Let me ask you one last time. I cherish your talent. I only want to ask you, are you willing to follow me into battle?
My divine might is not something you can imagine.
If you can follow me, I guarantee that you will have power 100 times stronger than you have today, endless money, and beautiful women. Those charming eyes never left Long Chen's body. Being stared at by it, Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine, but he wasn't afraid. He consciously retreated and looked at it coldly. Don't say any more. I'll make you pay for this debt of 80 million lives, old bastard.
The city lord of the wronged chuckled. His laughter was very presumptuous as he said, "They're all just incompetent ants. If I were in the eternal god domain, I would be able to recover my sight by absorbing the life force of several thousand people. But here, I need 100 million. There are far more than 100 million such worthless beasts in the dragon sacrificial continent. Just in the supreme Een demon realm alone, there are billions of them." He lamented. Billions. Just how many of these incompetent beasts are there in the 3 regions and 9 worlds? And how many are there in the dragon sacrificial continent? 80 million dead is just a small number. Not worth mentioning. For such insignificant beasts to have me lead them to their afterlife, this is the greatest relief I can give them. They should thank me. Long Chen could not tolerate this guy anymore. Despite his anger, he appeared calm. He laughed coldly. People of different principles cannot make plans together. I am also one of the beasts in your eyes. But old man, from today onwards, that little kindness you have shown me no longer exists. I will not be polite with your god-slaying sword, and you will not be able to take back your true martial the arch soul. Today you killed 80 million of my people. One day, I will make you regret what you have done today. Is that so? If that is the case, why don't I send your soul to the next world today? Above the demon tree, the eye that had already formed was spinning rapidly. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of danger. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. At that moment, he exerted his top speed and fled backward with all his might. At that moment, the dark red eye emitted a dark red ray of light. No matter how fast Long Chen fled, that ray of light instantly hit Long Chen. Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen mobilized all the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars. He could concentrate all the energy of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars on his body to protect himself. The shadows of the 99 Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars surrounded Long Chen tightly. They rotated at high speed and dissipated that dark red ray of light. Even so, Long Chen still suffered a near-fatal injury. If not for the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars, this attack from the City Lord of the Wronged would have broken his body. His internal organs were shaken, and he was seriously injured. Blood gushed out of his mouth as Long Chen crashed into the ground. That was close. Long Chen endured his injuries and quickly got up. Luckily, he had the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars. However, just when he thought that the crisis was over, an even greater crisis arrived. When Long Chen mobilized all the energy of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars, the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars in the God Kingdom dimmed a little. At that moment, the beautiful girl in the crystal ice coffin suddenly opened her eyes and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Suppress! Long Chen was shocked and hurriedly retracted the energy of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars. In order to save his life, he did not pay attention to the movements of the City Lord of the Wrong's heart. He could only forcefully suppress the beautiful girl back, but that shriek was obviously a warning to the City Lord of the Wronged. In that instant,
The 10 Ghost Kings suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at Long Chen with burning eyes.
My heart, my heart, my heart.
The 10 Ghost Kings actually spoke at the same time. They used a ferocious and crazed tone as they stared at Long Chen. It was as if they had gone mad, and their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets.
Stop them.
Long Chen understood that he was in big trouble this time.
Zhenwu the Great had warned him not to make any mistakes and let the City Lord of the Wronged know that the heart was in his body. But now that the City Lord of the Wronged had discovered it, he would definitely launch an endless pursuit.
Even at this time, the 10 Ghost Kings were already in a frenzy.
She was in the know.
In his shock, he hurriedly blocked the 5 Ghost Kings beside him, at all costs. At that moment, there was a poof. The dark red eyeball broke free from the demon tree and rushed towards Long Chen. P.S. Voting for the week of explosive updates has begun. Mobile and computer networks count. 1000 VIP plus 1 update will all be released in December. Brothers and sisters, support a little. There is strength in numbers. We don't force you to vote more. It's just for fun. And no matter what the number is, in December, crazy people will work hard to update more. Chapter 1549. Oh no. In truth, Long Chen had fought for so many years, and it was rare for him to make a mistake. At first, he didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Before coming, he had thought they were 2 fruits.
He had not expected them to be the eyes of the City Lord of the Wronged.
Not only were the 10 Ghost Kings here, but even the City Lord of the Wronged seemed to be hiding within them. The severity of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. But since he was already here, for the sake of the remaining 20 million lives, Long Chen knew that he could not retreat.
He had already been very careful not to open his God Kingdom in front of everyone, lest the other party sense him.
After all, the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column could conceal almost all of the girl's aura. But at this time, the eyeball on the demon tree unexpectedly released such shocking power that Long Chen had to use the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column to protect his life. Only then did the girl find an opportunity. The mistake had already been made, and he could only make up for it. As Wen Shi and the others did their best to stop the Ghost Kings, the only thing Long Chen could do was escape. But the eyeball that had escaped from the demon tree was shockingly fast, even faster than Wen Shi. The other eyeball also lacked the power of 20 million lives. It had not formed yet and could not be used. Some powers were truly irresistible. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu was so afraid of this guy. It could be said that the City Lord of the Wronged was the most terrifying enemy Long Chen had ever met. When he was alive, he must have held a very high position in the Eternal God realm. Little guy, you can't escape. Give me back my heart. The City Lord of the Wronged's agitated voice rang in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen put away the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, which had expended a lot of energy. He held the God-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword in his hands and turned around.
The City Lord of the Wronged's dark red eyeball was already in front of him.
Extreme finger of time. Long Chen pointed. Time stopped. What kind of power is this? The City Lord of the Wronged was astonished, but he only used an instant to break free of the power of the extreme cosmic finger. Long Chen used the God-slaying sword to execute the expand character formula. 9 gray sword chi formed the devouring sword chi of the expand character and surrounded the dark red eyeball. 4 Dao patterns, and you've even cultivated the God-slaying art. Not bad, not bad.
The City Lord of the Wronged laughed happily as if he had found a great treasure.
He easily escaped from the encirclement of the 9 sword chis. This was the first time Long Chen had faced an opponent that made him feel so powerless. His last strike was a frenzied slash with the Lingxi sword. At this time, the dark red eyeball was already on Long Chen's chest. In that case, let me help you open the Divine Kingdom, the City Lord of the Wronged said excitedly. His heart was the most important thing to him. This was definitely an unexpected gain. It ignored Long Chen's Lingxi sword and was about to attack, but Long Chen's Lingxi sword had already struck the eyeball. It's no use, kid. Ah!
The City Lord of the Wronged suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream.
His eyeball hurriedly tried to escape, but Long Chen still managed to slice off a tenth of it with the Spirit Dawn sword. A large amount of dark red liquid dripped down like blood. What sword is this? The dark red eyeball was extremely shocked. With Long Chen's power, it was impossible for him to hurt it. It was definitely because of this sword. The eye that had just regenerated was already heavily injured. If it did not heal, everything would be in vain.
The city lord of the wronged could not care about anything else. He endured the pain in his eye, and power gathered in the dark red eyeball.
Divine Kingdom, open for me. Perhaps he had used a mysterious secret, but Long Chen was shocked to find that he could not control the Divine Kingdom. The city lord of the wronged had used his strange power to tear a hole in the huge Divine Kingdom. The city lord of the wronged's heart and Yang Lingqing were both inside.
Damn.
Long Chen was about to go crazy.
Since Lingxi's sword was effective, he frantically stood in front of him to prevent the city lord of the wronged from entering his Divine Kingdom.
What a vast world. Such talent is rare even in the eternal God realm.
The city lord of the wronged couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What made him even more excited was the beautiful blue-haired girl in the crystal ice coffin.
Little beauty, I've finally found you.
The city lord of the wronged was extremely excited. His eyeball moved at a speed that Long Chen's Lingxi sword could not kill, and he was about to rush into Long Chen's Divine Kingdom.
Extreme Finger of Time. Long Chen gritted his teeth and used the Extreme Finger of Time with all his might. He craved the power of the Extreme Finger of Time, and he tried to grasp the flow of time. He longed for this moment, and he wanted time to stop. Stop right there. Freeze.
In that instant, under the power of the Extreme Finger of Time, the city lord of the wronged's eye, which was closest to Long Chen's Divine Kingdom, stopped for a full 2 breaths of time.
Pfft. Blood spurted out of the pores on Long Chen's right index finger, instantly dyeing his palm red. He felt as if his finger was about to explode. But he had fought for a chance. Damned old ghost, I'll show you. Desperately using the Extreme Finger of Time to stop his opponent, Long Chen said nothing.
Lingxi's sword stabbed towards the dark red eyeball with the fastest speed possible, using up all of Long Chen's strength.
No.
The city lord of the wronged was shocked.
Die. The Extreme Finger of Time played a fatal role in this crucial moment, and it allowed Long Chen's understanding of time to deepen. Time was a wondrous power. As the city lord of the wronged screamed in despair, Lingxi's sword pierced through the dark red eyeball. Pfft. Dark red liquid flew out, and the entire eyeball shattered. That was the life force of 50,000 living beings. Whether it was Wenren Shi or Yi Guyu, they were both watching this scene in shock. Long Chen had displayed astonishing power in this crucial moment.
Furious, he pulled out Lingxi's sword, his eyes bloodshot, and slashed wildly at the eyeball.
Isn't your eye very powerful? Shatter. Under Long Chen's relentless slashes, the city lord of the wronged's blood sprayed wildly. The city lord of the wronged's shrill voice pierced Long Chen's ears. Damned dog, I didn't kill you immediately because of your talent, but you repay my kindness with enmity. You deserve to die. I've decided that I won't let you die, but I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. I'll make you live in endless pain for the rest of your life. I'm a legend of the eternal God realm, and I'll destroy a measly 3 realms and 9 realms. The city lord's crazed roar showed Long Chen an even more terrifying side of him. Shatter, shatter. The dark red eyeball was unusually tough. Despite Long Chen's repeated slashes, it was extremely viscous and didn't crack. Is this the woman you like? Looks like I'll have to give you a surprise. The city lord of the wronged's terrifying voice rang quietly in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was only 1 step away from destroying the city lord's eyeball. At this moment, the eyeball suddenly exploded. Petrification curse. The ancient scripture rang in Long Chen's ears like a dream. A ray of gray light shot out of the exploding dark red eyeball and burrowed into Long Chen's shattered divine kingdom, stabbing toward Yang Lingqing. No. Long Chen's eyes were blood red as he roared madly. He mobilized all the nirvana power in his body and swept it across the divine kingdom to block the gray light. But the nirvana power couldn't resist the strange scripture at all. The gray light pierced into Yang Lingqing's forehead under her horrified gaze. Brother, save me. Long Chen only heard the last sentence. Then he saw with his own eyes that Yang Lingqing, starting from her head, was slowly turning into a statue. In a short moment, a female statue that looked like a dark goddess appeared in front of Long Chen, looking extremely similar to Yang Lingqing. Long Chen was stunned. After the city lord of the wronged's eyeball exploded, everything dissipated. Long Chen was extremely confused. Everything in his world seemed to have stopped, leaving only the statue of Yang Lingqing. Die. Wan Renshi's frenzied attacks finally smashed a Ghost King to pieces, but it was to no avail. The other Ghost Kings had actually fled at this time. The demon tree had burrowed into the ground. After the original eyeball exploded, it produced a large amount of white mist, half of which was absorbed by the remaining eyeball. The eyeball, which had not taken shape before, actually took shape in an instant. There was also a white mist that began to dissipate along with the miasma. Long Chen landed on the ground, his entire body emitting a thick murderous aura. His blood-red eyes watched the demon tree disappear, and the remaining 9 Ghost Kings also disappeared with it. "Don't be nervous, brat. I said I would torture you. I won't let her die so easily. Bring my heart to the eternal hells within a year, and I'll bring her back to life. If you don't, she'll die for all eternity. Remember, you only have a year." A year. At the beginning, Long Chen had already killed Yang Lingqing. Because Yang Lingqing had already lost all signs of life. It was he who had let Yang Lingqing enter his divine kingdom. He had only wanted to protect her, but he had not expected that he would harm her instead. He already knew that Yang Lingqing was dead, so in that moment, his heart was filled with indescribable pain and panic. This was something he had never experienced in his life. He had always hovered on the edge of life and death, but he had never let anyone close to him die. Today was the first time. In that moment, Long Chen's entire mind went blank. He forgot everything else. The only image in his mind was that of Yang Lingqing turned to stone. His body was undergoing a desperate transformation, and the blood in his body was almost stagnant. And at this time, the city lord of the wrong's words saved Long Chen from his pain. So Yang Lingqing was not dead. She had a year. After this year, she would die forever. Chapter 1550. 1 year. Within a year's time, he would use the city lord of the wrong's heart to exchange for the city lord of the wrong's heart in the eternal hell. If Long Chen went, the city lord of the wrong's power would increase greatly. At that time, the 3 regions and 9 worlds would no longer have the power to resist him. At that time, the death toll would be the highest. But if he did not go, Yang Lingqing would definitely die. The city lord of the wronged had given Long Chen the most difficult decision. Or rather, it had always been too smooth for him. He had rarely failed so badly. In fact, he had already won. Not only had he foiled the city lord of the wrong's plan, but he had also destroyed the city lord of the wrong's eye, which had accumulated 50 million life force. The only thing he had lost was the last step. It was not that he was careless, but that the city lord of the wronged was just too strong. This kind of method that could directly shake a divine kingdom was just too heaven-defying. After the city lord of the wronged left, everyone looked at each other. At this time, the thick miasma between heaven and earth actually began to dissipate. Everything in the air that did not belong to the shadow demon world was also in the process of quickly disappearing. Wan Renshi was the first to react. He saw that Long Chen's face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. He knew that although Long Chen had destroyed the city lord of the wrong's eye, he had definitely suffered an irreversible defeat. The others in the great Een demon world felt like they had just survived a disaster. The city lord of the wronged had left. This time, the great Een demon world had escaped from danger, and more deaths had been avoided. The only regret was that only one of his eyes had been destroyed. But they were very confused. Who was this guy? Why did Long Chen seem to know him? Yi Guyu had a lot of questions in her heart, but seeing Long Chen's gloomy face, like a volcano that was about to erupt, she did not dare to ask more. Instead, she came in front of Long Chen and stood with Wan Renshi. She looked at Long Chen with some worry. "Long Chen," Wan Renshi asked softly. "It seems that when that guy left," he said. "Could it be that something happened to Yang Lingqing?" Yi Guyu reacted quickly. The heart that the city lord of the wronged wanted was in Long Chen's divine kingdom. He had forced open Long Chen's divine kingdom to take the heart, but Long Chen had stopped him. At the last moment, the eyeball seemed to have done something to Long Chen's divine kingdom. In order to protect Yang Lingqing completely, Long Chen had allowed Yang Lingqing to enter his divine kingdom. From the words of the city lord of the wronged as he left, he could infer that Yang Lingqing hadn't died. Wan Renshi realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly said, "Did something happen to your sister? He wants you to use his heart to exchange for your sister's life. In other words, she can still be saved. Don't worry, let us understand the situation first, and we can also rush back to the imperial palace."
The emperor is experienced and knowledgeable. He should know what to do.
In reality, Long Chen also knew this.
However, as the elder brother, he had allowed his sister to suffer so much.
Every time he saw the statue in the Divine Kingdom and saw the frozen fear on Yang Lingqing's face, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He fell into self-blame. Even if he was injured, he wouldn't blame himself like this. Although Yang Lingqing hadn't died, he was still in extreme pain. It's because I'm not strong enough. Father once said that strength is the foundation of everything. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, strength is everything. I'm not strong enough, but I tried to show off. Today, I finally learned a painful lesson, and I even harmed Ling Qing. Long Chen. Wen, she shouted softly, jolting Long Chen back to his senses. He said sternly, I know something happened to your sister, but self-blame is a sign of weakness. If you're a man, quickly wake up and don't waste my time. If you don't find a solution, you'll lose your sister forever. This was the first time Wen she was so agitated. What had happened today was far more serious than he had expected.
With a disaster approaching, he had no choice but to speak to Long Chen in such a tone. Long Chen closed his eyes and exhaled. When he opened his eyes the next time, his bloodshot eyes were strangely filled with calmness, or perhaps it should be said that he was callous.
Wen, she was right. Self-blame was a sign of weakness. What had already happened, so there was no point in blaming himself. He should put everything at the back of his mind and think of a solution. From today onwards, you're a great enemy that I must kill. Old devil. Old bastard. Long Chen had never hated a person so much.
Or rather, the city lord of the wronged was not a person at all.
Today's hatred was deeply engraved in his heart.
One day, he swore that he would make the city lord of the wronged pay a heavy price for what he did today.
After strengthening his conviction, Long Chen gently carried Yang Lingqing out of his divine kingdom. He carefully looked at his sister, then said to the shocked crowd, this was caused by that guy's counterattack before he died. Do you two know if there's a solution? Wen, she looked at her for a while, then had to say, I'm sorry, I've never seen such a secret technique, but her signs of life have disappeared. However, he asked you to meet him in the eternal hell within a year. Perhaps there's a chance for you to come back to life. I suggest you let the emperor take a look.
The emperor has lived for tens of thousands of years, so his knowledge is not something we can compare to.
Ye Guyu didn't say anything at first. After Long Chen took care of Yang Lingqing, she said with a serious expression, Emperor Shangwu and Wen Wu Zun, what happened today was beyond my expectations. Emperor Shangwu's sister was in danger, and even I was almost killed. This is my fault, and I'm really sorry. However, I have no way of repaying you. I can only say that if the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm and Ye Guyu need your help in the future, I will definitely support them with all my might. The others from the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm also came up to express their apologies to Long Chen. It's not your fault. I'm more arrogant than I thought. This is my own fault, so please don't blame yourselves. My hatred will only be directed towards the people who hurt me and my sister. Long Chen was a person who could distinguish right from wrong, so he wouldn't cause trouble for the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm because of this. Speaking of which, Ling Qing is the realm emperor of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. Her matter is also our matter, so we definitely can't miss out on revenge or saving her. However, we have a big doubt in our hearts. Who is our enemy? You two seem to know, so I don't know if you can tell us. Ye Guyu said very sincerely. Long Chen and Wen, she looked at each other.
The incident of the city lord of the wronged would be reported to the 3 realms and 9 realms one day.
They didn't say it at first because they were afraid of causing panic, but now that the city lord of the wronged had killed 80 million people here, it was time to inform them. Long Chen looked around and saw that the miasma in the entire snow-wind demonic region was dissipating. It would recover one day, so he said, we still have to hurry back to the Imperial Palace. Let's talk on the way.
Ye Guyu was very grateful and hurriedly said, farewell.
With that, the group started their journey back. There were still a large number of ghosts left in the snow-wind demonic region. Not long after Long Chen and Ye Guyu left, they discovered an extremely important matter in the snow-wind demonic region. There were actually ghosts that were transforming back into humans. Those who could do this accounted for about 1/10 of all ghosts. Of the 80 million ghosts, about 8 million were already in the process of metamorphosis.
The iron chains that grew out of their bones were beginning to shatter, and their bodies were beginning to return to their original state.
This should be an ancient curse. The caster is an expert in curses. Curses have long been lost in the 3 realms and 9 realms. I'm afraid that only the eternal sacred territory has such an ancient curse. Seeing that 8 million people were actually recovering, Yiguyu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Realm Lord, why is only a portion of the people recovering? One of the 3rd-tier Nirvana Tribulation warriors asked. Long Chen seemed to be deep in thought, and said, "Previously when I cut off one of his eyeballs, it released a large amount of white-colored odor. Half of this white-colored odor was absorbed by him, and the other half spread out. I reckon that this white-colored odor should be their life force. When their life force returned, the curse seemed to have disappeared, but unfortunately, it was only 8 million, only such a small portion." Hearing this, Yiguyu was excited. The people of the Shadow Demon Realm all looked at Long Chen with great gratitude. Under Yiguyu's lead, they all knelt on one knee in front of Long Chen, their eyes exuding endless fanaticism. "Everyone, what are you doing?" Long Chen hurriedly went to help Yiguyu up. She was the Realm Lord of the Shadow Demon Realm.
In terms of status, she was at least at the level of the 3 great martial venerables.
How could the Realm Lord of a realm kneel to him? Yiguyu stubbornly refused to get up.
She looked at Long Chen with great respect and sobbed, "I don't represent myself, but on behalf of at least 8 million people of the Shadow Demon Realm who survived, I thank Imperial Lord Shangwu for saving their lives."
Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Imperial Lord Shangwu has saved the lives of 8 million people. His merit is immeasurable, and he should be respected and worshipped by the foreigners of the Shadow Demon Realm. A mere bow from Yiguyu is nothing.
The others also said, 8 million lives are saved because of Imperial Lord Shangwu. We, the people of the Shadow Demon Realm, will never forget such a great merit and kindness. From now on, no matter what, we will definitely listen to Imperial Lord Shangwu's orders.
Today's bow is only to show our gratitude. Seeing that they were stubborn, Long Chen could do nothing about it. This feeling was actually very good. Looking at the fresh lives below gradually awakening, Long Chen realized that he had really done something immeasurable today. This made him feel that he had no regrets. As for Yang Lingqing's suffering, this might be something that was destined to happen. This fate really made him not know whether to laugh or cry.